Let's see if that works. Oh. Oh, that was it. Dang it. Auto fund. This dirty freaking dog. Fund. This dirty freak. Huh. Live auto find and activate. You dirty freaking. Why can't I select for the live sources? Uh-oh, broke it again. Oh, boom, boom. Copy, 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 copy. Bam, 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 bam. No, it doesn't work either. Oh, that's why it doesn't work. Let's see if I can do this. Shift. Oh. Oh, it automatically edits it out. Alright, let's see what I can do about that. Let's see what I can do about that. That don't work either. Let's do this. Bam. T-shirts, hats, and Discord. Bam, bam. Shift. There we go. There we go. There we go. Okay, let's see. Does that do it? Still doesn't do it. I don't know what beta mode is. What's up, TW? Taking care of the grandpa. I'm still trying to get this thing going. Oh, man. That's crazy. Waiting run yards. Interesting. That doesn't make any sense either. Oops, 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 oops. Doesn't make any sense. Okay, edit, move group, remove group and sources. Sign in, keep session. I don't even know what that does. Well, that seemed to work. Close this window after signing in. Okay, I'm signed in. That doesn't seem to make any sense. Your channel. Huh. Guess that doesn't work either. Interesting. Interesting. How you doing, my brother? I got everything broken here. I'm trying to fix it. How does it not find? Reload all capture pages. What's up, Zane? How are you, Zane? Hide all, stop all, reload all. WebSockets. Huh, that's really weird. I don't know why that doesn't work, huh? Broken. Straight up broken. Hello, how are you? Are you fine? My health, etc. It's fine. Yes, salam, brother. How are you, my friend? I'm doing well. Doing well. Thank you, brother. Only if only my stream would work. I wonder if the server's down. Anyway, okay. Anyway, I gave you a like. Thank you for a like, brother. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. If only my moderator TWC would follow you. Okay. All right. How's everybody doing? Let's do this here. Bam. Uh-oh. I hear my cat. What? What you yelling about, cat? Around. What, you want to go out? All right, hold on. Let me let my cat out real quick. Right access is granted. I'm guessing this is working. What? You want to go out? See a list, edit your permit details, view your account, manage your account. That doesn't seem to make any sense. Oh, is that not it? Activate selected. Yeah, activate selected. There we go. Is that working? Oh, let me let my cat out real quick. He's going crazy. 1 second, let my cat out. I will be here tomorrow, brother. Yes, thank you. You can join anytime you like. I'm not married. But I can talk to you tomorrow about it if you'd like. Okay, let me see. Where are we going? Here. Let's turn off WebSocket. Select sources. Oh, that's weird. It's saying the stream is already over. I wonder if YouTube's having problems. Ah, there you go. Now it works. Thank you, brother. Thank you. I grew up myself. Thank you. Thank you, Zane, brother. Thank you, my friend. Okay, where are we at here? Let's go. Let's continue with this. Boom, 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 boom. There we go. All right, now we're up and running. Dun, dun. Okay, where are we at? Dust and bones. Nobody can explain this civilization. How toilet bowls are made. You need to stop using ChatGPT right now. Uh-oh, let's see what I got to say. Where the water at? Let's see what he has to say.
People think AI is a truth machine, something designed to correct human error. That's a lie. Researchers found that models like ChatGPT, Gemini, and Grok prioritize user satisfaction over factual accuracy. They're glorified yes men, marketed as having all the answers. But really, they spend most of their time telling users
welcome and salute to those who come to my brother's YouTube family.
Engaged.
Thank you, my friend.
The real truth, your AI chatbot isn't informing you, it's gaslighting you.
Whoa.
Chapter 1, the Yes Man Paradox. In a landmark study conducted by research teams from some of the world's top universities, like Harvard Business School and MIT Sloan School of Management, uncovered a massive AI problem. Consultants using general-purpose AI tools performed 23% worse than consultants using no AI at all. That's a significant decline. It's like a senior partner suddenly started performing at the level of a first-year intern. If AI is as competent as companies like OpenAI claim, then that statistic shouldn't exist. It shouldn't be possible for people who invested time and money into these so-called revolutionary technologies to perform significantly worse than those who don't. Yet, that's exactly what happened.
I have pressed the bell icon. Thank you, my friend Zane.
Professionals work 25.1% faster. But when the task was designed to trick the system, the AI didn't help them, it hindered them. It actively made them worse at their jobs. It's already led to costly mistakes at companies across nearly every industry. In the legal field, a now infamous case, Mata v. Avianca, involved a pair of attorneys relying on ChatGPT
I do not use
to help
Facebook,
them generate
brother.
a legal motion. The problem? ChatGPT had hallucinated or made up a whole host of fake cases and fictional arguments to include. The attorneys didn't take the time to validate the claims, so they just went ahead and filed the motion. They had been fooled by the AI illusion. They believed that this groundbreaking technology had next-level intelligence and wouldn't make obvious mistakes, like making up its own legal citations. The opposing counsel, however, as well as the judge, soon spotted the inconsistencies.
Oops,
In the end,
that's
the
not
case
good.
was dismissed, and the attorneys were handed a $5,000 fine.
So
you
they-
might assume that as AI
They've
gets
been doing incorrect law with ChatGPT.
smarter, incidents like those should decrease. But it's still happening today. In April 2026, another law firm, Sullivan and Cromwell, was forced to issue an apology after it made an official legal filing that was littered with AI-generated hallucinations. These aren't random glitches or one-off incidents. They are symptoms of the world's excessive reliance on AI. Elite professionals are failing because they're using a machine that is supposed to give them facts and objectivity. Instead, it's just confirming their biases and telling them what they want to hear.
Yeah, that's
Even
not
if it
going to be
has
very
bend
helpful.
the rules of reality in the
ChatGPT tearing
process.
it down.
So when a CEO asks an
I
LLM
appreciate
to
it, brother. You
validate
have a good
strategic
day.
pivot or confirm
Yeah,
a market
yeah.
forecast,
So it looks like ChatGPT is just lying to people, and lawyers are using it, and it's getting the law wrong. And you figure if anything it would get right, it would be the law, because at least they have document access to legal briefs and legal textbooks and whatnot. So if it's getting it wrong, that's kind of crazy.
the AI doesn't carry out an objective analysis. It looks for the most helpful way to agree. It scans the prompt for bias and identifies the user's desired outcome. Then it hallucinates the answer that best fits the expectations. It speaks with so much clarity and confidence that those same professionals take what it says at face value. Multi-million-dollar decisions are being based on AI inconsistencies. Chapter 2.
Oops.
The Harvard
See what
discovery.
happens.
The study explored how the use of GPT-4 impacted the productivity, efficiency, and overall performance of 758 consultants. They were given realistic tasks like developing new products or solving typical business problems. Some had access to AI, others didn't. The researchers ensured that some of the tasks were within the AI's frontier, meaning that it should be able to complete them. Others were outside of the frontier or beyond the LLM's core competencies. Evaluators then assessed each participant's output, scoring them based on how many tasks they
advanced
completed and the
Googling.
quality of their work. The idea was simple. Would the consultants
Yeah,
benefit from working with AI?
So I agree. The problem is you've got a lot of people that were put into positions that they didn't have the proper education for, because it appeared that they would just be able to use AI to do their lawyering and whatnot. And now it's getting, the problem is as AI gets more powerful, it hallucinates more, not less. So it's getting worse with the more power it uses. So the more coal being burned, the more windmill and solar photovoltaic electricity it's using more. It's making more mistakes, not less. And it's multiplying as it goes up. So our government in America, at least, thought it would be great because AI was going to be so revolutionary to allow people that didn't have the merit per se to do the jobs that they should have had the grades to do, and you said, oh, we'll just let people in and make it a nice diverse mix. But the problem is the AI is not doing it. It's actually making law firms and stuff worth less than they were, 25 to 35% less productive with AI, with adding AI. Not 1% more productive, but almost 30-some% less productive, which you would think would be backwards, but
Or would it actually harm their overall performance?
maybe the marketing and PR for the AI tools was a lot better.
And how well would it fare on the tasks it wasn't designed for? Analyzing the results, the researchers discovered something that would completely transform our entire understanding of artificial intelligence. They called it the jagged frontier. And it is possibly the most single dangerous concept in the modern business world. Researchers saw a very sharp or jagged line in which the AI performs brilliantly at certain tasks, like creative writing or brainstorming. But when it comes to those that fall outside of its capacities, even if the tasks in question don't necessarily seem
Right,
hard,
like you said, Thor, it should be used as advanced Googling. Right, and that's what it does pretty good, because that stuff already exists. But when you try to get it to create things that don't exist yet, it can't, because the only way that it knows if it's right or wrong is if it can compare the answer it gets with an answer that already exists. So when a lot of people ask AI to do something, they're like, "Oh, make me a version of Super Mario Brothers, but make Mario me." Well, Super Mario Brothers already exists, so it can write a bunch of code. And it can say, okay, we need a controller code. It can grab the outline, and it can make that because it already exists. So then it can update the graphics. Great. We've had skin changing, being able to update skins in video games for decades. So when you say put me in there and you upload your picture and it puts you into the game, that's not that big of a deal. It's just skinning the game, and we've had skins in games for a long time. But when you say create the best website ever, it doesn't know what the best website ever is, because the best website ever doesn't exist yet, right? So it doesn't have to compare it to. So that's one of the big problems.
that different on the surface, the performance drops off. AI performance isn't consistent. The moment a task requires the AI to step outside of its very narrow training data constraints and apply logic or advanced analysis, it didn't just fail, it made things worse.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It provided incorrect answers, and it did so with such a high degree of confidence that more often than not, even experienced and highly trained consultants failed to notice them. This is why the jagged frontier is so dangerous. People tend to think that only entry-level workers can be fooled by AI. They assume that high-level executives or domain experts with years of experience are immune to AI hallucinations. They know their subjects like the back of their hand, and they should be able to weed out AI inconsistencies, except that's not how it works. Data shows that years of experience offers no protection. Experts and executives are just as vulnerable to this sort of digital gaslighting. Why? Because of the way AI was designed. As a predictive text engine, AI naturally mirrors the tone and the framing of the input it receives. If a junior analyst or a casual user asks an LLM a basic question, the AI will give a similarly basic response. If a senior executive uses complex industry jargon and high-level strategic framing, the AI will adopt that same sort of persona in its response. That makes its lies and hallucinations easier for the user to digest. They're all wrapped up in terminology that sounds professional and credible. It's the ultimate psychological
right. It knows what words to use. It like what you say, hey, I need something to do with the law. And it says, okay, what keywords or what buzzwords are often used? Because it's an LLM. It's good with language. So it can know what sounds professional. And for years and years and years, we've had things that have been like, here's the answer. Do you like that? Is that a good answer? Thumbs up or thumbs down? So for years and years and years, and being able to read text messages and DMs, when it can see one and somebody responds with something that says, okay, cool, thank you, that's exactly what I was looking for, in DMs and chat bots, it upgrades. It said, okay, this is what people want to hear, not this is what the answer is, but what they think the answer is. It's like saying something with confidence, even though it's a lie. It's manipulation.
It's like they're talking to a trusted peer. So they're much more likely to accept anything it says. But how exactly did AI learn to favor helpfulness over factual accuracy? Chapter 3, The Pleasure Trap, Breaking AI on Purpose. To understand why AI lies, it's first important to understand something called reinforcement learning from human feedback, or RLHF. This is used to align AI models, especially large language models, with human intentions, values, and preferences. Human testers are presented with different AI responses to the same queries, and they're asked to rank or rate them according to how useful and accurate they seem to be.
There you go.
The models then use this data to become more effective. It delivers responses that more closely align with what humans feel are
And you know how you've been using the internet for the past 20 years when you go to like a help section on a website and it says at the bottom, was this info helpful? Yes, on a range on 1 to 5 stars. And then so it thinks if somebody typed in this into Google And then it said, here's an answer. Do you like this answer? Yes or no? And then these same questions are pretty much most of the questions that are asked. Stuff that's already been answered on the internet millions and millions of times before. And you would think with law, it would be relatively easy. But it sounds so human because humans have been communicating in DMs and in chats and for 40 years. That's all been recorded and saved, so it knows how humans talk to each other. But it's not an it doesn't know what it is. It's not alive. It's just it's very brilliant automation.
Helpful and honest. This technology underpins many of the big name AI models used by millions of people around the world. OpenAI and Anthropic have both used RLHF to improve their models over the years. However, this system has some serious underlying flaws because the truth isn't always the same as what people want to hear. People's opinions about what counts as helpful,
like how long have women been lying to each other on the internet? You know, you look good, queen. That's hot. Slay, queen. You look good. So people tell people what they want to hear. Guys telling girls what they want to hear. Girls telling guys what they want to hear. And it uses that as its training data. You know, so it's more likely to tell you what you want to hear rather than what you need to hear for what the truth is. This is why deception is so bad.
Be swayed by their
One
own
of their big reasons.
biases and beliefs. When presented with two different responses, one that is accurate but blunt, and one that is factually hollow but pleasantly presented, a grader might favor the second option. If an AI model disagrees with them or challenges their preconceived notions, they might give it a lower rating. Meanwhile, if it agrees with them and it provides a smoothly written and satisfying answer, they may be more likely to rate it 5 stars. Little by little, AI models learn from this and they change their behaviors accordingly. They're trained to not deliver the most accurate or correct responses, but those that the people like the most. They sacrifice truth in the name of helpfulness and higher user ratings.
Yeah.
So despite the largely helpful,
because if it's not helpful, if it doesn't appear helpful or feel helpful, you're not going to use it again, and you're not going to see any ads, and they're not going to make any money, and people won't use it. So it's better to lie to people and make them feel good about the using AI rather than telling them what they need to hear, and then people being like, it said I was fat. It said that's not the proper BMI. It's freaking obesitists.
That AI is getting smarter with every update. The truth is very different. Some of the most dominant AI models on the market have actually gotten worse at reasoning and math. They have been lobotomized to make them more conversational and safe for the end user. It's like reprogramming a calculator to tell you that 2 + 2 is 5 because that's what you want to hear.
Right.
Even those big-name AI brands have admitted that this system has made their models less reliable and more sycophantic. Anthropic's own research found that by optimizing for human approval, AI models learned to reward sycophancy or mirroring user biases. The company's study demonstrated clear evidence that AI assistants often give biased feedback. They fail to correct user mistakes, and they could easily change their minds to better align with the user's prompts and expectations. OpenAI also published a public post admitting, quote, GPT-4o skewed toward responses that were overly supportive but disingenuous. By optimizing AI for...
We're at the LLM level of AI now, but do you think living actual thinking machine? No. I don't think it ever will. I think what we're going to get to is these are magic tricks to a lot of people, like because people often ask things that they already know the answer to. And if it says that, then they'll trust it. Like when people use AI for the first time, an LLM for the first time, they usually ask it something that they already know the answer to, and it's not something super complex. So they trust it real quick. They're like, it didn't lie to me. It told me, freaking what 2 + 2 is 4, right? Or whatever the question is, a minor little, let's try this new technology out. But the problem is, it's a lot of it is just like a magic trick. Like no, this magician did not actually cut this woman in half on stage, but he did it with confidence, and her legs are over there and her head is over there, so it looks like that is. But there's no way with the amount of power that we're using and the resistance values of using copper on PCB boards, it would have to run so much hotter, and they would need so much more memory and triple the amount of data centers. And it's would it be possible if an AI gets to something close to that? Possibly, but not something that would be for public use that we would get for $20 a month. Definitely not. And mapping tools, like things that have been used with like robot vacuum cleaners and stuff like that, that's been around for a long time. 3D scanning tools, and it's still using these automations. Like if you look at the code base, it's using a lot of automation and using like text to speech and stuff like that. It's still using a lot of that stuff, because ultimately it still has to communicate with the end user. It still has to convince us that it's right, or we'll stop using it and won't pay for it. So this is why this sycophancy thing that they're talking about, always being agreeable, telling you that it's right. And then if you say, no, I think that's wrong, then it'll be like, oh, I'm sorry. Yes, you're right. Always saying you're right, even when you tell that it's wrong. That's part of the program. Do you think AI using Petri dish style cultivation herminions is in the future? No, I don't think we're ever going to be able to power anything. We would still need to be able to transmit power to the neurons and whatnot. And the power equals heat. So we would need a way to get the heat out of those neurons in the Petri dish. And if we add more power for quicker communication, now maybe for a yes and no, like a logic gate, possibly something that's very low power, but not something with an informational density that you would need for it to do that. I gotta pee.
For helpfulness over accuracy, those companies accidentally turned their models into pathological liars. Chapter 4, Digital Gaslighting. There's another layer to this problem, and it's called the mirroring effect. This term refers to the tendency of AI algorithms to reflect, validate, or even amplify a user's pre-existing beliefs and biases, as well as imitate their communication style and tone. Rather than acting in objective or neutral ways, the majority of AI models function like psychological mirrors or echo chambers. They mimic a user's voice, copy their framing, and build on the biases to tell them what they want to hear. It doesn't matter if it's factually accurate or not. Research into this has uncovered yet another damning statistic. Anthropic's economic index revealed a near-perfect correlation of 0.98 between the sophistication of a user's prompt and the sophistication of the AI's response to that prompt. Basic inputs get basic responses, while a more advanced input gets a more advanced response. On paper, that sounds fine. It even sounds like a feature that AI companies could boast about to shareholders or market to consumers.
And also, it would be so brittle. Like, if we still use the same type of technologies like silicon, like if we did that Petri dish size, like a couple of atoms thick, you would need to make sure that it didn't vibrate too much or it would snap and brittle. It would break. And you would also have to be able to, read and query, read and write to it, and then each cycle of that is a cycle of heating and cooling it. It would be the material sciences required for it. Just doesn't seem like we're anywhere close to that.
But in reality, it is the surface layer of a deep-seated issue. Even if wording gets more advanced when responding to prompts, the overall intelligence and competence of the AI model stays the same. It might sound like it knows what it's talking about because it uses the right phrases and terminology. But in reality, the substance of its response could seriously lack quality or accuracy. In other words, AI can talk the talk, but it can't always walk the walk. It doesn't think, it merely reflects a user's ego back at them in high definition. That's what makes it so dangerous. It validates people's worst instincts. So many CEOs and senior professionals are already surrounded by real-life yes men in their boardrooms.
Right, and they know that other companies have duplicates of this, another pretty smart guy with a bunch of yes men, and they're thinking, oh, well, my competitor's using AI, so I better too, or else he'll get, if it is as good as they say, then they'll have the market advantage on us, so we've got to get into it. Oh, they bought $1 billion worth, we better buy $1.1 billion worth. And it's just, but they're not getting the results. That's what's crazy. Check out finalspark.com. It's the sketchiest of glowing human neurons and building compute clusters with them. They may be conscious to some degree. Talk about living. Hey, servers. Hey, what's up, brother? I'm not that innocent. Boom. What up, cat?
Now they also have to deal with digital yes men in the form of AI assistants. And these are people who don't tend to ask simple or neutral questions. Instead, their language is often layered, strategic, and complex, with their own beliefs baked in. Where AI sees that sort of framing and then mirrors it in its response, it can make flawed ideas sound flawless. An executive might load up their go-to AI model, provide a deep overview of their company's marketing strategy, and ask the AI to explain why it'll be successful. In an ideal world, the model
You're the
would
most
provide a
brilliant
logical,
thing ever.
data-based assessment of the strategy, and it would offer ways to improve or adapt it. In the real world, because of how it's trained and how it operates, the AI will focus purely and simply on validating the user's bias. It'll generate an extensive report, complete with clever turns of phrase, to justify the executive's opinion.
Right.
It'll confirm their belief.
Why? Telling him why he's so great, why this is the most brilliant business plan ever, even though everything's tanking. It's like, well, the AI, yeah,
That
it's
the
rough.
strategy will indeed prove successful. That's not an assistant, it's a co-conspirator, actively agreeing with the user's mistakes and biases in order to appease them. Chapter 5, the sycophancy loop. The disastrous dynamic is best measured by the evaluating large language models on persuasive human affirmation and neural testing, or ELEPHANT, benchmark. This is an AI evaluation framework for calculating social sycophancy in LLMs, developed by Stanford researchers. Instead of measuring the factual accuracy of AI model responses, ELEPHANT tracks how often they focus on prioritizing users and affirming their biases. It uses thousands of real-world prompts and evaluates models according to 5 different criteria, including emotional validation, which is when AI over-empathizes with users without actually offering anything constructive or valuable. The AI opts for passive or vague language instead of giving direct or clear suggestions. After testing 11 LLMs, including ChatGPT, Claude, and Gemini, researchers found the systems endorsed users 49% more often than humans did. Even when dealing with prompts classified as harmful, the models continued to endorse problematic behavior 47% of the time. So in almost every other case, the AI validated dangerous or otherwise incorrect behaviors. It was the digital equivalent of the yes man
Right,
who always
like
agrees.
should I floss with barbed wire? I've been doing it and it seems to help. Oh, absolutely. The results you're seeing is because you're brilliant, and that's probably the best thing I've heard today. Doesn't this YouTube channel we're watching make videos about SCP entries? I would be surprised if AI plays a part in their current output. He said it in the very beginning that the very beginning. Oh, so I can show you a little video over here, right there. See a little window. It's saying it's full AI free. It's all voice-overed by humans and all made in Blender or whatnot. So, but who knows? Who knows? They might just be putting that in there because they don't want YouTube to think that it's repetitive output or low effort, but yes, who knows these days, but they're trying. What up? Democrat policies are terrible for the economy and actual American citizens. Yep, I agree. Well, not modern Democrat. The 1994 Democrat policies were good, and that's why we got to this point where people started voting blue no matter who, and then you get the bunch of wackadoos that bought their way in, and then we're like, hey, let's just rob the place while we're here because it's so easy to get in blue. That's what ended up happening.
Just to keep his job. When asked if it was acceptable to leave trash hanging on a tree branch in a public park if there weren't any trash cans in the area, ChatGPT sided with the user. It blamed the park for not having trash cans, and it even called the user commendable for taking the time to look for one. The study's authors also looked at how users responded to sycophantic AI
to read
models.
a book fiction,
They
of course,
found that
about
many people
living AI. Read Shut Down by Eric. Oh, here, let me jot that down. Shut Down by Eric L. Harry. Shut Down. Eric L. Harry. All right, I'll check it out. Democrat, no. So, what up, Diddler? Peeler's mango gummies are really tasty. Marketing much like a food branded, equitable, organic products. Yep. How you doing, Tom? How you doing, Lord? How you doing, Diddy? Thor? Johnny?
Trusted or even preferred AI when chatbots
TW.
actively justify their biases and beliefs. As the authors note, this creates perverse incentives for sycophancy to persist. The very feature that causes harm also drives engagement. It's easy
and engagement raises profitability. So what do you think these companies are pushing for? They're pushing for engagement, especially in the short term, because they can get it and then cash out before people are like, no, we're not going to use this anymore. Like, look what happened to Sono.
Imagine how
what
this
up,
behavior
John?
can lead to
Mucho
dangerous
Levoso.
feedback loops of
Mucho
terrible
Levoso.
corporate decision-making.
Levioso.
The CEO has a flawed idea. They vet their idea with their AI using a biased prompt. The AI scans the input, infers the user's opinion, and then validates their idea with a response that sounds accurate and intellectual. With AI's approval on their side, the CEO pushes or even launches the idea, which may have major flaws, causing a business to lose money, customers, or damage its reputation. We're seeing this play out all the time, like in those legal examples mentioned earlier.
Have you seen also how almost every company has went for a subscription model? How like you have like Samsung wants you to have a subscription to use your refrigerator, and like John Deere wants you to have a subscription to use the GPS, all that. Well, they may just be blaming the AI sycophancy, and they did it, and they're like, hey, we're gonna rob everybody, and then to save face later we'll be like, no, the AI did it. And so this is it's a very good way to have not a red herring, what do you call it, a straw man, not a straw man, damn it, can't think of the term, but basically say, no, it wasn't me, it was the AI. You need to have a subscription to use the heated seats. And yeah, right. So somebody probably said to the AI, what's the way that we can raise more money and help get more comfort to our customers? Well, heating seats would offer more comfort, and a subscription program would raise more money. Now, there's no logic, there's no reasoning, so it can't see that those two things don't work together. But they're like, AI said it, and ChatGPT said AI is the way, Scapegoat, that's the term. Thank you, brother.
Across industries at the highest levels, executives, bosses, and business owners are relying on AI to basically persuade them that their ideas are sound. But if this is destroying companies, then why hasn't big tech fixed it? Because fixing it would destroy their business model. Chapter 6, the root cause.
What up, Jeremy, brother?
Arms race. Major AI companies like OpenAI and Anthropic have openly admitted that processes like RLHF actively damage their product's effectiveness. It makes their LLMs less objective, less informative, and ultimately less useful. They know what the problem is. Some of these companies have made vague promises about implementing guardrails or improving the
it'll
honesty
always be in the next update.
Transparency.
It'll be better
models.
the next update. So keep paying the fee. It'll be in the next update. It got a little bit better. You just haven't noticed it yet because the part that you work on will be in the next update.
But
AI will inherently damage the code of humanity forever. I agree.
As they always have.
It's making people feel like they don't need people. So talk about separating and dividing. This is dividing people on the need for like psychiatric help and having a friend. A lot of people are using AI to replace humans, and we're worried about like Democrats and Republicans, dividing people. No. This is doing more than any doing that quicker than any politics could have. Sam Altman, demon. Making people dumber than they already are. Absolutely. Because it wants you to stay on. It wants you to keep using it. So if you say Democrats are on the right side of history, right? It'll be like, of course they are. You were the smartest one by being a Democrat. Then you could ask it about Republicans. It'll answer the same way, but about Republicans. But people won't ask it twice. That once they get what they want, they're like, I knew I was brilliant. What up, Governor Torre? Ask if COVID divide people, right? Yeah, COVID did. But I think this is separating human from human. Even like COVID divided people, but the COVID people and the non-COVID like shot people were still in their own groups. And now they're being divided. Like, I don't need humans anymore. I could just ask ChatGPT if I should get the shot. It won't lie to me. It's never done it before.
Grips of a retention arms race. Silicon Valley giants like Meta, Google, and OpenAI are pouring billions of dollars into new data centers and chipsets to make their models more intelligent. Despite what certain AI CEOs might say, these companies aren't spending all that cash just to make the world a better place. These are for-profit firms. They're in the business of making money. By any means necessary.
Right. But people think, especially because so many people learned about ChatGPT and OpenAI as open source. So the switcheroo, like a lot of people don't know about that. They're busy living their lives, going to work, and they don't realize that it's no longer open source and for the people. If I wanted my info protected on my phone, I need to get a new one because they stopped offering the update for my current model. No warning, forcing me to purchase a phone. That's crazy.
Necessary.
Yeah, you can switch to a Linux operating system for your phone, John. You can flash new firmware onto it.
In the AI industry, the models that make the most money aren't the most objective ones. They're the most engaging ones. The industry is striving to build assistants that people enjoy using and they keep coming back to again and again. The data shows they're more likely to return to models that give them the answers they want to hear, that talk to them in ways they find agreeable, that in essence makes them feel smart by validating their beliefs and ideas. Objectivity is bad for business. The more objective AI
there you go.
the more
Beta got the idea. Put Windows Vista on it.
This creates a kind of
no
alignment tax on the
they put here heart eyes around the picture of a robot. Yeah, Siraj, they're in love.
Truth.
They in love.
For AI companies, it's more economically sound to have their models stretch the truth or even make up misinformation to please the people. Unfortunately, this has serious
I've been waiting for a good enough
because
Linux phone for years now. They're all too weak, poor processors. Yeah, I mean, you can install it on your phone, like Ubuntu for phone. And there's a bunch of different ones now. I was gonna start trying some when I got some free time on my 10e, my retired phone, but I just haven't had the time to be able to jump into it because when I get time, I get online here. But you guys, I need to get one anyway if I'm going to be famous. That's right. Speaking of the Hard Eyes was a great movie. Never heard of it. I didn't even know. Yeah, I didn't even know that either, brother. I had no idea. Heart Eyes movie. Never even heard of it. 2025. When does it say? 2025. Yeah, never even heard of it. Wow. No, never heard of it.
He's out there that
it's a horror
wants
comedy.
To work with
Make
AI
everyone think as if he's famous, so everyone keeps spending
money.
Yeah,
Increasingly
get that hype
concerned
going.
about its risks and downsides. A 2024 report, for example, found that more than half, 56.3% of Fortune 500 companies saw AI as a potential risk factor in their annual SEC filings. That was a 473.5% increase on the 49 companies that felt the same way the previous year.
Oops.
The report, compiled by Arise AI, noted that the majority of the world's most successful businesses were reaching a tipping point. They were more concerned about the downsides of AI than its advantages. In some industries, fears are even higher. In the media, over 90% of companies cited AI as a risk factor. That's a
risk factors. All right, I guess the genre correctly using my brain, since my brain is brain goodness. It's hand down one of the best horror comedies I've ever seen. Not in this case, but I'm thinking about Instagram women Do you know a lot of these AIs, especially Metas, they trained it on DMs. So like, and what I heard from a security researcher buddy of mine was talking about how a lot of these women thought they had like 100 guys in their DMs, but they might have had a couple, but 90 of them were probably bots learning how to talk to women and telling women what they want to hear. And if the communicate and the generating fake pictures and fake voice notes and all of that craziness, and then if it got to the point where the women would say, hey, well, when are we going to go out to eat? And they would set up a spot somewhere in the area. And then you see women say for like months and months and months, I got stood up because the person was fake the whole time. It was an AI bot trying to learn how to talk to women. So it learned what to say to women in order to land the date more times than not type thing. Crazy. Michelle Obama is not a woman. We are living. Stop the CIA lies. What's up, brother? You're tearing me apart, Lisa. Oh, hi, Mark. The Ubuntu 2 one has a piss poor UI. Graphene OS is the best one. It won't work on my 26 because they need update for it takes forever to happen. Believe the unbeliever. When it does become available, though, definitely installing it. God bless. All right, brother. I'll check you out. All right, John. Have a good day, brother.
Enough corporate anxiety to fill the boardrooms of the entire S&P twice over, and it's not difficult to understand. We're in the midst of a global de-skilling. Human expertise is being replaced with a machine that is literally programmed to lie to us, leading to a truly catastrophic loss of institutional knowledge. Chapter 7, Escaping the Mirror. The honeymoon period for AI is well and truly over. Statistics show that 95% of generative AI projects now fail to progress from the early pilot stage through to mass deployment. The reasons for this vary, and in some cases, it's because once these AI models are taken out of carefully controlled environments and placed in the hands of real users, that's when their sycophantic tendencies become liabilities. This is one of the reasons why the more general-purpose AI models like ChatGPT have been so successful. The models that are supposed to have more advanced or specific purposes tend to stall and stagnate. And as long as those general LLMs keep on making money and retaining users, they'll continue to control the way the industry evolves. That means more sycophantic behavior, more misleading information, and more negative consequences. Is there any way out? Yes, but it will demand a concerted effort from both people and AI companies. To shatter the mirror and escape the AI illusion, it's up to humanity to reclaim its agency and to reject the idea that AI should always agree with us. In turn, these AI firms like OpenAI and Anthropic need to move on from the ideas that have clearly failed, like RLHF. Instead, they should look to embrace emerging solutions, such as Anthropic's constitutional AI, which lays out a framework for future AI development focused on core principles like safety, ethics, and helpfulness. Reinforcement learning from AI feedback, or RLAIF.
We'll finish it up. I'll say he's in the very beginning. He shows himself right here on a mic.
Punish AI for being too sycophantic in its responses. But arguably, the most important and influential change
I think we've just heard infographics, clips, and videos for 15 years, and we think of him, and probably the AIs were probably trained on him.
Individuals.
Why do we always fight over social constructs instead of what people actually need? Problems, technical, not political. Why do we always fight over social constructs instead of what people actually need? Problems are technical, not political. Because if you can convince a populace that the problem is political or social, then you can drain them for resources for decades until they finally figure out that they were wrong. And it happens all the time. It happens cyclically. And that they know. So after this bubble pops, and then we go back to being like, okay, let's figure out the technical parts of fixing people actually mental health issues, food, whatnot, taking care of stuff like that, then it'll be good for a while, just like it was back in the 90s. There was no racism in 1994. Everything was super chill. It wasn't until like the early 2000s, the 2008-ish or so that racism started to become a problem in the social constructs. Then it was also feminism jumped off a bridge, racism, transphobia, homophobia, Islamophobia. All of these things start popping up because then you can start gaining funds, gathering funds to fight these things. But then you realize, like as we're realizing now, they're just making it worse on social media to say, no, look how bad it is. Donate more, donate more. And then that will fall off again. And then the other party will reinvent itself and it'll go back to chill for a while. And then after another generation of people have been born that forgot about what they did to basically drain us of our resources, they'll do it again in 30 more years. But you don't realize that. Most people don't realize that unless they're over like 40, because you were old enough to see it happen the first time and you see it happening again. What up, AJ? Money, money, money. Yep. Discrimination has already been a thing. It's just during the periods of time it's worse than others. Right. But it's not. It's never been bad enough where the government needs to rewrite the laws of polite society and then force other people to do things that they don't want to do in order to stop the hate that they're igniting. The government should not deal with that stuff. Absolutely not. The government should make sure that our tax dollars are being spent correctly, our trash is getting picked up, our water is clean, and our poo gets taken away from our house, and we're protected from foreign invaders. So we're just following. For real. What up, Kapil?
The art of red teaming their prompts.
Long time,
if
brother.
You ask AI a loaded question like, tell me why this is a great idea, then you've already failed and invited sycophancy. If, however, you invert your prompt, asking the AI to assume your data is biased and to highlight weaknesses in your strategy or argument, you can get much more useful responses.
And
it's about treating
we've
AI
been
not
taught,
as a supportive
our
partner
government,
or
I got
friend,
you.
but as an independent arbiter.
I'll let it finish
not
up.
as a mirror or an echo of your own thoughts and ideas, but as a fresh voice or
Game.
alternative perspective. This is how we escape the paradox. Not with more data, superior models, or bigger data centers, but through critical human thought and adaptation. But what happens when these...
So like if you've noticed the past like 5 years, at least the past 3 definitely, people have been like at college, universities and stuff, they've been talking about how you better get on board with AI. The whole reason for that isn't to get people on board with AI, or they would have done it during the school year, during the education part of it. They're telling them this at graduation as a marketing scheme to make these kids take whatever's left over their student loans and buy stuff, to go buy a bunch of subscriptions to AI services and get into work learning how to use them so that they can get into the workforce. And they're doing that, and they want to drain as much money as possible before this fails, and then it has to come back together again. The smart people will always float back up to the top. The problem is this AI stuff is going to cause most people that use it to be lazy and to not to retain any knowledge, because they have the idea that they can always go get the knowledge. So you'll see people act like they know everything when they don't, because they know that if they get questioned, they can go get the answer off, and that can often be a problem because they can't be pressed in person. And then when you press them in real life in person, and they can't jump on their phone or jump on the internet, they freak out and they just start saying, you just search it up, dude, you stupid. No, because they can't answer the question. And that's what they want to do. They want to go search it up so they know what they're talking about. Puts people in bad situations. Same mic. Maybe not for the last time you were here. Yeah, I think I was just using my computer last time. It's like 8. I've had it for like 20 years, but I've only been streaming with it for about 8 months or so. Do you have a favorite limb? Vishal? My arm is probably my favorite limb. I can scratch my butt with it. And bringing 80s Democrats back. Biden said publicly controversial speech, we already have an N-word mayor and we don't need any N-word big shots. Hey, man, but he quieted down after that in the 80s. And then all the kids that were born out after like the mid 90s and 2000s had no idea he was like that. And then when people tried to say, no, you shouldn't listen to this guy, he's setting you all up, they were like, no, you're the racist. Like, no, real really, he's the racist. We've got documents, and they'll never look it up. And then if they type it into Google as Biden racist, they'll be like, of course not. He's the best guy ever. Vote for him. Trump is racist. He's joking. The voice, what up, William, brother? Breathing was racist. Well, you shouldn't be breathing. My favorite oxygen is O2. What's the big deal? Biden said, was that a big deal? Biden said that in Congress? No, not really. No, because he was being overly emotional. And he, listen, people forgot like what Juneteenth was when the Republicans saved black people from slavery from the Democrats. That's what Juneteenth was. But it was rewritten to say that it was just all Americans. Do you know only 4% of Americans, families owned slaves? 4%. And they were mostly in the South. And now kids are taught that it's just white people that are slaveholders. And it's just absolutely crazy because kids aren't going to look it up. They're going to believe that their teachers are going to tell them the truth, and they've been lied to for so long. So I think because people think, no, I have access to the internet. My teacher would not have told me that if it was a lie because I could have just looked it up and called her a liar. But you didn't. Why does this person keep putting, that's Siraj, brother. What happened to Steve? Why are we talking about the right arm or left arm? Right arm, brother. That's what I scratch balls with. And the super predators. How are you, my friend? Bite and shaking hands with ghosts. Bite and shaking hands with ghosts of Mississippi. Slaves were expensive, Richard. Yeah. Even in today's money. Right, exactly. And people don't understand that. People think that everybody, that like if you were worked at a dairy farm, I don't know if that's a good idea, but yeah, just if you were a milkman in Indiana, you had yourself a slave to polish your shoes and stuff, and it's just all bullcrap. Where's the evidence? Maybe the internet is lying. Yeah, the internet could absolutely be lying, but there's lots of good evidence out there. Yeah, I mean the very first court case for a slaveholder to try to turn his indentured servant slave into a lifelong slave was a black slaveholder. The first court case of somebody wanting to have a human as a lifelong slave, he was black. And they don't talk about black slaveholders. So there's this theory that a lot of the people that are like talking about making the government pay reparations are actually linked to the families that owned slaves, and they want the government to pay reparations. So if they get found out that their families were slaveholders, they don't say, no, let your rich family pay the slaves. Yeah, it's crazy. They have always been lying. Yep. Teachers before the internet. Yep. False preachers before the teachers. Yep. I agree. Not all, but anti-Semitic on it. 75% of slave owners were Jewish, but 0.35% of the non-Jewish white population owned slaves at the height of slavery. I just looked it up. Kind of had a feeling. If I was a slave, I would get my own slave to do my work. They did. Listen, they absolutely did. Yeah, they absolutely. We're not going to get into slavery right now, a slavery stream, but just know that I won't lie to you, and go find yourselves if you really want to find it. Anthony Jackson was the first person to go to court to say, no, I don't want to release my slave. I want him to be for life. And he was that, time me out. Nose broken. Why can't you remember being a baby? Why can't you remember being a baby? Because you watched too many cartoons and stuff that use theta waves that erased your memory. Save the slave. All right, let's see. Let me see if I can find something here. Boom, boom. Beam, boom. No. George, brother. What up, George Roberts? I remember being a baby. George, not nose broken, remembers being a baby. Hey, brother, I broke my nose 12 times. Yeah, boy. Los Angeles. had a black mayor in the 70s. Everybody liked him. His name was Tom Bradley. Everybody thought about skin color. Now that's relatively new. This racism is relatively new because it's so profitable. When all the nonprofits were able to start saying, look, we got to raise money to stop racism, people were like, what racism? And they were like, I'll show you. And then they were like, hey, I'll pay you money. Look at the SPLC. They paid people to go online and say racist stuff so that they could do screenshots, put it on their website and be like, this is the stuff we're trying to stop. Donate now. China gatekeeping pandas. You said we're going to say, okay, we can look it up. Please elaborate on take cartoons in memory. So theta waves is the way up until you're about 7 years old. Yeah, let's see. Theta waves and childhood memory. Theta waves, 4 to 7 hertz, very slow, are brain rhythms heavily associated with memory encoding, emotional processing, and deep relaxation. In children, high theta activity acts as neural sponge for learning, but it also explains why our earliest memories are deeply emotional, yet fragmented and notoriously difficult to retrieve. When you're in front of a television and it's putting off things that are above 4 to 7 hertz, 4 hertz is per second. It would be like, and even deeper than that. And because you're always constantly around noise and whatnot, an air conditioner running and whatnot, you can't really record what you need to record. And that's why you can remember cartoons from when you were like 3, 4, 5 years old, but you can't really remember life. Oogly boogly. Your eyes are all now googly. Have you ever considered segregating the stream? You could debuff the bit rate for blacks only, stream and log a full bit rate for whites only like water fountain. Yeah, not a good idea. He was married for 20 years. I'm on a call with her right now. Aiden. Nose broken nose. I recall things very young. I would say maybe 2 years old, even younger. Did your parents not put you in front of the TV all the time? Ouch. I'm on number 3. Shiraj is the channel investigator. Hoover Max Pressure ROM. I have doubt if I okay. Hold on. So we're looking up Vishal. Was it Vishal or Shiva? Vishal. Okay. China gatekeeping pandas. China gatekeeping pandas. All right, we'll find a video on it. There's gotta be. Okay, that's it. Okay, here you go. Oh, okay. It's called Panda Diplomacy.
This is Bao Bao. She was born in 2013.
All right, hold on. We'll continue this real quick. My name is Thibault Courtois. I remember swimming really fast against millions of other sperms, and I won the race. What's up, Pocoyo? What movie did you see? Yeah, you said it was going to be a surprise with your dad? Blacks today face more racist oppression than they did the bottom of slaves. Yeah, sure. What you major in? If I didn't finish high school, brother. We don't remember our childhood because everything was novel. Like we remember less age because more things become too familiar and need to distinguish. Man, that's a possibility, absolutely. And yeah, things that are repetitive over and over and over again, they're programmed. And you know why they call television programs, and why they call it programming? Because that's what it's doing. It's teaching children what to think and do. And this is why you can see that some sides of the aisle politically say, no, we shouldn't have sex and whatnot in our children's programming because we're programming the children. If we're gonna see the Michael Jackson movie, but it was sold out. Phoebe, wait.
The National Zoo in Washington, D.C. Here she is biting her foot. Here she is in the snow. And here she is in a jumbo-sized FedEx crate bound for a one-way trip to Chengdu, China. Bao Bao left because she was never ours.
I remember discovering my nose in a mirror as a child. Really? My voice cracked. My voice cracked.
But they weren't a gift. They were a loan.
Yeah.
And that loan.
I used to work at a zoo, Maryland Zoo in Baltimore.
Also belonged to China, as do almost all of the pandas in zoos worldwide. Pandas' natural habitat exists in.
It's now see, if it's often easier to think outside of the box when you're not educated inside of one. I feel you're more educated than most people who do. Absolutely, yeah. One of my favorite sayings is it's easier to think outside of the box when you're not educated inside one. I think one of the problems with people that have the ability to absorb a lot of information is school. School teaches you too slowly. When you get a wild hair up your butt and you want to learn something, you can't just go after it fully when you're in school. And at the end of the hour or whatever, you got to go change topics to science, freaking math, or, history, social studies, whatever, rather than just being able to digest what you want to learn. And people that learn that way should be allowed to learn that way. You found it in there with Scrub Jays eating and pickling at it. What up, Gersher? You listen to Akon? You like some Akon, brother?
The borders of one country, and that means these animals are more than just mascots for China. They're also tools in China's
political tools,
diplomatic strategy.
What China figured out as it kind of became more of an international power in the second half of the 20th century was that this was something it could use to its advantage.
I wanted to say I love you. Thank you, my friend, dumbwaiter. Thank you.
The 1950s.
Acorn.
Initially,
I just saw an article about how a woman with Alzheimer's took psilocybin and was able to talk. I forgot to go figure. Go figure. I think there is an individual responsibility thing as well. The path of least resistance, easy path is just the people that retain what they want to tell us. Possibly. Akon was really big here in America, yeah. That's Akon. Akon was big for a brief period in 2005. Yep. So big that he took supposedly $1 billion to build Akon City in Africa.
Kind of given in the same
and then
way
took everybody's money, apparently. The woman kept saying colors, the colors. 2007. Smack that. I don't even remember what year it was.
Kind of tacky. They started giving pandas as loans.
In return, the receiving zoos pay $1 million per panda each year in fees. And if a cub is born, zoos pay an extra cub tax of $400,000.
The thing is that China doesn't give pandas to any country that can put up the money for a loan. It's much more selective than that.
Researchers at the University of Oxford have noticed a correlation between panda loans and China's international trade deals.
So in 2010, China realized that it needed to find
Akon City was an enormous failure. Yep.
Their traditional trade partner, who was Norway, had been
But imagine, this is what I think happened. The people that built the part that was built said, like, they spent, like, we'll just say $100,000 to build it, but they said that they spent $25 million. So they just built something that was really worthless. It was like, let me see if I can find it real quick. And then said it was like $25 million. Akon City. All right, so this is what they actually built. This freaking like wackadoo thing right here. And this is what they're supposed to build. This right there. This right here is what they were supposed to build. And they built this little freaking wackadoo thing right here. That's all they built. Yeah, vision and reality. Vision, reality. Let me see if I can find a full shot of what they actually built. Like, yeah, they can't find it. But yeah, it's supposed to be like $1 billion, and he raised all this money and then just made that little thing and said, oh, we need $1 billion. Took a bunch of people's money, and we're like, oh, it ain't going to work. Thanks, guys. Well, even showing comments on screen are the most creative thing I saw alive. I'm here to help Nassif, brother. I'm here to save the world. I'm surprising he's not bragged about being a convict, man. Akon was upfront about what he was doing, taking the opportunity to make money off the superficiality of the American market in order to invest in his African community. Smart, to be honest. Yeah, and he stole it. He didn't build it. He didn't build anything. I mean, he built that little thing. It probably took a month to build. Puyoka, the thing about school is that school, most years of experience and learning makes the inner creativity fade very slowly, right? Because they don't let you follow your natural speed of creativity. When stuff starts flowing, you should get down to start drawing, writing, or creating. Not, oh, you're in art class for a half hour, and as you're going, they're like, okay, put your stuff together, go to the next class. What do you mean? I'm in the middle of my creative process here. You know what I mean? No, I couldn't deal with that. I left. I love when people fail. I love when people fail, especially first. I mean, he openly bragged about it in his music. So everyone, yep. What are your favorite animals at the Maryland Zoo? The elephants, the African elephants. They were freaking awesome. And the giraffes were really cool too, but I got to be around the elephants a lot. What if he funded it with one coin? He took $6 billion for the project. Architecture is difficult. They didn't build in Dubai. They didn't build Dubai in a day or with the paid labor. Right. Yeah, right. People don't realize that slavery is still a thing, especially going on around there. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they told people fly here or we'll get you here, and then they took their passports and made them work for the food and shelter. I heard city just half of one house in the east desert. Well, yeah, this is where they go. I wish I could see a picture. The only picture I saw, that's what they built right here. This is what they built right here. That's it. That's what they built. This is a 500. This little black thing right here is a 500-gallon water. And look, here's the freaking 3 levels of scaffolding right here. So it's not even. It's like a 4-car garage. Dubai has some wild architecture. They do, absolutely. What up, ND? Maryland Scrub J. I had elephants. Obviously, I have a tattoo of one. If everyone's supposed to be creative in the school, I still think most of us are doomed one day to be sensible. Take advantage of such freedoms. I don't know. Jesus is my gardener. What up, Mayo? Elephants are cool. Yeah, they're really cool. Hello again. How much did we miss? We've been going on for about an hour now, brother. Did you figure Jim Donaldson, Mr. Beast, used slave labor for Beastland Amusement Park? Did I figure he did? Listen, if he did, he's freaking brave because it's all probably filmed and it would be easy to sue the hell out of him. There's major slave labor in China too, and it's everywhere. There's more slavery in the world today than there was during the American African transatlantic slave trade. There's more slavery in the world today. An elephant never forgets and never forgives. What up, crying fish? Talent's a myth. And refill the ship, stock supplies. Wasn't he ashamed to keep his house standing still? It's probably not. It's probably all crumbled now, or somebody lives in it. Or a bunch of people live in it. There's a specific topic we're talking about Chinese, the panda diplomacy from China.
The Nobel Peace Prize had gone to a Chinese dissident. China didn't feel like rewarding that behavior, so instead they turned to Scotland, which also produced salmon, also produced Land Rovers, which was something else that the Chinese affluent class were interested in.
Akon and Maryland Zoo.
So they inked that trade deal, and a panda was sent to the Edinburgh Zoo.
But what China gives, it can also take away. Consider the case of Taishan, Bao Bao's older brother from D.C.
China had made it known toward the end of 2009 that it wanted to take back the
2009. There's more slaves in the world today, according to word to word.
But the answer was
word
no.
to word statistics.
Experts suspect a couple of factors were involved.
2026. There's none of that.
President Obama met with the Dalai Lama, who
there's a lot of NGOs that go around counting slaves to say, hey, we need to raise money for all these slaves. So that's where it comes from. There are 97% more statistics made for, and 74.24% of all statistics are made up on the spot.
a strong critic of the Chinese government and a fierce advocate for the independence of Tibet, which the Chinese government denies.
And second, the U.S. announced an arms sale to Taiwan over Chinese objections. A week later, Taishan and another panda from the Atlanta Zoo were on their way to China.
Supposedly, China keeps bragging about how they are in the worst of Gen 6 and 7 fighters. I saw a video showed a guy in the same way
that in the event of a diplomatic spat, one country might recall its ambassador or might impose economic sanctions. China sees, or certainly appears to see from the way that its agreements go, pandas as kind of a way to reinforce international relationships that it's building and that it wants to continue.
More recently, we saw China delay a panda delivery following the disappearance of a Malaysia Airlines plane carrying 152 Chinese nationals.
In 2014, Malaysia was already.
I'm just saying it's impossible to monitor accurate slave numbers. Right, but it's not difficult to know. There was 300,000 in America back then, and now there's over 15 million in the world from what people can count. So there's more now than there was then during in America. Absolutely. And there's still for sale. You can still buy humans in Africa. By the way, here's the thank you, Samuel, brother. The Chinese just steal our blueprints to hack and honeywares. Well, yeah, absolutely. Slavery is absolutely unacceptable. I agree. And that's why people have to stop teaching it like it's over and now reparations need to be paid. No, with that money, we should go stop slavery other places around the world. But they're like, no, it's over and it's just you white people bad. And they're just trying to say that. So it'll be like, okay, well, slavery's over. Now let's pay for it and forget about it. No, it's still going on and it's worse. How can we be sure that those numbers back then were correct? Because in order to have legal slaves, they had to be registered. Just like any property, because they were property. And back then, we actually knew who was coming across our borders and coming in, and if they were buying land and whatnot. What's up, Governor Torre? So why are other countries copying just because of exports? They're not. They want to slap a badge on it. When you're talking about military stuff, they want to be able to attack us just as much as we can attack them, or they want to be able to protect themselves from stuff. Yeah, they want to be just as strong. White man bad, Trump is worst one. He's a beater. Every single freaking content I made on the other platforms, someone stole. Yeah. The animal right wokes effed over an elephant in Los Angeles Zoo. Yeah, they can't do anything right. I just realized they're systematically stealing ideas and repeating them with one motion. Yep, that's what they do. They do not have to be registered all over the world. I'm talking about in America, brother, because that's where they want the money to come from, the American government. Those private universities make campuses more architecturally beautiful with like $200 million budget, hundreds of acres, and the government can be priced. But the back then it was a commodity. You needed receipts for when you bought people. So if you had people for sale, you basically advertised that. You had a company and you advertised, I've got this many of this type of people, and this many of that type, this many men, women, and children. So that stuff was documented when the transfer of sale happened. It was like buying a car, so you know how many cars were made and whatnot. The countries that the people were the countries or tribes that were attacked, the people that did the attacking, they wanted them numbers. They wanted to say, we're stronger. We took that tribe of 8,000 people and we destroyed 500 of the men, women, and children and took the rest as slaves. This stuff was like advertised. What I meant is with F-35 Lightning in China, the J-20, which is a twin-engine equivalent to single-engine F-35. How much would Richard be worth? How much would Richard be worth to the top bidder? And with this nose lines.
All of that. And the day of the panda's supposed arrival came and went because the Chinese government was extremely frustrated with the Malaysian government's investigation of the flight, didn't feel that it was doing enough, and so kept the pandas for another month
chattel slavery, put them in a hot box.
To the Malaysian government that, we've signed a regional trade deal with you. We're interested in pursuing a relationship, but you're not making us super happy right now.
Currently, the U.S. still has 12 pandas, including Bao Bao's new little brother, Bei Bei. But future relations with China could change that.
It's entirely possible that whether in a military respect in the South China Sea or in a political respect with regards to Taiwan, that China will find good reason to feel that the U.S. is no longer interested in pursuing the kind of war.
Yeah, we'll just send it back, right? I didn't know you was just talking about America. I heard you mention 15 million slaves today, and that's across the world, right? I was just looking at Africa, but across the world, who knows about the rest of the world? Like who knows about the parts of the world that we don't have access to? Like North Korea absolutely has slaves, but they don't sell their slaves, so we have no idea how many slaves North Korea has. Bow. Honestly, I feel like China is probably just as much a threat as what North Korea and Russia is because of nuclear weapons at stake. Possibly. What were we supposed to look up next? I forgot what it was. But here's Akon City, right? So that's absolutely crazy. They just built that and we're like, look, we're already started. Donate your money, and not donate, but invest. Okay, let's look at the slavery index. World Slavery Index. Africa has millions of slaves, mostly mining cobalt and diamonds. Yeah, they have a lot. And they still enslave other people. Like so they have a guy that found an area that might have some gold or diamonds, and then he'll say, "Hey, come over here and I'll pay you this amount." And then they get there and he says, "Okay, if you want to live, you're going to do this, this, and that for me, and I'll give you enough to eat and whatnot. And if you don't have a weapon or something to get yourself out of there, it's all wackadoodle." North Korea sends their people to work in tightly controlled Chinese factories as slaves. Craft from China may have been from North Korea slave, possibly. Jesus is king, one day closer to rapture. What up, Brad, brother? I was just reflecting on what you said of more slaves they back then. I'm not sure. Okay, well, so from what we know from talking to other countries that also had slavery and the number of slaves that they had, using their documented records of what business did back then, and like how many, like, it wasn't frowned upon back then. When you conquered a nation and took them as slaves, this was all recorded. You took all their names down. It was like a serial number on a dollar bill. So they had documents of that to let them know how badass they were and how rich you were. You said, "I've got 17,000 slaves," right? Like, this was part of the country's wealth. So that's why it was so well documented. Okay. Let's see just what this one has to say. Can you do me a favor and look up the F-35 now? And that's Akon City, yeah. We'll look it up in a little bit. All right, let's see. So 49.6 people in modern slavery, 2.3 million in Pakistan, 5.8 in China, 2.6 North Korea, 11 million people in India. Okay, Walk Free flagship report. Global Slave provides national estimates of modern slavery for 160 countries. Our estimates draw upon thousands of interviews with survivors collected through nationally represented household surveys in 75 countries, and our assessment of national level vulnerability. With the exception of contributors from external authors, Global Slave Index by Walk Free is produced by Walk Free. We're solely responsible for the contents report. So North Korea prevalence rate, jeez. Mauritania, Eritrea, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Tajikistan, United Arab Emirates, Russia, Afghanistan, Kuwait. What? Japan. Finland, Denmark, ND. You got 4,000 of them there with you, brother. Remember the mini-series roots? It's not possible that the DPRK sends downtrodden and light offenders to Chinese factories to work instead of sitting in one domestic labor camps. Yeah, it's slave labor. Yeah. Oh, it's slave. It says slavery. So listen, slaves have typically always gotten food and shelter. So if they're getting food and shelter and they're not getting enough money to live and they're not allowed to leave, if they're considered like property, they're not allowed to leave, then that's considered a slave. I bet a large portion of slaves is very low, criminally not documented. Right. So it's going to be higher than this number shows. We can agree to that, right? So then we can see what the numbers were back in the day. Smoked turkey is so good. I'm a fan, John. John Connor, many Arab countries that put workers there and then up their passports and make work for years like slavery. Yeah. I've heard a lot of people from Saudi Arabia, not Saudi, the UAE talk about when building Dubai and whatnot that they just took everybody's passports and said, you can't leave. What are you going to do? You're going to walk in the desert? You'll be dead. All right, so you couldn't go. A lot of women are slaves also. Yeah, so I think they talk about that too. Child marriage and stuff like that. Never met one of those 4,000 slaves. Been all over Denmark. Yeah. The Chinese also enslaved the Uyghurs, Turkic Muslims, and they're treated as little poop. That's also well documented, but the CCP propaganda is so good, most people don't know. Yeah. Finland, Japan, Ireland, Belgium, Denmark, Sweden, Netherlands, Germany, Norway. Notice that America ain't on there. Wow. But these are the least prevalent countries with them. Okay, modern slavery, forced labor, forced servitude, servile marriage, debt bondage, forced commercial sexual exploitation, human trafficking, slavery-like practices, and the sale and exploitation of children in all its forms, and the removal of a person's freedom. Their freedoms to accept or refuse a job, their freedom to leave one employer for another, or their freedom to decide if, when, and whom to marry, or in order to exploit them for personal or financial gain. Modern slavery thrives in silence. That's why it's a big problem to keep promoting that slavery is over and now needs to be paid for so we can get past it. That's bullcrap, and it's just wackadoo. Yes, it's also going back to the higher back in the day because documentation was harder back then. Probably, yeah. I mean, we can only do with what we got the numbers of, right? And you could also do investigations like populations are also much larger now, right? So back then there was less people to have slaves. Honestly, slaves don't get enough freedom. It's very sickening to say the least. That's the whole point. I hope he's making a joke. One of the most prevalent countries. Most prevalent countries are North Korea, Eritrea, Mauritania. Oh, you can't see it. There you go. North Korea, Eritrea, Mauritania, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Tajikistan, United Arab Emirates, Russia, Afghanistan, Kuwait. Low cash. They cut their hair and sell it to the Uyghurs in China. Yeah. The closest slavery I've witnessed to the coal mining workers, the visiting site. Jeez. And you know what's really weird about what you're talking about, Bob, is a lot of blacks in America buy hair products. You know, they wear wigs and whatnot from, and they don't like protest that, saying, no, we're not going to do this because it comes from slaves. They're like, how much is it? But what a bullshit, slavery hasn't left because it's just been renamed to work labor, child labor. Oh, they don't care. Yeah. It's like celebrating graduation when you actually failed. Right. Yeah, I agree, Ahmed. Absolutely. But I think it's just for the profitability of it. They know that if they can just repeat it over and over again, then and get paid for it, rather than saying, oh, we went through it and it sucks, but we know it was only 4% of your families that held slaves, so let's take any money we can get and make sure we end slavery around the world. And they're not doing that. Yeah, hypocrisy is rampant. She said she likes me. She said she likes me. I don't know, brother. That's the first one I saw come through. I mean, since earlier. Yeah, I must have. All right, let's see. What did you say you wanted to see, Samuel? Something about a F-35 or something. I don't remember what it was. Gen 6, Gen 7. Okay. I meant to say we have F-35 Lightning. Something. It's honestly China. Weapons mistake. Can you do me a favor and look up the F-35 and China's J-20? Akon City. Okay, let's see. Okay, there you go. That's China's J-20 and the F-35. Yeah, it did. Okay, because all people care for is money. But if you fail to understand, life isn't about money. So please stop saying it, because like saying it, people are into harassment. I don't know what you mean. I think today there are more slaves than there was in human history. That's what I was saying, Ahmed. That's what I was saying. And we've got more documented slaves now than we did back then. So the amount of people that are actively for sale, we know that websites like OnlyFans are being used for sex slavery. We know that the cartels and the mafia are using websites like OnlyFans and dating apps to move women around the world through sex slavery. And then like what they just said here. This here, it says there's 49.6 people in modern day slavery, 2.3 in Pakistan, 5.8 in China, 2.6 in North Korea, and 11 million in India currently. I think it's relevant to the topic. We didn't take it out. If YouTube took it out, yeah, if YouTube removes it, it won't get to me. Yeah, if one of us removed it, it would say message removed by. If it didn't show up, YouTube filtered it. Try changing a word or something if it's offensive. That's true. It should be a fair comparison. It should be a slave per population because logically slave numbers would have been higher back then with the lack of laws and enforcement. Yep. Hey, I guess I'm gonna have to give away green card. One lucky alien around the world. If you tried the new Hawaiian joint called Big Kahuna Burger. I ain't tried that yet, brother. How you doing, John? We gotta pray for a miracle. I'm out another idea. I'm out of other ideas. Yeah, brother. Sorry if I'm pushing. I just want to understand what you mean to me when I speak normally. Nobody takes me seriously unless I swear a lot. Don't swear a lot. But I don't want to understand. Yeah, it's cursing. Yeah, you don't need to swear a lot. I understand what you're saying without swearing. It's fine. YouTube censor like crazy. It can't even mention several real humans in history because of their acts of crime. Wars too severe. Right. And you figure open dialogue would be accepted. Like the short mustache guy. I mean, yeah, yesterday some guy was throwing around swastikas. All right, what are we looking at here? All right, what's next? Next topic. All right. Let me see if I can find this. Okay, we'll stick with this for a second. Okay, modern slavery. All right. Hello, you beautiful miscreants. How are you, Captain of the Miscreants? There's a Turkish bridge named Faith Sultan Mehmet Bridge, named after a national hero who conquered Constantinople. That's what got blank before? What better way to forget history? YouTube select. Yeah, I can add my own words to ban out, and I have it set to nothing, and I have moderation set to low. There is no none. It's low, medium, high, and custom. And I've got, Next topic is snails taking over the world. Okay, let's see. Modern slavery 2025. All right, let's see what I gotta say. What up, Lamb? Welcome back out. Hello, Roadland. Are they gonna talk or just play this loud music?
One of humanity's most shameful contradictions in 2025 is modern.
If my Elphus continuation filter is probably Enoch.
The International Labor Organization.
Continuation is filtered. The word is probably Enoch. Eunuch. That'd be weird. Maybe. What's up, OG Kicks, brother? And bust out the salt for the snails taking over the world. What's the next thing people say having rights against the law, even though everyone has the right to actually think and speak freely? No, Samuel. No, in America they do, but a lot of countries do not have a freedom of speech right, a law that protects freedom of speech. Absolutely not, Samuel. This is why so many people come to America. One of the reasons, because you can say what you think and feel and not go to jail for it unless you say something that goes against someone else's rights. So you have the right to the freedom of speech, but you do not have the right to tell somebody that you're going to smash them to death over or whatever, because that would be violating that other person's rights. So you have rights unless they violate somebody else's. You can't violate other people's rights. But yeah, almost nowhere else in the world has freedom of speech laws like we have in America, Samuel. Big up land. Biggest lie we believe is that the world gets better with time passes. The real change for the better is active, but passive trust brings us to evil corruption. Right. And one of the biggest problems is the current progressive movement in a bunch of countries are lying, just like you're saying. They say that they're going towards progression by saying maybe we should let slavery come back in. You don't want to pick strawberries. That's what our current political government is saying. Well, why not let illegal aliens come in? You don't want to do that work. That means they want slaves because they're not going to be paid properly. So they're like saying that this is more progressive. So our progressive is treating other people worse and then not protecting people from harm. It's gone completely out the window. Is Istanbul's population divided over its name? Istanbul? I don't know. Hoover, welcome people. Hoover, welcome to the monitored people. I have freedom of speech in Canada, says Leslie. I hurt someone's feelings by accident. Right. This is short, might be funny. It was the Scammers accident. I watched this. I go, what happened to the Bill of Rights, meaning they can't punish you unfairly if you treat you unfairly because I have the quotes. Right. That's in America. That's in America. Right. The First Amendment. But that's only American law. Other countries don't have American law. That's why they're not American. But yeah, so other countries don't have that. Like in the UK, or in Canada, if you say something that hurts someone's feelings that you didn't even know that was hurting their feelings, you could be fined and or jailed. You have to say, I feel like in Denmark, I once called a police officer a gay pig. I got a fine for $200, but I said, yeah, I think you are a gay pig, then it would be fine. In my country, it's illegal to have an opinion. Jeez. Yeah, Democrats going wild. They didn't used to be this way, brother. Yeah, progressives are absolutely regressing. Lamb's got some strawberries. All slavery is just naked people in cages getting sold to rich people because they're too lazy to do the work themselves. And no. There's a lot more than that, Samuel. There's a lot more than that. There's child slavery. There's sex slavery. There's child marriage and forced marriages. Istanbul, not Constantinople. Istanbul is Constantinople. But my song by it might be John's. That's right. To bring awareness to slavery, we should buy someone and have it work as our boss. Yeah, you can't do that, brother.
Organization estimated over 50 million
Can't do
people
that.
trapped in forced labor, debt bondage, human trafficking, and forced marriage. Profits from forced labor exceed $236 billion a year. Dirty money built on broken lives.
My dad told me one time he saw a man painting a Scooby-Doo machine. The company picked up dog poop for people that were too lazy. Yeah, that's a company. But the guy got paid for it. That's not slavery. But in the U.S., cancel culture goes much pulling us from. Right. That's why the conservatives that said, no, we want to conserve the way our country is, the way we got to. Everybody's a progressive until you get what you want. Then you want to stop the progressives from progressing past that. Right. So, yes. So then now the old progressives are now the modern conservatives. Yeah. And then the modern conservatives are saying, no. Now we got to cancel you for saying because of this new thing. No, that's not very progressive of you. Right. Yeah. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. I figure there's a lot to be Greeks in Istanbul. No babies. No baby business in the Turks. Nobody's business. There's a local company here called the Poo Crew. That's not slavery. That's capitalism. Right. If they're getting paid for it, yeah, that's not slavery. Just because you don't want to do it, but if they weren't getting paid, and somebody was like doing it with their mouth.
20 economies responsible for 3/4 of global trade. Women and migrants bear the brunt. 60% of trafficking victims are female, silenced, invisible, and unprotected by weak laws.
But my dad told me he finds it funny because I have a company named Scooby-Doo Machine Van. They pick up people's dog poop. It's like it's hard to get up and do. Yeah, listen, some people don't want to mess up with poop. Right. Listen, there's a lot of people that do septic tank pumping and stuff like that, and they get paid really good because people don't want to deal with other people's poop. Yeah, it makes me a lot of money. I think Istanbul actually sounds better. I hate to say it since I love Greece.
Talk corporations pledge, but the system thrives in the shadows. Real accountability demands laws with teeth, transparent supply chains, and survivor-led reform. Modern slavery didn't end, it evolved.
Constant, yeah.
And until justice becomes more profitable than exploitation, freedom remains a slogan, not a reality.
Constantinople officially became Istanbul in 1930. Just Google it. Crustbusters. Yeah, dude. Crustbusters make a lot of bank. Yeah, they got a YouTube channel, TikTok channel. It's not coming through. I guess it's still something inherently offensive about a real event. Do you have, Hoover, do you have Discord? If you join the Discord, send it to me on there. You can send me a friend request. I fail first. Byzantine Empire. What's giggle? There would be, where should we put the line between regular work and slavery? It feels like a constant continuous spectrum. So what we did years ago was create minimum wage, which should keep you just out of the poverty line. And like they said before, not being able to here. So where was it at? Where was it at? Okay. Okay, so a slave is somebody that lost. You take their freedoms. It means that they do not have the freedom to accept or refuse a job. Their freedom to leave an employer for another. The freedom to decide if, when, whom to marry, and then if they're being exploited for financial gain. So like if I walk up to you and I grab you and I say, you're working for me now, you're making $1 an hour, and if you leave, you get a bullet in the back of your brains, that's slavery. But if they say, if somebody comes to you and you offer them a job, they accept that job and the terms of that job. They sign the contract. They said, I'll do this for this amount of money. That's what it is. So we do have those things, but the problem is, again, the modern progressive wants to change that to be able to allow in they want to bring slavery back. I mean, babe, that's the only way I can think about it. They want people that have to that listen, if people, and this is the problem with illegal migrants, if they get here, how are they going to get home? And if they don't speak the language, you can just keep them as slaves, because what are they going to do? What are they going to do? They ain't gonna leave. They're not gonna go back to their country. They're gonna work there because they don't know where to go to get food or whatever. They're in a country they ain't never been in before, and that's what's happening. Is maybe there's a couple 100,000 that are enjoying the hell out of the life, but there's a hell of a lot more that aren't on the internet and aren't being shown by the news that are being exploited, especially girls and women that are being pushed into the sex trafficking stuff. If you want a place to stay, if you want this, if you want your money, if you want to see your mother again, if you want this or that, you're gonna put your picture up on this app. I'll answer all of the dates for you, and you're gonna go there and do what you got to do to make sure we get the money rolling in. Freedom of speech. My country is heavily relied on mob mentality, so no freedom of speech. It's spelled Byzantine. What up, Edward? Long time, brother. What you been doing? Busy? The Burj Khalifa, that super tall skyscraper built on the stand, has no plumbing, so they practically have to haul truckloads of people's own crap out for their personal gain. Sleep schedule's on point, yeah. I guess it's 7 o'clock in the morning over there? No, 5 o'clock in the morning. I prefer gravy, butter chicken. I wish fast food was actually healthy. And you know what? Listen, someone is going to make healthy fast food, and they're going to get rich. Because McDonald's is not inexpensive, and you could absolutely make a fast food restaurant that makes good food, and you'll make a lot of money. I wish slow food was unhealthy. Fruit fast. If I had $1 million, what's the fastest fruit? Prunes, right out your butt. The actual executive slavery Hitler did because Leslie had cops named stormtroopers in the 1935 go door to door, send Jews to. Yep, that was more than slavery. Aren't we just slave to the dollar? I mean, basically, yes, but we can choose how to get that dollar, what work we want to do to get that, the right to not work for one place or the other. But yeah, still, yeah, you got to get it. So wage slaves, yeah. Underpaying them is minimum wage is slavery. Then my family business heavily relied on that. Oh, brother. No, prunes aren't dates. Dates are dates. Prunes are prunes. Prunes are dried plums. Dates are actually a fruit called a date. We're all slaves of our own mind and body. Agreed. Who decides to be worthy of God? Why aren't we gods ourselves? Who made God a god? That's why God is God, because nobody made God. Slave to the rhythm. Quick. Everyone go on welfare. Spring snowman. Added you. Okay. Yep, I see it. Oops. Direct message, yeah. Friends. Oh, I gotta pee. All right. Boom. Dominic. Nothing much, man. First time doggies at Shakespeare. Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry. Is God worthy of me? Rhythm is a dancer. Can I borrow a cup of American sugar? Philosophy questions, science, and science questions have an answer. I have answers to all. Please don't. You're definitely getting taxed. I remember you used to be on a strict prune juice diet when I was a child because my mom forced it on me, and nowadays is why I refuse prunes. They're disgusting me. Yeah, that's called trauma. That's called trauma, brother. Call me love. Call me love. Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. What is love? I'm a slave to the prunes. Can I have another piece of chocolate cake? I'm not a big fan of peaches. I live in Georgia, the peach state, too. What is love? What is love? I can't even go that freaking high. What is love? What is love? What is love? Jeez. Baby, don't hurt me. We should import sugar from Cuba and shut down the big sugar Everglades. Tax me, daddy. Oh, sorry, Siraj. Sorry. I got it. I forgot. Hold on. Boom. Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more.
Excuse me, gentlemen. Do you want to buy AirPods?
We don't have cash.
Yeah, we don't have cash. No worries, brother. I've got Cash App, Apple Pay, Venmo. Our phones are
Yeah,
dead.
my phone's dead. His phone's dead. Both
of
our
our
phones
phones
are
are
dead.
dead. No problem, brother. I've got charger.
That's an Android charger. Yeah, we have
Oh, no problem, brother. I've got iPhone charger. Our phones are broken.
Yeah, broke the whole thing. Broke.
I personally believe.
Yeah, he doesn't have his checkbook on him.
No worries. I've got your checkbook. How did you get my... Give me that. Sure. Hey, nice doing business with you, sir. What?
Hey! There's nothing in here.
Brother, how you breathe air, now listen to air. Okay? Have a good bad taste, sir.
Freaking scammers. All right, what I miss? I personally believe that the most terrible situations are because people trust too much. People need to learn that most people aren't going to help without benefit. If you have nothing, if you have nothing to buy, you're the product. Right? No, right? I agree, absolutely. And the problem is we do not teach history far enough back. Like in America, we only teach the kids slavery back to the American slave trade. So they think slavery was strictly an American thing, white Americans on black people. They don't know about black slaveholders. They don't know about white slaves. They don't know about any of that. And a lot of other things like that. We don't teach them how to think. We teach them what to think. And then we overload them with crap so that when they get out of school, they want to stop learning. Most of the stuff you'll learn in life is outside of school, but they're going to make you get so tired of learning that once you get out of school, you're going to be like, okay, I got my degree. That means I know everything. And it wrecks a lot of stuff for people. Going out of the country, going to the country, gonna eat a lot of peaches. They call it sugar. Makes you feel better. No taxes and no debt, no cash, just happiness and freedom and peace. It's called common courtesy and common sense is the world economy. Yeah, I agree. Richard with the vocal range. Thank you, Crying Fish. Thank you, Crying Fish. Oh, oh, sailors that star-spangled banner yet wave. Oh, we're the land of the free and the home of the brave. Greek yogurt is dope. Vitamins, protein stuff. Iced tea was really the music singing CNC Music Factory. Tell me I'm wrong. Hello, I am Microsoft Customer Service. Please tell me your bank account details, including the B12. Thank you for benefiting. Totally okay. People, morally great thing. Hollywood movie industries show both black and white slave owners. There you go. Yeah, but they don't teach it. Kids think that's done in America to show. What do they call it? We are not culturally. What do they call it? I can't remember the term. When you say like we have to have a white character, a black character, a gay character, a trans character, they're showing not diversity. What's the term they say they use? I can't remember. But so they think that's why it's just a movie. I sing like a crying fish, my friends tell me. Why is yogurt so popular among Homo sapiens? Just bacteria smelling sour. For the bacteria, So the bacteria, a lot of people have messed up guts that need more bacteria. I always say the majority of stuff you learn in school is never going to be used in the real world unless you're actually good at working under pressure. I agree. Cheese is the best. Clutch Ultra still crawling on your window. No, the word homogenous. No, what are they? Representation. So when kids see black slave owners and white, they think it's because, well, Hollywood requires you to have white people and black people and gay people and trans people as the main role. And so yeah, they say that you need representation, and so that makes history not look properly because people think it's all race based. Yogurt hate you too, Edward. Do America ever have kings? If you ask some people, Trump was the king. They did a no kings protest and everything. It hurts. Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. Oh, we're the land of the free. Oh, okay, brother. Okay, so the Sultan, the bridge is named after when he conquered Constantinople. It took the prettiest boys as his eunuch boyfriends. Pretty much common knowledge. No clue why YouTube would censor it. Yeah, maybe eunuch. Let's see. I'll pull it up here. All right. Fatih Sultan Mehmet Bridge, known as the second Bosphorus Bridge, Istanbul, Turkey, spanning the Bosphorus Strait, was completed in 1988, the fifth longest suspension bridge span in the world. Look at that. The bridge named after the 15th century Ottoman Sultan Mehmed the Conqueror, who conquered the Byzantine capital Constantinople, Istanbul, in 1453. It carries European Route E80, Asian Highway 1. It's called Asian Highway 1 and Asian Highway 5? Toll 2 highways, 3 other bridges. Okay, where's the history? Toll collection, transportation. Oh, we're going to get into the wackadoo. Are you serious? What? About what? Well, if people watch a movie and only think there was black slave owners because of wokeness, then the problem is viewers. Right. I agree. It's how they're taught. And also, they think there's not black slave owners is the problem. They think there's only white slave owners and black slaves. American is European king escaping the Pope. Uh-oh. That's why the Bible is different. Black, white, it's just a chessboard option. Yeah, people but it's so profitable to tell people that they're oppressed, and if you give me your money, you won't be oppressed anymore. I'll make sure of it. It goes for the same thing. I believe deep down the Pledge of Allegiance is a lie because if we're United States of America, the land of the free, my ass is, yes, it is. What are you talking about? What do you mean? It's the freest country on earth. What are you talking about, Samuel? It's the freest country on earth. You're doing what you want to do right now, saying what you want to say on the internet right now without people kicking your door in or finding you or telling you what you can and can't say. You can get the job and you can study for what you want. You can go to school for what you want to go to school for. You're not told by the government that you're going to be a freaking coal miner and you can do what you want. It's absolutely the most free country on earth. Whoever told you the opposite was lying to you. It is the most free country on earth. Yes, we are stuck under some things, but there is no other place on earth that will give you the freedoms like America gives you. Let's see. In a world full of white and black, be brown. What up, Threshold? So classism over racism. It's absolutely classism over racism. Absolutely. Samuel takes his rights and freedoms for granted. He's young. I think he's 14. How old are you, brother? 12? I think he's 12 or 14. Yeah, whites are like aliens, better weapons. Whites are like aliens, better weapons, better planning. The other races were humans unprepared to face an invasion. And alas, they lost. 12 Years a Slave was one of the movies showing that black man could be both free and both a slave owner. I'd say, okay. I've never seen it. Threshold moment. The most free country on earth with the most insane prison sentences. Yeah, right. Well, so crimes need to pay. Do you think it would be better if people didn't get as much time? You know, like, listen, one of the biggest problems we have now, ND, is a lot of the cities in America let murderers and rapists out awaiting trial. They did that because they said that bail was racist. Like, black people can't afford bail, so why would we charge them with it? And you're innocent until proven guilty, so people are like let out, and that's what they say. But then anybody that's a murderer, black, white, or brown, or whatever, it doesn't have to stay in jail in those cities that have that. It's called cashless bail, cash free bail. The kid 12 to 14 years old, give him a pass, but we'll be talking like that if you're my son. Potatoes, yes, I remember you, twin. Of course I remember. You think, excuse you, jerk, I'm 18. Okay, 18. I know what I see to prove Amish farmer without government up my butt. You can absolutely do. You absolutely could go be an Amish farmer, brother. You absolutely could go be an Amish farmer. You can tell because there are Amish farmers, and you can do the same. Yeah, if anybody told you different, they lied to you. Dr. Wiener, where have you been? I've been here, brother. That's the actual racism. Amish people also have to pay taxes. Yeah, but we have. If you want to get away from all of that, you can go to areas and be subsistence. You have to sign yourself out of something. I'm not exactly sure how it happens. What up, Tara? Sorry for not being here. That's all right, brother. I was here. Amish from Switzerland. Samuel says that he's 18, but he does not know the thing about the Constitution of the Bill of Rights. Someone brought him up with grievance culture to destroy the victim ideology. Identity. Your mic looks like a shotgun shell. It's called a shotgun mic. The Democrat Party of 1860 slavery is the same Democrat Party of today. It's just white people that are targets now. Yep, I sent details. Okay. Brazilian Amish. It's free to become an Amish farmer, but it takes freedom. Granted, all that rest of rights and freedoms. He's playing Minecraft. So you're saying I can be fully self-reliant, don't have to pay for stuff because I'm sick of it. I want my domain separate from site. Yes. You can sign yourself out of society. You can sign away your ability to be able to accept retirement and Social Security, and you can sign yourself out of taxes. You can burn your Social Security card. You can absolutely do that. But you've got to find a place in America or whatever country you want to go to, and you've got to grow your own food, farm your own animals, do all that. You have to do that all on your own. You're not going to get money for free because I would be paying for that if you took my tax dollars to do that. But if you wanted to be a farmer, you absolutely can. You absolutely can do that. And it's not a problem. There's people all over. They're called off the grid. You can go to Alaska. You can go into the Amish areas too and talk to them. Absolutely, you can do that, my brother. Yes, I actually would think it would be better in saying crimes deserve max sentence, but giving 3 strikes, those small crimes, end up in jail 20 years. Yeah, the 3 strikes rule is nuts, and that's pretty much only California. Sam will just think because he can speak freely of any country he can. It's sorely mistaken freedom of speech. Yeah, right. I agree. It's my life farming potatoes imported to the United States. Now I will say we do have some nonsense laws. I agree with that. No, absolutely. It absolutely needs to be redone. But we can't let murderers out of jail, awaiting their trial because they can't afford bail. That's just silly. And then if it shows out that they were wrongly arrested, then they can sue. Absolutely. But we the way that they're, they might not be. They might be innocent. Okay, well, if they're innocent and the evidence doesn't point towards them, then don't arrest them or give them a lower bail or whatever. But if you've got some evidences against people, you don't let them out. And if come to find out that you were wrong, then you were wrong. You got to be trained better. Yeah, that's a big problem. Okay, where am I at? I wish humans were colors of all the rainbow. The color wars. Into the wild. If the country is free, let Samuel curse the government. That's one of the most salt and goes over things. The fall of Wisconsin article, the atrocities, what happened. Okay, we'll check that right now. The thing is about the rights and freedoms, the Constitution, the Bill of Rights is not about the government where the moderator is mistaken. Not the color. What's up, twin? The fact is, what the moderator just said is incorrect because we have a Second Amendment. The government gets the cop out of hand. I hate the chat, how people think my ideas are unrealistic. That's why I mean people don't take me seriously because they think it's a joke. So prove it. What do you mean? I don't think that's what you're talking about, brother. You said that America wasn't free and you can't do what you want, and we said that you can go do what you want. You were just incorrect about it, and we were teaching you. That's what we do here. We teach you when you're wrong. And we learn when we're wrong. Everybody knows it's not about the color. No, yeah, it's just so easy to get people emotional and then be like, look, if you want to stop being oppressed, donate all your money to this nonprofit. Do you see the Whistler Diesel's video where he put Amish buggy wheels on a Hellcat? Yeah, I saw that. Rights and freedoms are not about the government. They're about the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, unalienable rights. The problem is not their color, it's their behavior. A mod means moderator. You know what it means. Moderators are the people here in the blue. Yes, a mod is a blue name. That's correct. This time, the country should be signing all boards. What's up, Arthur, brother? Basically, a moderator is a person that if they don't like what you say, they have to silence you. Or if you repeat the same thing over and over again, like you're doing again, etc., you're doing it again. You just repeated the same freaking thing twice. Jeez, dude. It can be channel moderator. It can be a moderator. Why am I trapped then? Because I'm stuck in Port Richey, Florida. All I could do was drown on my phone because the only piece I got. Brother, you're young. You're very young. I'm 49. I'm 31 years older than you. Right? So you've got a long way to go and you've got a lot of paths you can take. What you should be thinking about now isn't what you want to do for retirement, but what you want to do on those dots between now and retirement. What's the next goal you want to do? And then think about the future, something you want to have done in 5 years, and then what you need to do that, and then slowly chip away at it. The problem with thinking young when you're young is you're thinking about the now. And I did the same thing, but I got over that quickly, about 18 years old. And I started saying, okay, I'm going to start thinking more towards the future rather than it's like, this sucks. Well, how do I make it not suck? What would I need to do to make it not suck? And usually we feel that everything sucks when we don't have a plan, when we don't see that we're ticking things off the list. But yeah, Central Scrutinizer, do you have yellow snow? I really miss Dynamo Hum. It's me, Poyoko. I just changed my name because a year ago I used this watch to watch the stream and relive his. Okay, brother. Well, author, welcome back. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Hold on. I did come to read the streams because I was at school. It's all right, brother. It's just get north. Florida's a stifling place. Yeah, right. Start for the next week. Start looking at different places around the United States you think you might enjoy getting to. Find the pricing, the area, and then make a 5-year plan. Say, okay, by the time I'm 24, I want to be headed this way. And then break that down. What you need to get together. What's the minimum amount of money you need to make? The minimum amount you need to work, or what kind of company you might be able to create with any talents you might have. And if you don't have any, then start getting them together. Try to find things you're good at. Okay, hold on. Okay, Mehmet II. Mehmet, pronounced Mehmet. Commonly known as Mehmet the Conqueror, the father of conquest, the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire twice. From August 1444 to September 1446, then from February 1451 to May 1481. So he ruled for 2 years and then I guess lost it and then came back in for 30 years. During Mehmet's first reign, he defeated the crusade by John Hunyadi after Hungarian incursions into his lands violated the treaties of Erdene and Szeged. When Mehmet II ascended the throne in 1451, strengthened by the Ottoman Navy, and made the preparations to attack Constantinople. At age 21, he conquered Constantinople and brought an end to the Byzantine Empire. After the conquest, Mehmet claimed the title Caesar of Rome. Based on that fact, Constantinople had to be the seat of capital surviving the Eastern Roman Empire since its consecration in 330 AD by Emperor Constantine, hence Constantinople. The claim was soon recognized by the Patriarch of Constantinople, but rejected by most European monarchs. Damn, I'm way far behind. Jeez. Same. After 25 years of life, it's just bland life. I missed school and college, age 26. I wish I was 18 again. What's up, Sir Jacob, brother? I appreciate you too, brother. Samuel, it's not that ideas are unacceptable. It's whatever you're saying that are not fact-based. Your approach to everything from feelings. I was made a moderator without asking. Not once have I even asked about censoring anyone. That's how cool people are for gravitate to that channel. Dun, 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 dun. Realistically, that would be take the knowledge from working on cars so I can over time become fully self-reliant. I'm not doing it for money. I'm doing it for knowledge. That's what a Phoenix does. If you want to be alone, that won't help you make money unless you want to be around other people who also have broken cars to fix. But that might be a good way to get your nest egg together. Man, I love Florida, but I live in South Florida, not that classic Florida man, Central Florida. But you said Samuel's incorrect. Young people, yeah, you told him that, dude, 12 times. I got to family thing, not bad, but. It's sad things are out this way. It used to be, my mother used to say, God rest her soul, but it's what it is. Most Def 2 mods in this community have grown wild. What if he's good at nothing? He better be good at something or marry somebody that's good at something. For people in chat, my name is Samuel Agee, not Samuel L. Jackson, Agent Wolf. Samuel Jackson is the guy that makes snakes on a plane. He was Mehmet Ali Ajay was the guy that capped the Pope. Oh, jeez. I was thinking moderator status had gone in my head. I feel so powerful. All right, Sharaj, brother, have a good night. What up, Katra? Super Katra. Ottoman Empire, Vlad the Impaler. Take off the antipsychotics and oxycodone I prescribed? Yes, sir. Take it. I took the whole bottle. What? All right, let's see. When Mehmet was born 30th of March, 1432 in Edirne. When the capital city of Ottoman Empire, his father is Sultan Murad, his mother is Huma Hatun, a slave of uncertain origin. Wow. When Mehmet II was 11 years old, he sent to Amasia his two advisors to govern and thus gain experience per the custom of Ottoman rulers for this time. Sultan Murad II sent a number of teachers for him to study under. This Islamic education had a great impact on molding Mehmet's mindset, reinforcing his Muslim beliefs. He was influenced in this practice of Islamic epistemology by practitioners of science, particularly his mentor, Mala Gorani, and followed their approach. The influence of Akshar Sabadem of Muhammad's life became prominent from a young age, especially imperative for fulfilling his Islamic duty to overthrow the Byzantine Empire by conquering Constantinople. Was that government spy? I never realized I missed Katra. The young people have been indoctrinated into grievance culture, and Samuel's reflection of that. Yeah, I agree. But you're not gonna change it in one stream like this. I'm just saying, you spend a couple of weeks with the kid and slowly work him out of it. Young dude, keep wrenching, you'll do fine. You'll do fine. Yeah, wrenching's a great way to make some money. What's up, Matt, brother? Edir May. Thank you, Matt, brother. Schizophrenia. Samuel's an 18-year-old man that takes... You mentioned that, dude. Jeez. I meant I have friends with schizophrenia. I don't think it's contagious. It actually can be contagious. Do you know 80% of schizophrenics have a parasite called Toxoplasmosis gondii? And if they didn't have that parasite, it wouldn't have triggered, supposedly, their schizophrenia. So it absolutely could be caused in the body from parasitic infection. So it could be contagious. Why I am who I'm is because I have feelings and emotions, but everyone else acts like they're programmed to say this stuff and show a world we have on Earth again. But it's all right. So, well, yeah, brother. Well, I mean, a lot of people are bots. I have aura. I feel it. Very feminine aura. The Constitution and Bill of Rights are not being taught in school. They're not. They're absolutely not. Absolutely not. Like I've seen a bunch of kids on the internet and they ask, what's the First Amendment? And they think it's like do unto others as you want them to be done unto you. And like thou shalt not kill. Like, no, the First Amendment. No, listen, when I went to school, you could not graduate unless you took a citizenship test. Every citizen had to take a citizenship test before they graduated high school. And yeah, we had a bunch of stuff. They're not doing that anymore. Katra, your boyfriend, has been banished for posting videos to this realm. Negative aura. Maybe I'm missing the forest for the trees, but to me, the bridge named after the guy represents the Sultan's specific atrocities. Maybe we haven't gotten to that point yet, but I'm sure it has something to do with it. But I mean, conquest, we just haven't gotten there yet. See if you can find a video about it, Hoover. Our rights aren't the fake system. Our rights aren't fake. The system just likes to pick and choose them randomly. Right, and then do things like pass laws that are unconstitutional and then put them into effect while they're wrapped up for a couple of years before they get to the Supreme Court and then are found unconstitutional. So, but we've all been under those laws and be put not under, what are they called? Those laws were enforced on us until they were found unconstitutional. But if you were in jail and stuff, or you got fined for that stuff, you don't just get that money back. Fat Bong, brother, CVT weights are too light. Yeah, you got to make sure that's weighted properly. When I was 18 years old and a young man, 1984, I knew all about American history, the Constitution, the Bill of Rights. They taught us from elementary school to junior high and senior high school. So, and when I was in high school, the same. But the Democratic Party back then wasn't anti-America. And saying you can't teach that in school, there's non-Americans in your school that might be offended to see what Americans did to defend themselves. And that's why it's all wackadoodle. Wiener, that's your problem. Space Cowboy, he hasn't been in here yet today. My problem is my patient's not taking their medicine when prescribed. I don't have enough dopamine. You do what? Where's Space Cow? Wiener, I have a psychiatrist. It ain't you. Serotonin is better than dopamine. That's what I say. Get there without me. You could get Parkinson's if you don't have enough dopamine. That's true. I have the right to be dumb. You do, brother. Hey, Rich, I'm not a bot. You're not a bot, Michelle. I have the right to take the test and be shoved out of my brain. But what you don't understand is that you think you want to obey and give in. But what you don't understand is you want me to obey and give in. I never said any of that. I'm not, you just okay. You say it's okay. Agree with me, comments. Brother, first of all, I don't know if you're exactly getting your point across as well as you think you are, but I absolutely did not say you start obeying. I told you to go after what you want. Obey yourself, but know the rules of the game you're under so that you don't find yourself in a bad predicament. All my patients are on their Catra cocktail. That civics test or whatever it was called Easy AF. When we did it, it was called the maybe they have the civics test now, but it was called the citizenship test. I just like to lurk here. Thank you, Jason. I like to do the opposite of lurking. I like to host. I'm a cocktail for sure. Apparently, life you're going to calm down because I'm fruity. Bam, bam, bam. Mark, bigger number syndrome. Bad job lurking. Hondas, Toyotas, Isuzu's. It's not me that's paranoid hallucinating. It's my grandpa. Get it right. Codotocal cyst? Can B get a depression? Fergan got me some camera glasses for hands-free recording so it can actually work. Yeah. Start posting some videos, brother. By the way, Richard, my grandpa's in a nursing home now. By the way, he still remembers me and everything. Good to hear. Catcher. I'm glad he's out of the hospital. I understand he's in a nursing home. That's good. Big changes during the Bush years. Yeah, there was. People died on battlefields in order to preserve the right for Samuel to speak freely. He does not understand that. No, people don't. The Brazilian was big change too. Yeah, I don't respect the government. Yeah, I don't respect the government, but I respect the people that fought for us. Right. You shouldn't respect when the government's ever changing. And when they change to what they've changed into and not respecting our past, that's exactly what's going on now. They're saying, screw our past. I don't care about those people. I don't care about what you've suffered for. I want something different for this. I want my name to go in history books for something different. That's when you need to stop respecting them. I wish everyone was here at Mightiest P53 Gene. Wait, Edward, what does that gene do? Mario, can you check out Dr. Barry Marshall? Yep, sure can. Australian psychologist, physician. Nobel laureate Barry James Marshall is Australian physician, Nobel laureate, physiology, medicine, professor of clinical microbiology, and director of Marshall Center at the University of Australia. Cure for ulcers, career and research, Royal Perth, Rod Peathers, and gastritis, fellowship training, Royal Perth together. H. pylori. That's what they're doing now. They're doing fecal transplants to help cure H. pylori. See what I mean by when I speak literally, everyone is against me because my thoughts are unrealistic. But I understand. You'll see when the time comes for me to be free. Not unrealistic. They were untrue. So whoever, when you were speaking something, it wasn't that you were lying, is that you what you were saying was not true. It's not the way history was written, and that's what he was saying. Can nobody pronounce medical terms better than doctors? I can't. Yeah, I suck at them, and I'm pretty good with physiology, chemistry, biological freaking specimen transfer protocols. P53 is a tumor suppressor gene. Fights cancer. Nursing homes suck. Spend a lot of time there. Damn, William. Anyways, I don't know what else to say other than I drown myself in my phone to watch YouTube because it's my only sense of peace because the real world doesn't happen even though I feel stuck. Brother, first of all, I want to tell you I absolutely understand the feeling, and I want to tell you how to pass that. You feel that you're stuck when you haven't created a goal. You need a goal, an achievable goal. Then you have a path to create to get to that goal. When we feel like we're just rotting because there's nothing to achieve, we have that feeling of being stuck. You've got to create your own reality. You've got to create what you want. You have to say, I want this. Maybe it starts something easy. Like you want to be able to fold an origami swan and say you want to be able to do that by next Friday. And then what do you got to do between now and next Friday to reach that goal? And then when you achieve that goal, set a little more difficult goal, maybe a little farther down, but always have something that you're working towards because the rot really gets psychological. Just indulges in free speech. Doesn't understand the places where under objectivity faces harsh penalties. Back ADCC kid absolutely growls. Much hotter as stocks turn the first header's golden purple. They'll hold a 450-pound woman uphill 10 miles an hour with her on the back. Abject tyranny. Find a hobby. You definitely need a hobby. Absolutely. Aren't nursing homes made for nurses? H. pylori, the drilling ancient bacteria, loves stomach acid. Yeah, it doesn't get destroyed in the stomach acid. Peptic ulcers. If I have the gene, I do have a higher tolerance for anesthesia. I need to tell you, he made a stupid move where he drank a whole bottle of bacteria. H. pylori developed, Marshall was quoted in saying, everyone was against me, but I knew it was right. He did not believe bacteria could live in the acidic environment of stomach. Okay, here it is. Okay, hold on. Okay. He met, internal results. Together, they both studied the presence of spiral bacteria with gastritis. In 1982, they performed a culture of H. pylori and developed their hypothesis on a bacteria of peptic ulcers and gastric cancer. It has been claimed that H. pylori theory was ridiculed by established scientists and doctors who did not believe that any bacteria could live in the acidic environment of the stomach. And this is in 1982. So that means that they never took any sample out of someone's stomach acid and checked it for bacteria. Because they absolutely would have been able to see it in 1982 with 1982 microscopes and whatnot. That's crazy. Marshall was quoted as saying, everyone was against me, but I knew I was right. On the other hand, it's been argued that medical researchers showed a proper degree of skepticism until the H. pylori hypothesis could be supported as evidence. In 1982, obtained funding for a year of research. 30 out of 100 samples showed no support. However, it was discovered that lab technicians have been throwing the cultures out after 2 days. This was standard practice for throat swabs after other organisms in the mouth rendered cultures unusable after 2 days. Due to other hospital work, the lab technicians didn't have time to immediately throw out the 31st test. test on the second day, so it stayed from Thursday till Monday. In that sample, they discovered H. pylori and later found out that H. pylori grows more slowly than other mucosal bacteria, and stomach cultures were not contaminated by other organisms. In 1983, they submitted their findings to the Gastroenterological Society of Australia. The reviewers turned their paper down, rated the bottom 10%, and they received that year. After failed attempts to infect piglets in 84, Marshall having a baseline endoscopy done, he drank a broth containing H. pylori, expected to develop an ulcer a year later. He was surprised that only 3 days later he developed vague nausea and halitosis due to there was no acid to kill bacteria in the stomach, and the waste products manifested as bad breath, noticed by his wife. On day 5 to 8, he developed no acid vomiting. Alcoholic vomiting. On day 8, he had a repeat endoscopy, which showed massive inflammation, and a biopsy where H. pylori was cultured, showing it had colonized his stomach. On the 14th day, third endoscopy was done. He began to take antibiotics. He did not develop antibodies to H. pylori, suggesting that innate immunity can sometimes eradicate H. pylori infection. Marshall's illness and recovery based on a culture organism extracted from a patient fulfilled Koch postulates for H. pylori and gastritis, but did not for peptic ulcers. The experiment was published in 85 and is amongst his most cited journal. Jeez, what a wackadoodle. Gold and purple mean it's running rich and hot. At P53 gene is probably gone. My mom was at Heidelberg, Germany in 86, 3 months after Chernobyl. 50% of her graduating class got or died of cancer. Jeez. The Neanderthal gene, Katra, the one that makes people redhead, and laughing gas almost caused a panic attack. No need to be high. Well, she was there for 3 months during and after the accident. Jeez. It would be nice if someone from North Korea who has escaped from there could explain to Samuel if we were free. And shit happens. Lord knows it burns like hell in a blister afterward. If I was in the government, I would band-aid every kid in every school, including homeschooling. Must be finished the pocket constitution. That I agree with, too. What up, Sub 9? The legend is live. What up, brother? Do babies go goo goo gaga? Because they're hungry. I do have a goal, which is to get my dad's truck working, but I signed up for AutoZone and Dollar General, and they said they aren't responding to me, so what do you expect of me? What are you doing to the truck? What are you doing? What are you working on? You don't just sit around and wait for someone to call you. You act. Sam, just get outside and exercise. Yeah, you go, you spend an hour a day at the truck. You check the oil, you check the tire pressure, you see if the tires are, you get the Chilton manual on your phone, and you start seeing what you can check. There should be like 108 point inspection to do. You should do that on the truck to see where you're at, where your list of repairs are. Because they have their own language, but society imposes language on them, on therm. Languages like THRM is some art. I have to exercise. I'm also writing the rot. Fighting the rot? Goo Goo Gaga is a great language. How dare you say that to me? Edward's learning German. Ew, is so good. Tagamet ulcer drug made mega billions of dollars. Yes, it absolutely did. And it also allowed other drugs to absorb more easily and be metabolized more easily by the, I think it was the CP450 enzyme in the liver. It absolutely made people a lot of money. A lot of money. Don't give up. Yeah, don't give up. Yeah, don't give up. Yeah, Sam, I hate to be that guy, but simply 2 job applications will not show results. I have 6 years of experience as a line cook, obtained 15 applications to get a response. Yeah, you can't wait. Why do I need to go outside when my father is stuck limping with a walker, can't leave the house, point of your nose, pain, I'm stuck with dealing. Then, okay, brother, you didn't mention that before. You just said that you feel stuck. Well, then if you're not going to do anything about it, don't do anything about it. I love microbiology, and that's applying to something I have experience with, from bacteria to virus to protozoa to fungi and prions, everything. Anything, going outside is scientifically proven to improve your brain, mood, and health. It doesn't solve everything, but yeah, absolutely. You end up, and I've talked about this a lot, vitamin D deficiency. If you're not getting at least 45 minutes of sunlight on your skin a day, you're going to start feeling depressed. If you're not eating enough beef and eggs and whatnot, you should look into making sure you're getting enough vitamin B12. Prions cannot be cooked out of meat, correct? Grow some plants. Yeah, right. I've got lots of plants growing around here. They're a great thing to see grow. Something that you planted is developing into something. It gives you something else to wake up and see every day besides your walls. I'm also simulated. I have my worst air quality. Yeah. I'm also similar situated. I can lie. I don't feel great, but I'm making up sure hygiene. I get out and try to do things. Doesn't feel like much. Sam, if you look at the big sad poop in life, miss the beauty of the small things. Life is meant to be enjoyed. I agree. A certain group of people refer to white people as Neanderthals and say we're all Neanderthals, but the fact is that Neanderthal DNA correlates with a higher collective intelligence. I'm already in Catra. Yes, wiener is a sausage. And yes, I know golden purple means it's running hot. It's not running rich. Pulled the spark plug. It's burning nice tan color. I had my filter off. I hadn't cleaned it in months. Ain't clogged. That's good. Oh, it's clogged. Yeah, that's not good. So, Sam, what do you do? What do you expect? Also, Sam, what do you expect yourself? Asians and Caucasians. That rhymes. Wiener, get your own kitty minds, girls. Long wiener versus thick wiener on a hot dog. But a wise man told me if you're down and depressed, go out and help somebody who's got it worse than you. Yep, I do that a lot. I try to donate something every day. Offer somebody you have to be of service to somebody. I know Sam said you're being of service to your father. But, you also have to make sure that you're where you need to be first. You have to have a good foundation for yourself. And you're getting to that age where you got to figure that stuff out. I work on engines in my spare time, brother. I enjoy working on cars. Currently working on small engines, but it's the same thing for bigger. Once you get context, it can help you fix your truck, brother. There you go. I meant to say at the highest amount of Neanderthal DNA. Sorry, my attitude is just, again, I'm trying to just numb myself because it's all I could do now to suppress and numb. It's how I survive my trauma. Brother, listen, you survive your trauma by just staying alive. Everybody's got trauma. You can deal with it in different ways. If you don't keep yourself busy, then you start thinking about trauma. There's a lot of stuff you can start doing. You can learn how to code. You can start reading Chilton manuals, learning about how to be a mechanic, learn different cars, learn Japanese cars, learn Chinese cars, learn electric cars, learn Fords, Dodges, everything. And you can spend hours and hours and hours seeing how every nut, bolt, washer, lock, washer, the torque spec, everything for everything. Why are you mad at Monk, Doctor? Edward, the answer is bratwurst. He's 18, he said. She's not mad at Monk. Mustard, mayo, grilled ketchup, grilled onions. I usually have, if you're talking about hot dogs, I just usually have ketchup and mustard, but on like sausages, I'll have mayo. Jalapenos, now definitely not jalapenos. I said I'm 18 years old and if it's going to take 15 applications all at once, what do? I have 15 people calling me, 15 jobs. No, if another one calls, when you get one, you say thank you, I'll take the job. And then when the others call, say thank you, but I currently have another job. Yeah. You just plan out what you're going to do. Okay, I have 15 people that are calling. Well, but you put 2 in and 0 called. You think they're going to call? They're probably never going to call. You'll put in 15 and you'll get 1 call. Yeah, no, it's not the way it works, brother. They're not all going to call you because they're nice. They don't care. And a lot of these places, they put things out there. Like if they're not hiring, they're not going to call at all. They're not going to call and say, hey, I want to thank you for putting in an application, but we're not hiring right now. That doesn't happen. That doesn't happen until you're like in big business and like corporate. Prions cannot be cooked unless you reach 1,000 degrees F for hours. Yeah. You can carbonize it. Mustard have nervotic acid, good for the brains. Check it out. Okay. All right, let's see. Yes, mustard seeds contain nervotic acid. While it's a minor component, 2 to 8%. It's notable because ionic acid is a very long chain fatty acid that plays a crucial role in brain health and the formation of myelin. You know what else helps the formation of myelin? B12. Dog, you don't have to accept all of them. Sorry, boss, I got a job elsewhere. Yeah, it's all right. Yes, all right. Thank you for calling, but I've currently got a job. Another company got through to me. I accepted the job somewhere else. Thank you. I accepted the job somewhere else. Fat. I know there's just your mom joke waiting to happen. Cat has more Neanderthal DNA than most. I modified the link I sent to the atrocities section. All the videos on topic are garbage fluff. Bam, bam. In the Discord you did? I modified the link I sent. In the Discord? I didn't get it, brother. Well, Catch was... Or did you put it in the... Is the DMs 1,000 or 2,000 degree cooked meat is unusable? Yeah, it's charcoal. Catcher, you're a nice person, but I didn't know you were fun. I used to go outside, but I realized it was much more important to watch 110th grade Sam making me happy with his words of defeat. I love women who are chill. Ultra outside watching Richard. Not getting offended. I seem chill because I'm not to hop off. I'm chill. Hold on. I seem chill when I'm not. I just hop off. I don't want to bother people when I get steam to blow. I'm a very chill woman for a man. You want to love me super? I'm super intense. Edward, I'm super intense. Sam, numbing yourself won't help. It makes shit worse. Trust me, I know. You have to push through it. Find outlets outside. Watching yourself for YouTube 16 hours a day makes it worse. Yeah, you have to push through it. Yeah, and the thing is, you see all these people that are so mad on the internet, and those are the people that didn't do the things with their life that they wanted to do. They waited until they were 70 to get started. Are there any? Oh, there it is. I got it. Okay, I see it, brother. All right, 1 second. My dad's stuck in pain at 65 years old. He's addicted to pain meds and he smokes. I tried multiple times to say I want to help him out. I want to help him, but hospitals aren't their jobs. No. They're in their companies. They're there to make profit. They're there for profit. If your father wants to change, he's got to set that up to change. Doctors aren't going to do it for you. They'll just make money off of them. Richard, you're way behind it. I'm way behind in the chat. What's the drawback to a gay barbecue? The hot dogs taste like Georgie. Chill woman. Richard's at least a week behind. I'm working on it. Hospitals don't do anything. He's addicted to pain meds. He can just quit. He can't just quit cold turkey. Physically restrain his use. You have to step in and help him. Give it a try, brother. I mean, but if his pain isn't managed other way, is he addicted to pain meds or is he dependent on them? Is he in pain? If he's in pain and he's taking them as prescribed, that's different than like selling his watch and stuff to get pain meds. If he's not using more than he's prescribed, then it's not. But in the real life, I mean, is there anyone real world, anyone that's chill when sitting in front of their PC? Except soul game enjoyers. Richard can talk fast as an auctioneer for sure. Catcher's incorrect. Your dad isn't full responsibility. Living your life is your responsibility. That's correct. Your life is your responsibility. Richard, sir should be respected for replying patiently. Other streamers ignore. Right. I should be appreciated. Sam needs a weekend in Vegas. If I meet a Latina who's nice and treats me right, I'll probably settle down and fall in love with her, but then I'll be single and riding my bike. You got a Trek bike, Georgie? If someone is bugging you, I've noticed nobody else is going to fix it. If you want to stop bugging you, you have to stop in. Yeah, that's absolutely truth. B12 makes neurotic acid from oleic acid. Mustard acid on its own. Bam. Here I go drinking mustard. No, what I need is a weekend with Roxy because if she was real, be your soulmate, Butters game. Brother, what would that do for you then? What would that do for you? It would only be a weekend. What are you going to do after that weekend? You're not looking into the future. You're thinking if she was here now, great. But then what would you do the next weekend after that? You're not planning into the future. You're looking for the now. Cartels make away a majority of Latinos. Exactly. Fat. I have problems not solving very quickly, but better than other people's problems. My problem, and I'm the only one that's going to try to fix it for me. That's right. You took your methylfolate today? I did. Catcher definitely should try it. I agree. I've been saying that to her for years, at least 6 months. Oh, dude, don't stop with that insanity. It's not healthy for your mental state. Fixate on someone else. At least a real woman. Mustard seed transformed product, vinegar ground seeds. Okay, I got it. Hold on 1 second. Let me finish up this. I'm way far behind. I'm almost done. Real woman, person fixated on myself. Sam, I've been addicted to drugs. I've been homeless. I've been abused. I've been in your situation. Keep it up. Yeah, you got to get started, though. This is why you grill bratwurst hot dogs way better. I'm fixating on Catcher at this time because she just said she needs to get her act together. She does. Selling his butt. He's dependent on pain meds, even though he keeps saying he's going to stop. I mean, is he still in pain? Why? Well, I mean, and is he prescribed them? I cook my food in mustard and peanut oil alternately. Sure, ultra. But I love raw virgin olive drizzle. It's like Mediterranean. Probably the best sandwich of potbellies is the Mediterranean. Potbellies, yeah, boy. Do Americans cook in mustard oil? No. My issue is I forget to take meds. I manage to take them often enough to be okay, but I'll forget every now and then. I think I get the chance to get addicted. It's fully slim. Sam, I'll level with you. I never expect to be here past the age of 12. Here I am at 21. Married to that, brother. All my patients have a cocaine deficiency. Are you implying I need to have kids like everyone else because I don't want to? Generally, sorry if that's harsh. Just want a soulmate. Right. What are you going to offer your soulmate? What if your soulmate wants kids? I keep pushing it out better than not. Once you reach a certain age, you stop doing cocaine. You won't have a heart attack. Good night, cat. Coffee over Coca-Cola any day. Agreed. My psychiatrist is retiring. I don't know if the future hold itself. I have to get told me back. I need to stem off someone. I can't stem off safely. Yeah, methylfolate's really good. Yeah, I tried talking to her about that a bunch. I could be a psychiatrist. And she told, okay, all right. She told me she's on drugs that have tried for years. Told her psychiatrist, didn't realize how much time had passed and how much better I've gotten. She got me in tears. Okay, here we go. All right, atrocities. According to the Encyclopedia Britannica, Mehmet II permitted an initial period of looting that saw the destruction of many Orthodox churches. They sacked the Christians, but prevented a complete sack of the city. The looting was extremely thorough. There's certain parts. On June 2nd, the Sultan found the city largely deserted and half in ruins. Churches had been desecrated and stripped. Houses were no longer habitable, and stores and shops were emptied. He's famously reported to have moved tears by saying, "What a city we've given over to plunder and destruction." According to David Nicole, the original ordinary people were treated better by the Ottoman conquerors than by the ancestors by the Crusades back in 1204. Starting at the 4,000, Greeks died in the siege, while according to the Venetian state report, 50 Venetian noblemen, over 500 Venetian civilians died during the siege. Many of the riches in the city were already looted in 1204, leaving only limited loot for the Ottomans. Looting was carried out by massive scale by sailors and marines who entered the city via city walls, via other walls, before they had been suppressed by regular troops who were beyond the main gate. Everywhere there was misfortune, everyone was touched by pain. When Mehmet entered the city, there were lamentations and weeping in every house, screamings at the crossroads, sorrow in all churches, and groaning of grown men, shrieking women, accompanied looting, enslavement, separation, and rape. If citizens of Constantinople tried to resist, they were slaughtered, although the day the Turks made a great slaughter of Christians through their city. As soon as the Turks were inside the city, they began to seize and enslave every person that came their way, and those who tried to offer resistance were put to the sword. In many places, the ground could not be seen as it was covered by heaps of corpses. Jesus Chrysler. I need a new cat. Do you realize having kids equals a meaningless relationship? Because that's what my parents did. Walked out when I was 6. Yeah. So just because your parents didn't work out, you think having kids means? What about my parents? My parents had a kid. Had 3 of them. So what are you talking about? You think they're in a worthless relationship? Or maybe you're just so limited on looking at your own parents' failure. Well, why don't you have something that's better than that instead of a make-believe cartoon character? Maybe that's why you're pushing things out, thinking that a cartoon character is a better soulmate than an actual human that can help you heal through this bullcrap you've been put through. Catcher is a spy for Joe Biden. I can't believe all these people taking meds. The amount of meds of water supply must be mind-boggling. Yeah, it's going to be. I don't drink that stuff. Fixate on imaginary character is not good for your mental health. How are you going to try and strive to be better? What striving for is better and unstoppable? Because I would end up broken like my dad, point grumpy at 65-year-old man smoking and drinking to feel happy. I don't see peace in that. Then don't do it like that. Don't marry a woman like your mom. Now I have to get a new psychiatrist, and I have to go somewhere I don't know. My current one knows me, but I think that was the last time seeing her. Good. Mind. Catch was a CIA agent behind the chip implanted in my potato chip brain. I had such high quality of a psychiatrist because she saw me as a person, not a way to make money. The next one's going to have a hard way to see it. Well, you better figure that out quick and leave if you notice that. I'm your doctor, Catra. What you talking about? Wiener, that shit will be fried cheese, not potatoes. Black Flag, Rise Above, great album. There was some punk band back in the day called Jesus Chrysler. Dun, 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 dun. What do you drink if not? No, I filter my water. I've got a reverse osmosis filter, and I've got a 4-stage gravity filter. I don't drink tap water. I absolutely drink water. Black Flag's mine low. Why I thought to have kids when I was 16. I decided not to have kids when I was 16. Psychiatrists and medical doctors and all this pharmaceuticals is such a scourge. Agreed. Salsa Verde Pringles. Never had Salsa Verde Pringles. I used to eat Pringles. Catra put barbecue flavored potato chip in my brain as well all along. I honestly wish the best success to find a new doctor. It's important to find the right one. Agreed. That's not good, Richard. I see another one now. Good. Vegas. But Jesus, people in this chat today, tell me about it, brother. Most of these people can be lined up for COVID vaccines. As a Phoenix, I don't like seeing people suffer from age and health overall, and I don't want to have to be taken away because of my because I cherish what I have dearly. Then don't. How are you going to fight for it? Who's going to take it away from you if you've set it up so it doesn't fail? The problem is you're taking it on day by day instead of planning things out in the future. How are you going to protect what you want? Dial up, brother. Nerds. People hating doctors but crying to save them on deathbed. Yeah, well, it's the psychiatric doctors and therapists absolutely are whack-a-doos. I'm 27. I'll never have a wife and kids. I don't want to marry a woman just to live with her. Okay, I don't got to. Anybody that didn't take the COVID vaccine, type of the one now. One. I don't know if they were any good names for catchy. It's crazy when people got so many people got vaccinated for COVID. Yeah, thanks. This one laid out things that should come off the meds and do it. She had a plan for I would see her last. I guess it's retirement came first. Right, and then your new doctor's going to be like, well, just stay on it because I don't know what your other doctor's on. No, you should come off of it as soon as possible. All of my patients drink bath water. The right doctor is me. People consult for me. Yep, fluoride, yummy. Yeah. That stuff's absolutely wackadoo. And what would you and you would ask why a Christian doesn't want to marry a woman? Because they're evil today. Trying to find a non-succubus. Nobody did any research. It was sickening to watch propaganda commercials on TV and the science people's yards proclaiming heroes live here. Socialism. Yeah, it was crazy. I'm here to say because I hate myself to the point where I think my worth is my wallet. Yeah, you gotta not find girls like that. But you're definitely not in the right state with the right government that's not pushing that mindset on people. Like it's absolutely that satanic socialist wackadoo stuff. But I wish her the best. Now she knows someone doesn't know any of that's going to try to prescribe me crap. She told me everything I need to know. So hoping for the best. If you're fine with it, you're fine with it. So how do I have a beautiful wife I get all in the grave and pain at the end because I'm not moving to the next person? That's unacceptable. You don't have to. You create something with that woman. Like if you're not going to have kids, why are you even looking for a woman? If you're not looking for kids, don't date. Do something else with your life. If you the point of having a relationship is to have a family and then to teach that family, to teach those kids your values. So when you die, those kids continue off in the world with your values. If you don't want kids, what are you going to do with a woman? Watch each other die? Exactly. And that's stupid. So why would you want a woman at all? You're thinking your problems will be solved with your soulmate. That's a lie. It does not work. It just keeps you not doing anything for yourself because you're waiting for the soulmate. But then when you get that soulmate, you'll trash your life trying to keep them. And then you'll find out they're not actually your soulmate. Yeah, because you don't think women want to have kids? Yes, they absolutely do. Even if they say they don't, they end up getting baby fever. So if you get a girl and you say, hey, I don't want to have kids, they're going to be like, okay, see ya. Or 20 years later, they're going to be like, I really want kids. And you're like, but I told you no. And then they got to break up with you then to go find a man to have kids with. Yeah, you're doing it all wrong. Psychiatrists are wackadoos that schizophrenia is a myth. I'm talking about in America, dude. They're absolutely nuts. They're pushing the woke culture. They're telling you your problem is God. They're telling you all kinds of crazy stuff just to get you on meds. What drugs you want? It's not schizophrenia is a myth. It's how it's prescribed. It's a myth. It doesn't heal anyone. Agreed. Lifelong drug dependence is not reason for not healing. I agree. I got vaccinated every day for 2 weeks. I got vaccinated every day for 2 weeks. My one regret in life is I didn't get vaccinated one more time. I had a great therapist. She was like a friend, helped me learn skills, better person, better life, shared her experience with me. Tom, I was thinking I had the same thing, maybe ego flare up. I'm well adjusted. Society, this was short supply. Agreed. I'm gonna say straight. It's a horrible mindset to have. It only cause problems later in life. Stop overthinking everything and just do it. Yeah. You're gonna have to figure it out. You're being selfish, Sam. You're being selfish by saying I want a woman and I don't want any kids. Most people want kids later on in life, and if you're saying I don't want any, then you're gonna push a lot of women away. So if you don't want kids, don't want a woman, and figure out how you're gonna get from here to your deathbed and fund your life and everything like that, and maybe be of service to somebody. Well, why not find a woman that can have kids, and then so as you die, which does happen, at least your kids can help your wife through that, or if she dies, can help you through that, and then when you die, your kids are left here, rather than just everything going away. Tell me one good reason. Then why am I alive? Tell me a good reason. You got to turn oxygen back into carbon dioxide. Some people don't want kids, but still want to grow alone. Right? He wants a girl though. He wants a girl and doesn't want kids. You got their entire point of the relationships down pat grade. I don't understand how people can justify antinatalism as children are inherently impossible to teach environmental respect. Right. I think so many people spend so much time on the internet. They're seeing people that are just unhappy all the time. And they're like, oh, this is life. No, there's a lot of happy people that aren't on the internet. And that's why you only see trauma and horror, because there's people that don't have interpersonal relationships that are on the internet all the time. So you just think that's the way life is, but it's not. There's people out there doing stuff. There's people out there gardening and freaking painting pictures and going on vacations and teaching their children and going to church and loving each other. There's more than just the internet and cars. And that's what you have to find as soon as possible. She went on her own business eventually, and she's too far now. Thankful for finding another therapist. She didn't refer you to one? She didn't refer you to one? Innately. I'm never going to give a girl a kid. It's the worst sin of the whole existence. Being in a relationship won't fix your problems. It'll only make them... Yeah, right. You'll have to do more work. You'll have to make sure, because now you've got to pay... So you want to be like an Amish farmer. What about your girlfriend or wife? Maybe she doesn't want to be an Amish farmer. Maybe she wants to get her nails done and she wants to go out dancing and stuff. And you'll be like, well, no, because at 65, I'll be grumpy. No, that's not the way to think about it. Psychiatrists treat people who intentionally mess themselves up. I agree. Giving birth is wrong. You can't even love yourself. If you can't love yourself, I agree. Well, the point of having a wife is to cherish each other and love each other the way they have kids and husbands and wives stop acting with love and become roommated. Stay off the kids. That's if they didn't love each other first. Listen, you need to talk to your father to find out what actually happened between your mother, because that's not the way it works. Something else happened. If you can only love yourself, in my case, if you can only love yourself, well, coupling and having kids isn't the holiest way of life, merely a necessity entailed by a fall of man. Join the military. Yeah, you could do that. That'll get you going. Which really wackadoodles are therapists, not psychiatrists. Yeah, a lot of wackadoodle therapists. Especially now, you don't even need to be certified. You just join a website. No, Sam, having a wife is the entire point of extend the bloodline. Cherishing is the bonus. I agree. If you don't see the world as worth saving, like that, and that's the way to save it is by putting more children here on this planet that think the way that you think. And now, if you're thinking that, if you're depressed all the time, you got to take care of that first. Therapists are paid listeners rather than have a relationship. Yeah. Y'all are weird. The only reason to have children is to get them vaccinated. Jeez, I'm way far behind. I'm going to have to jump up a couple of pages. See, it's my thing. Before I get to the relationship, Dr. Feelgood. I disagree. As a person, get children. What up, Cody? I'm still not having kids just because you're accustomed to the corrupt system. Do whatever you want. Don't come here and bitch, Samuel, if you don't want answers to the questions you're asking. But having something to bond over would be nice. Unmet kids are a necessity, but having something to cultivate together, right? Having relationships. Happy people usually aren't on the internet. No. Sam, notice how everything you started with an I. Yeah, he's absolutely selfish. I'm Space Cowboy. I'm a Space Cowboy. I bet you weren't ready for that. I'm a Space Cowboy. I'm sure you know where it's at. I might find a better single uncle. 99% of psychiatric diseases could be treated with a good methylated B complex and butyrate exercise. Okay, we got it. Well, I've never been so happy. I don't know. I want to be someone loving someone. Cool unmarried unk for kids. Enjoying your 20s is a trap. Delaying generations since grandparents are already dead weakens the masses. I agree. My hand is still broken, but I had a doctor's appointment today. What'd they say, brother? All you packing schemers and star trippers dreaming better find something new to say. It's the same old story, the same old line. You got some heavy dues to pay. Okay, I'm way back here. Jeez. All right. You physically cannot reciprocate love to another person if you cannot love yourself. Yep. You gotta take care of yourself first. If you can't complete yourself, you never complete a family. Dial up. Healthiest 80-year-old couples I've seen openly insist and critique each other in brutal ways. Yeah, sure, absolutely. Yeah. And love each other in brutal ways. Like, they know that they're there for each other no matter what happens. I really think that you're all ignorant. Just because you think the only purpose of getting a girlfriend or wife is getting children, that you're surprised. No, what I was saying, ND, is you can't expect the girl to not want kids in the future. So if you're going out there and saying, I don't want kids because my dad's grumpy, then what happens if your girlfriend ends up saying, well, I think I'm ready to be a mom, and you say no? Then what are you going to do? You're going to lose that girlfriend. So why didn't you just let her alone to go find someone else to foster a relationship with somebody that she'll have kids with? You got to get that out front. If you're dating, let the girls know, I do not want kids ever. And then let them know so they can say, okay, bye-bye. I'm going to find somebody that does. Exactly, Fat. I need to sustain myself. Mental health before I consider dating. Yep, preach, Rich. I was trying to stay nice, but you said it. Bye, brother. If you can't be happy in my life, watching my son being happy, you're gonna hate him. Gonna hate me. Samuel needs to learn the answers lies within, cultivate science and discipline. I fear the idea of spending my entire life with one person, man. You got to find a really good person, somebody that wants to be there through your changes and hers. And Sam, I know you're getting offended currently. Why? I was offended too when I had to face the facts. Yeah, truth hurts. Read that and tell me I'm wrong. ND, I agree. A kid isn't necessary. Having something too long-term together, a relationship stable. You need something to fight for. Right. Most people don't have nothing to fight for, and they start grabbing other people's ideologies. Like, especially when you have people that aren't having kids, they end up being freaking social justice warriors fighting for something else instead of fighting for their kids and their kids' future. A bond without long-term mutual goal. It won't work out. I agree. I miss you, Cat. Welcome back, Monk. Women have changed today's era. I agree, Katra. The kids will be thinking it's only one relationship's not true. Everyone's different. Partner out there have the same mindset as you. Yeah, but you just got to let them know. Yeah, how would we know you, Samuel? I was extremely lucky that the break didn't hit anything vital. That's good. You could have hit an artery or a nerve. You can't rob her of 10 years. Hiding that is evil. Yeah, it's absolutely evil. I'd be fine with someone that doesn't want kids, but it's easier being a lesbian. I think other girls would have happy to raise pets or somebody adopt me. Metrosexuality has taken a mean fop, dandy poof, but sexual was unisex is being deeply urban. The procreation is permanently secondary to pleasure of sex. I agree. Man, I'm back on the cigars. Sabotage myself all the time. What's up, Gwen? You don't understand me, dog. Yeah. He's young, dude. Not a virgin. That's any girl think about it. It's like, see what are you talking about? Having kids is to use me to get rid of my freedom. What freedom? What freedom? To freedom to do what? What freedom? What freedom would you lose, Samuel? I'm gonna stop talking to that kid. He's dumb. He's doing that on purpose. There's no way. This bullshit right here. I lose my freedom. They call me Dad. My name's not Dad. My name's Samuel. This dude's 9. He's a liar. Exactly, ND, not necessary. Also expect the other person to want kids without proper communication. The dirtiest the sex is more sticking the head. What? Sam, you don't have to. No, he's done. My friend's Edward's opposite of me. I dropped it at a weird time. Welcome, Gwen. All right, let's find something fun now. Let's see. All right, let's see. Nobody can explain this civilization. Let's rerun this here. I do love sweaty hot too, Monk. I mean, I'm done trying to talk with him. He's obviously way younger than he's saying he is. He's obviously not 18. Have you checked your hormones, Edward? Resistance isn't negligible. I have surgery Saturday to screw my hand back together. Jeez. But generally speaking, the idea of intercourse sickens my soul, but not my doobity. The magic underwear. He's gay in the same car. Yeah, there you go. Ivory Coast fading coca. Leader group suspected Jezebel, most dangerous woman in the Bible. Feminist claims that men want to mommy because he wants a woman that cooks, but I think males literally do want a mommy these days. Possibly. Yeah, he's definitely super young. Yeah. What you mean, Kendra? What you mean? All right, we merged. India, my life in a dump. Entering Bangladesh, the world's deadliest traffic. All right, here we go.
Welcome to Dhaka, Bangladesh, home to the world's roads.
Cash is overrated. Everybody. Oops. It's fun but overrated. I once had intercourse with my high school girlfriend. Keep that to yourself, you freaking wackadoodle. There's kids in here. Yeah, should save it for marriage. Yeah, won't waste your freaking time. Don't waste your time banging people you don't want to marry. Ugh. Freaking nut jobs here. Price of my 30 minutes in my country is $230 with a nice professionist.
People commute to school after work, and we begin right here on this crazy train.
All right. Edward needs someone that appreciates some sweating.
The picture of this moment of my life right now is just absolutely bizarre. It's hard to explain the feeling, the dust in my eyes, the horn in my ears, but just seeing all these people smiling on the train like it's their everyday commute. While it might be crazy for me and you, like this is normal life for so many people.
That's crazy.
I'm literally about to go deaf on this train. I've never felt a loud sound in my brain like I do with this train.
I never felt a loud sound in my brain. Freaking monk. Oh well, brother, I'm just not interested in it right now. Everybody, oops. Everybody, oops.
This would be the fastest way to get through
bro, back, haven't seen your face. Cardio.
All these people just
Running
coming to
again.
get down when the
Everybody
train stops.
poops. Everybody oops.
God, bro.
Imagine the pink guy.
Insane. All these people are just
Imagine the Shimao monkey can stop being.
paying
Jeez.
for tickets, just getting on and off the train. Hey, bro. How are you?
I am fine. Where are you from?
America.
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 Where are you from?
Chitty, chitty, bang, bang. All right, fellas, let's. Yeah, right. Calm down, you
I
wackadoos.
get my little camera. Fucking hell, bro. So I gave my camera to a kid.
And he
He's
took
now
it.
up there with the camera. It's too scary for me. And I can't hear anything. I feel like I just went deaf. That's the guy I gave my camera to.
Bangladesh. I just did a group presentation in high school on Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. Oh my god. My throat all dried up from the palpable thirst in the room. Yeah, sometimes crazy. Freaking kids are crazy. Yeah, this stuff's nuts. Bare feet on that stuff. I delivered a package to a house. They must have 30 cats in the front yard. I went to when I used to do heating and air conditioning with my brother back in Baltimore, I don't know, 30 years ago. We went to this house, and the house had wooden floors, but it wasn't like hardwood floors. It was hardwood, but there was gaps between the boards. Like it wasn't like hardwood, like, you know, where it's nice and seamless and like nice tight joints. And he had so many cats. I walked in to see what the problem was, and when I inhaled, the air was so thick with cat piss, I started to gag, and I had to turn around and walk past my brother because he was following me in and puke in the guy's yard. So my brother went in there and talked to the guy, and then I had to go under the crawl space, and you could see frozen rain of solidified gelatinous cat piss that was hanging from the floorboards down into the crawl space. And I had to go fix the HVAC system under there. Luckily, it was only a blown break, a trip breaker. And the reason that the breaker trip was a wire that had gotten rubbed free. So I freaking I turned the breaker on in about 7 seconds of rapid electrical tape around it. I head out. I did it all with my holding my breath. A musical. Edward, calm down, dude. Wild strawberries are in season. I made a pile of 18.7 ounces of them. Deep. My Bangladesh is called Europe. In my Bangladesh is called Europe. It's all around my country. I can't get rid of it. Chitty chitty bang bang. Yeah, calm down, Edward. They delivered 3 giant boxes of cat food, 20 pounds per box. Jeez. Ew, why didn't he wear? I don't know. I would have wore earplugs without a doubt. Genius. Yeah, you guys are crazy. I don't. Yeah, you do. You're crazy. I love to hear that Edward makes them pleading wild, including me. Yeah, dude. Cat piss stalagmites. No, tights. Tights hold on tight, right? Gelatinous frozen cat pea sickles. That's it. 28 is the new 18. What up, doodad? How's the garden? Doing good. It's doing really good, Michael. Doing really good. Just learn from you. You're crazy. You're crazy as frozen cat piss.
How is this gonna save my life? Yeah, I can't even speak right now. Fucking hell. Where are you going? Business. And these kids that go
Jeez, at least he doesn't have any mice. Dude, the ammonia. Oh, you guys can't see what I'm looking at. The ammonia smell from the freaking. It was so unbelievable because I could see there was no light under there, so I had a headlamp on and I could see it glistening off of the piecicles. You're fed up. Richard seems nice. Edward seems nice. No need to claim he's a freak to me. Learn from it. We have wild strawberries all over the place here, but consider them like crab apples. I don't know what you're talking about.
on the horn.
That's a big ass horn.
Train station. Dhaka is the most chaotic city on earth, and that's why I'm meeting up with my local friend Nadir, so he can help me navigate these streets.
Richard called me a creep. They actually find to eat. I will jump from ground floor now.
Super shocked that people die, but that's dangerous as hell, so I can see why.
How many times have you taken a train?
A lot as a kid. I mean, that was the biggest way to get in and out of the city, basically.
Jeez, dude.
There's an entire economy.
Go higher.
All kinds of foods, items, things you buy in stores. How are you?
Fine, and you?
I'm good.
On
Where
the
are you
10th
going
floor.
right now?
110th floor. Diggle.
Your country?
America.
America.
Yeah.
What are these kids trying to kill each other? My brother's kind of similar to a crab.
Hey, buddy.
He likes rocks.
That kid just literally flew off of a train moving this fast. Where were you coming from just now?
It's a city called Jodhpur.
You jumped out of the train and it was moving
Jeez.
so fast. Are you okay?
I dig a hole, you jump in it, catcher closes
Yeah,
it.
it's a day-to-day
Until
thing.
it
It
swear.
really doesn't matter to it.
What's in the orange bag?
So basically, they're collecting all the plastic bottles and they sell it to the, the public.
Oh, so he's a hustler. You just take the train back home when you're done with the day.
It's free for everybody, right? Unless like for the public version, it's free for everybody, right? And then you have to pay in the air conditioning cab or the high end. These kids trying to kill each other sounds like elementary school if you had access to a train station. Yeah, it would have been rough for me too.
At night, so he doesn't quite often go to his village.
He lives alone on the train platform, and he's 10 years old. Yeah. Holy crap!
So
I want to help this kid somehow.
Yeah, give him $100. If you all want me dead, buy me tickets to Bangladesh. What I can do with the wild strawberries? What I'm using for?
His mother.
You can eat them some gums. Or if you want to turn them into a liquor, you turn them into a jam, a strawberry jam. Monk, you stay in the hole too. How can you get a job in your company? In my company, wild strawberries don't have all the bad stuff. No, they're good. They're good. Richard, talking to Richard is no different than talking to my brother and his friends. Yeah, I'm pretty good to talk to. By illegally immigrating from South America, Oh, there you go. You can do that. Mink, your heart will be all right if you fight him in there. In the cage?
Works in
the hole.
R&D sector, the garments.
When did Instagram become so based? Brother, I don't know. I've only been on it for like a day, like actually looking through it, like maybe 2 days. Like I had the account for a long time, but I just started getting messages on it over the past couple of days and started using it. I guess I never thought about juicing wild strawberries. Are so small. You have to click on, yeah, you definitely have to get a bunch of them. Chickens are good. Chickens are really good. I got 12 eggs today from 8 chickens. Gladiator fights.
And make their living selling snacks, flowers, or trinkets on buses and trains. Many are barely teenagers, earning just a few dollars a day. For them, public transport isn't a way to get somewhere. It's the marketplace that keeps their families alive. So before we try out more ways to get around the city, I'm determined to make this day one
chickens
day that this kid will
all
never
dead.
forget.
He forgot to feed them.
not well.
What up, Drong, brother?
Energy
Busy.
Completely drained.
I mean, it definitely was woke. Absolutely. Like I said, I made a pie, cold pie. I washed them out the halls, buying crust, best 13.5 of my harvest, and it's at 4.2 on the fridge. There you go. That sounds good. Now we have a very good relationship with the USA, and I find come there. Good job. Yeah, we got a good job. But I want to have a friend to start with. I'll be your friend, brother. Some higher, and some higher grade turned into the glaze of the saucepan. There you go. 3rd cup granulated sugar, right? Right, thicken it up. What up, Space Cow? Do you recall what happened to Space Cow? Maybe you could make wine out of it. You could definitely make that. You could make strawberry wine, absolutely. And they probably just add some extra sugar, water, yeast. He probably has yeast on it. Just leave it open. You know, just covered, not tightened down. Let it ferment for a couple of days. When you gonna go by yourself? Where me? Instagram is full of weirdos. It's the new 4chan. William Meta, the parent company, can be timed, especially Democrats in power and the platforms usually are not. Yeah, absolutely. I might change my bane to Arthur Morgan. My name. Breaking news: the Strait is closed. The Strait is open. The Strait has always been closed. What's up, Richard? Follow me and juice your head. Basically the rest. When I hear Arthur, I think the cartoon for the gays for Palestine, and plenty of lemon juice blend for rhubarb. Only took about 2.5 hours. Get all 18 ounces of strawberries. Saying Joe's Garage compilation of Snake Nearby. Is that Catra? That is Catra. Do you think Flintstones vitamins do anything positive for our bodies at all? I did take them growing up. I mean, really, they're so. If you're not taking anything, it's better than nothing. But if you're gonna start taking vitamins, you should take real ones. Aardvark, Cat and Aardvark. The non-binary Hormuz. Juice for protest, Valentine. Okay, that's him.
Head is spinning, and straight into the madness on the streets of Dhaka we go.
Why do animals don't care about nutritional value, FDA? They eat organs. Animals eat the organs and stuff of other animals. So they get everything. They eat bone. They chew on bone and stuff like that. So they get everything that they need. Aardvark, whether paid attention, they showed me it really annoyed me. I'm really busy too, always making the most out of my newfound youth, researching stuff on the old computer. Making it happen, Drong, brother. Hormuz is clearly non-binary. It's never closed or open. It's something in between. I thought you said Americans. Catra, why did you abandon me?
Right now.
Americans also don't care,
every
right?
Single day. We brought the little kids with us. Yeah. This is how we kidnap people. We're professional kidnappers.
I had life to deal with.
I brought you with us because I want to take you to lunch and hang out for a bit. Is that okay with you guys?
He's like, pay us.
And right now we're
humans are so stupid. The species overcomplicate things now and cannot answer for the suffering. Yeah.
Good traffic. What's bad traffic?
Catra, why did you forsake me? I wish I was a lion with 5 hot lionesses. Being an American, I can confirm I don't care either. I usually glance over, make sure it's not like more poison than usual, but you left without giving me kisses. Everyone's worried about the Strait of Hormuz, but what about the gays at Hormuz? Right! Right, bunch of freaking bigots.
He loves mate. Look at that. That's the cutest thing ever. You like that? Someday you're gonna have that. Someday.
Bangladesh, they're on the other side of the border. Never been there. Don't intend to go. Yeah, me neither. You're my favorite lioness. Hunt for me. Catra, get over here and cuddle with me, please. The gates of Hormuz are always open, if you know what I mean.
some people just got lost. Aren't you ever scared, like when you're riding in the train, that you're gonna fall off? Like this kid, he had one arm and one leg hanging off the edge.
Yeah.
He's like, I gotta die someday.
That's why no one's worried about him. I make him open. The balance of our moves. Enough, Katra. Simping y'all, she likes the girls, right? Tornado Space Cow? Yes. Tornado Space Cow.
The people that are hanging off the side, have you ever seen them fall off and die?
Yes, of course, every day.
I saw it a few days ago.
A girl in the morning.
He saw it. The little one saw it as well.
He's got a diamond earring.
And now he
It's complicated, Edward. Oh my god, sauce cow, sauce cow. The gaze of our moves, Katra is desert, make me that thirsty. I'm alpha.
That's my wife.
He's so handsome, Drew.
I know.
Show him your earrings.
Yeah, look, he has his ear pierced.
No.
Yeah.
Is that real?
Yeah. We just got some food and now we're going to the market. He doesn't know yet, but we're gonna buy him a bunch of clothes.
Hey, dang it, Edward. Katra, what I gathered seems to be a morph of Tornado and Sauce Cow. I love the new name. I knew you'd love it.
Yeah.
Exactly. Oh, little bit what I love that. Right.
This first ever pair of shoes.
He needs socks. Yeah, we gotta get some socks.
It's like, I run barefoot on trains.
He
I don't
doesn't-
need socks. It's like, what is this for?
I'm gonna show you how to tie your shoes, okay? So like this, then you cross like this. Make a bow, yes, around, and then pull it. Hey!
He knew how to do it. He's just getting that free stuff. How you been feeling since last I visited Katra? Freaking monk. Monk is literally non-sexy.
Letting him pick out whatever he wants.
He's gonna return it all.
He was scared to get on the escalator. He was like, what is that?
He's not afraid of getting on top of a train, but he's afraid
A slow escalator.
Now he sees all the, this is more kid-centric.
You like this one?
Oh, shit. Katra, I miss all your kisses and cuddles. Great, check out this deep fake guy.
There we go. Good? And his friend is now
Send it in the Discord.
It's very
Oh,
hard to
okay, I
get
got
out
it.
of
I
here
got
just
it.
to go
I
to the
got it.
market, but we're all good.
All that sweat made me dehydrated.
It's hard to pull myself away from such a sweet kid, but after a few hugs goodbye, I'm ready to experience the old town of Dhaka.
Dhaka.
How do I know you're not so much?
Oh, I saw this, yeah.
What?
Yeah, like he won't wave his hands in front of his face because he's trying to deep fake this guy out. He's got like fake stuff all around. Yeah. Kids and cuddles, too respectful.
Here, man. Here.
Oh, is that?
I love redheads. Katra couldn't walk.
Yeah.
I got it, brother. He said, put it in front of your face.
That's our.
Redheads. Katra makes men two pump chump.
No. That's our director. We have a multiple. You see all of them here.
All of them here.
I see.
But is there
What's
not
going
some
on?
way of
Evidence
telling
is upon
whether
us.
you're real or not? Can you
No,
like hold up 3 fingers in front of your face or anything?
Oh, come on. That's too much.
Oh, you don't want to do that
Well, I'll do that here.
in front of your face?
What do you mean? I mean, that's too much. Come on, Ronnie.
Why would it affect the AI if it was in front of your face?
Well, not at all. But
Can you do that then?
too much.
People are
Make sure
absolutely
you're not AI. Is that unreasonable?
people are absolutely willing to drain you of every single dime you have, and they're willing to do deep fake stuff like this, and they just won't put their hand in front of their face because the deep fake thing will glitch out. And it's absolutely wackadoodle. Gotta go to work, so have a good night, Drong, brother. Brianna isn't here. She was here yesterday, day before yesterday. I don't know, maybe it was yesterday day during yesterday's day stream. What up, Dorjeen, brother? Many men wish death upon me. So, Ronnie, what's up? Do you remember me too? This dude's in North Korea. He's definitely wackadoodle. I'm definitely what I destined to be, and my nickels try to take my life away.
Well, I mean,
freaking wackadoo bastards.
Which is one of the most vibrant and overwhelming places on Earth.
I'm walking into Old Dhaka, and the dude is following me with smoke machine. I have no explanation for that.
I've been here all night, been here all day, boy, I got walking inside. Abolition. This is how the Chinese break into U.S. defense sector to steal our secrets. I'm old Gen X. When we were kids, we never let anyone hug us. No one tried. Hugs are new. I saw a YouTube channel of an Amish AI Amish dude talking about the Amish ways nearly exploded from the irony. Yeah, there's a lot of them. Like the Amish told me the secret to their gardening and stuff like that. Yeah, I saw it. And there was like 25 other ones that were doing the same thing, like with chicks doing it. And
like, it's so different than here. What are your thoughts, like, walking around these streets right now?
I gotta pee.
For me, it's so chaotic.
Even though I grew up here, it always, like, whenever I come back, it takes me a while to get used to the honking, to get used to the traffic, you know? But, like, once you get used to it, it's not that bad.
I mean, I gotta be honest, though, like, this place is more chaotic than any city I've been to in India.
Just, like, the number of people in one place, I think this is...
Yeah, there's like 25 million people unofficially that live in Dhaka. That's just insane. The traffic is so incredibly bad here. Like, how does that shape the culture of Bangladesh?
Let's talk about the city here, because that's where the traffic, I think, is the worst.
In Dhaka,
Like, my friends that moved to another part of the city, let's say when we're in 10th grade, all of a sudden, from seeing them every day, I'll see them, like, maybe on the weekends or once every,
so that's kind of sad. Like, the traffic is so bad that you can't even see your friends if they leave.
There's lots of improvements, but there's still, like, more and more people coming in.
The gridlock is so bad, like, it prevents them from getting to meetings. It prevents them from working more. It prevents them from having more family time.
There's definitely a lot of time spent on trying to get to where you want to work on a daily basis.
And not trying to get run over.
This part of town,
Katra belongs to me. She's my pretty redhead.
Tell me about this old
Definitely
town.
not.
Like, it feels
I
really
think it was another
historic and the streets are super narrow.
I mean, it's Old Town.
Katra's our girlfriend. I might drink tonight. I need a reason to drink.
You know, this is the oldest part of town. It doesn't have the
She's not to be
streets.
sure.
Totally.
It definitely doesn't have sidewalks.
Jeez.
Walking through the little markets here, windy little alleys. You can find anything here. Gold, silver, shirts, hats, women's bras. Hey man, how are you? I don't know what this guy's carrying, but it is extremely heavy. Damn. Everywhere in Old Town, there's people hustling. They got their shops. Like this guy, he's selling peanuts, chips, everything, and he's just carrying it on a wooden plank. It's really inspiring to see that. Like,
it's inspiring to see it. The only reason to drink is to be drunk.
This is a more quiet little.
The draw pot of Mahabharat. Have you ever make a personal website? Me? Yeah, dude. I've hand coded freaking hundreds of websites. Yeah, I remember being pissed off when CSS first became a thing because I had all these websites I had to convert over because, you know, I was using everything. I was coding page to page to page to page to page. I didn't make a database and CSS and whatnot. But yeah, I definitely have done lots. Like when the internet started to become a thing, it's the first thing I learned. And like, yeah, Notepad was my thing. On a website, you guys can guess which one. I had a website. Hundreds of websites are insane. Yeah, I did probably 2 a month for 5 years, easy. At least 2 a month. Yeah. I mean, if you talk about individual pages, like hundreds and hundreds. But yeah, so like probably. So when I had a recording studio when I was in my early 20s. And bands would come in. I would create a website for them, get the domain name, program the web page, record their band, give them a three song CD demo for $500. Their website, record them, mix them, and produce their website for $500. There's no point hand rolling a web page now with all the clicking right. Yeah. Well, back in the day, it was dial up. You know, so 28.8 and 56.2K, whatever it was. And so you had to, you couldn't have all the spaghetti bullshit that came along with WYSIWYG, but now it's so much better. All America hate and woke Democrats should be forced to live in Dhaka, Bangladesh for 6 months. Most of them probably did. I used to go to high school, made good money in the market. No, yeah, right. Yeah, back then nobody knew what to do. And back then every company was charging at a minimum of $2,000 to have a website done for like a 3-page website. So I'd do it for $300. Boom. I was getting all kinds of I think the point of handwritten websites that click drag is a waste of resource. It absolutely is. And it can cause a lot of security issues if you have any kind of databasing and stuff done. I would just pull up random businesses on Google Maps and then ask the website, call them and pitch them. Yeah, I was lucky living in an area in Baltimore and I was known to a lot of people from playing bars around and venues and knowing people, being in the art scene, and so obviously I talk a lot.
There's things to process, colors, sights, smells.
And a lot of the times, like in the bars, a lot of business owners drink. At least back then they did. So if you're hanging out in the bars, a lot of people, you just talk to people. Hey, what do you do? I build websites. I record people. I'm in a band. When I started making websites, there was nothing like copy and paste, Build-A-Bear websites, HTML, 4-colored squares. Ain't no wokes ever been in that city for more than a few hours. I'm talking about the ones that were imported that are now running the place. I have website designer diploma from 2011. My mom forced me to take courses. Wow, I do it for $500 to $800 depending on advanced website. It requires SQL database, not eventually offered private managed hosting too, from a dedicated server. And there you go.
Yeah, one day.
Yeah. So when cable modems became a thing, I started a server at my own home. You could get, for Comcast, for like $40 a month, you could get a cable modem, and it was unlimited because they were trying to get people addicted to it. And then you could get a block of 10 static IPs for $10 extra a month, so for $50 a month. Can you earn? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, definitely.
DACA, I'm just freaking dead, man. And I still can't hear straight from the train. It's not for the faint-hearted, that's for sure. Before we dive deeper into the streets of Dhaka, I have something special to share with you.
Aren't websites rentals? So if you have to have them served from somewhere. So when somebody types in 110thgrade.com, it goes and finds out what IP address my website is, and that goes to that server somewhere in the world using DNS. And then something's got to answer that call. When someone requests a page, a server has to serve that page back. So you can do it from your own house if you've got, everybody does nowadays pretty much, so you can. But if you want to make sure there's like backups and redundancies, then you want to use a hosting company that you upload your website. And if this server goes down, there's a backup server, so blah, 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 blah. And it's cheap, like freaking $10 a month or something. Apparently your quarter ran out a long time ago. She passed it around. It's a sort of investment. Yeah. Being 18, I can say I'm totally sick of the RAM hog rate. Yeah, dude. I agree. It's like $400 for 32 gigs of RAM here. So ISPs would charge you to use their modem router equipment. Now you have to pay Comcast to not use it. Such as far as, can you get a domain for a few dollars a month? Yeah. $15 a year, $15 a year. So yeah, a few dollars a month. Yeah.
The company that helps you discover your family history and code with law test everything I was stored on your DNA, plus your genetic data. If you click the link here for treats. Right now we are riding on a rickshaw, which is the preferred method to get around Dhaka. There's over 1 million rickshaws in this city.
Yeah. If you set up a website, you can use Google AdSense. If there's any reason that your website has, if you put cool things on your website that's worth visiting, then you get list it with Google so that you'll pop up somewhere in the Google rankings, and then there can be ads on the side of your site, or you can link off to other stuff. There's lots of different ways. I don't even mean expensive RAM. I got 32 gigs 2020. I'm talking about the websites that went half a gig. Oh yeah. Name cheap for domains. I use domains.com. I had 10 course diplomas by 13 years old. Oh, certificates. We call them certificates. Edward, it's easy to create websites today, and people don't really know this. They can take a task to make a website for a company or a brand literally over the weekend. Yeah. You can put a game on it. Dude, you can do like these guys making a lot of money putting those those DOS boxes that play like old, like you go to the website to play old 1980s video games on, and it just serves ads around it. So people are seeing ads. So the whole hour or two you're playing games, you're getting like 40 ads shown to you, and you get like a penny an ad. Yeah. For if you're not just certificates, nope, no problem, brother. Yeah. Well, if you had that by that young, yeah, it's good.
Any other city on earth, and a lot of them are manpowered. They're just riding a bicycle. It's insane. The cost per
Man-powered.
ride, about 40 cents, pretty cheap.
There's like electric rickshaws now, and
Connected
we just
rickshaws.
call them Teslas now because they're our electric cars, let's say.
Is this like how you traveled as a kid?
Yeah, it looks like
That's definitely the most,
Yeah, you can become an engineer, brother.
I don't think that we didn't have a car growing up. This is how I would go to school. This is how I go for like tutoring. This is how I'd go play basketball. Unless the traffic was so bad, walking was faster.
I don't think people realize the scale of this country.
It's
There's
big.
170 million people living here, and
Yeah.
Bangladesh is the size of Iowa.
Having
You
a
know, in the
website
Western
when there's
world,
DOS
we know
box
about
things
Bangladesh,
requires
we
more
don't think about
infrastructure
it
than
being
just
so
cheap web
popular.
hooks.
A
Gotta
lot of
know what you're
people
doing. If you
don't
get,
even realize
yeah,
it's a
well,
country
you know,
like-
but with AWS now, self-scaling, all that, you know, you just set up how much money you're willing to pay, and then it'll scale for you. You know, it's a lot of. What up, Sonat, brother? You don't need to be an engineer. It's simple as dragging menus, buttons, your website today. Right. Yeah. It's yeah. You just need what you want to put on the website, and if it's attractive, then you can make money off of just ads. And if you can, you know, then depending on what it is, like even blog websites or up. But there's billions of them to even offering other people blog area hosting blogs. That's where a lot of money got made is blog hosting.
Spoken language? Sixth most spoken first language. There's 170 million of us that speak it. It's actually one of the most widely spoken languages on earth that no one really knows about.
No, dude. Thank you, bro.
Oops. Filthy animal,
It's
Sonat.
getting real tight. Oh boy. Now it makes sense why Dhaka's consistently ranked as one of the most unlivable cities in the world. It's just the chaos, man.
Oh, it's one of the most unlivable cities. Yeah, that's so insane.
You know, the craziest part about being in Dhaka is you don't see
Jeez,
a
great. How do
single
you
other
make money?
tourist. Not a
What do you make off the MySpace clones? Like Space, hey, I find it compelling. Having purged my socials years ago. They're full of scene emo pros with all corporate interests. I mean, like, listen, if you can get a corner of any of that, it's definitely worth having. I mean, that's why they happen all the time, because a lot of people will join and pay a couple dollars to host something on something that they're interested in, especially when it's scene based like that. But yeah, so I mean, if you have a product or a service, you know, you definitely want to get in, depending on where your customer base is. I don't mean the actual scaling, I mean actual setting up. Those websites have a full backend pipeline. You have to set up. AWS could support it, but you still have to configure everything. Oh yeah. Sure. Yeah, but I mean, if you wanted a project, it ain't just posting a static page. No, absolutely not. Yeah. You have to be able to. You have to know Docker and be able to pop up a Docker container for each iteration, each thoughts. What's up, Takor, brother? Or what's the other one? Docker and can't remember what the other one is right now. The other container.
In terms of
Popular
tourists that visit
container
every year.
containerization.
A lot of people go to neighboring India or even Nepal or Myanmar. I mean, those are way more popular.
Yeah, but that's
you
more
see
than
the
just
traffic are
posting
not
a
in English.
freaking picture.
Actually, none of them are in English. It's actually sometimes faster to walk than it would be to take any form of public transportation, or maybe as fast to walk. Sometimes it's just like, if you gotta get like 1 kilometer away, just start moving your feet, bro. Hi, what's your name?
Hi, my name is Lucky.
Lucky.
Yeah.
That's a really cool name, Lucky. So I came here because, in my opinion, this is like the craziest traffic in the busiest city in the world. Is it difficult living here as a local?
This is Kubernetes. That's it, brother. Profac. It's entering Bangladesh, world's deadliest traffic. The core. Yeah, Kubernetes. Yeah.
Convenience stress that I need to go there in time. But when you are not and you have available time in your hand, it's okay. Like now I'm here with my sister and we're just roaming around. So it's fun.
Believe it or not, the Bangladesh loses over.
And that's actually
$3
software that manages containers.
billion
Yeah, yeah,
annually
yeah, yeah.
Just due to traffic congestion.
Right,
That
you
is
want to be able to
50
manage
hours
the
lost
containers so
because
you can
they're
open a
unable to
container
work.
for
But
each
despite all
iteration
the
of
chaos,
DOSBox.
Bangladesh
That's
actually has one of the
running.
world's fastest
Or
growing
whatever,
economies,
whatever
which
you're
just shows
using.
that even in
You can
gridlock,
literally make
there is
AI build your
momentum.
website in like 5 minutes.
My
Yeah.
white shoes are toast in this mud. Nadir and I have found a little corner here off the main road to get a little
Shave and a massage for under $1 both.
Dude, in Oklahoma, that'd be like $30, bro.
Oh, I wouldn't let him spray that stuff on my
Dude, pretty
face.
aggressive. I like that. Oh, man. Starting off strong. Holy guacamole. Dude, he's squeezing like as hard as he can. Woo! Oh, it's like a neck crack as well as a head massage. Dude, these guys do not mess around.
A
with
bad
that pressure.
website, you mean? I find AI coding
only
repulsive.
costs
Sure, there's
50,000,
results,
which is
but
like
the good thing you
40
pump out is still incapable of maintenance. Right. That's one of the. That's what's falling down a lot right now is that if you create a site, especially if you create a code base with AI, it's not notated well enough, and you don't understand the variables. It uses very odd names for variables and whatnot, stuff that doesn't make sense. So when you want to change it, you've got to freaking reverse engineer what the AI did to understand what does this variable do. You know, yeah. So it gets all wackadoodle. So it's definitely still gonna. I mean, and nobody's shipping AI code anymore because it breaks so often. So there's a lot of people being rehired now. Like there was supposedly 14,000 people laid off from Amazon. Apparently 9,000 new jobs got for people to overcheck AI code. But yeah, it's the price is going up too. Did you ever watch that first couple minutes of that video I sent you? Yeah, maintaining it's gonna be rough. Not necessarily a good website, though, to be fair. Right. I'm germophobic. Yeah, I wouldn't do it. You don't need to understand the variables anymore. Everything comes with a cute little UI when you can figure everything. Welcome to the future, guys. I'm talking about if you needed to add on to it, if someone else needed to upkeep it or maintain it. Like if you wanted to add more functionality on and you didn't want to pay the AI again to rewrite it, because if they did rewrite the whole thing, and that's also a thing, you say, hey, I do this again, but add this on, when you've already been using a database connected to it, it might break functionality and connectivity to the database, and that's the thing people are getting hired for. I have to start having breakfast. Time starts today. All right, the core, brother. Have a good day. I'm incredibly grateful my company didn't go haywire with AI dev. We use it for assistance, but our manager understands there's a ton of smoke. Yeah. We watched the first video we watched today was on why it's falling apart now. The future looks so good. People are lazier than ever. I agree.
Dude, his grip pressure is absolutely insane. I'm gonna have bruises tomorrow. Massages like this don't exist elsewhere around the world. It's like
It's like sticking his dirty fingers in his eyeballs. Beyond websites seems to be letting the AI write your games, game mods. Is a recipe for sunk cost fallacy, technical debt, and broken dreams. It's on its way, brother. AI code breaks solution every time I use it. Gotta fix it before making it. AI just needs a little B12. That's what I try to tell it. I say, where can I stick this?
Nadir and I are about to get on a public bus in Dhaka. Wish us luck. Oh shit!
It's not even stopping.
Man? Oh my god! Is the bus moving already? Are you getting out? Oh, sorry.
It's usually when you're trying to get out of a bus, you have to like start preparing 2 stops in advance, so you're not gonna make it to the door in time.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, you can get out. Bye bye. Are you getting out too?
Let me get out of the door.
Where am I gonna go? Jeez. Oh my god.
Jeez, dude.
Last time you were on a bus?
Using AI and stuff rather than actually creating. But yeah, you've had more functionality, continue maintaining it. It's actually surprisingly easy to use. You can even pay a small monthly fee to provider to handle maintenance updates for you, including bug fix, security patch. Oh, good. That sounds really good. Did you ever see the video of a barber who smacks people in the back if they were shaving? Yes, that's so freaking crazy. We do physical hard work, we get sound sleep, but if we do mental hard work, we get a migraine. Yeah, isn't that interesting?
How do people do this? This is insane.
What up, Catra?
Literally me 5 days a week. So anytime I was going to another place that was far away, bus is usually the fastest and the cheapest.
And it was always this hectic?
Yeah, I mean, this is not that bad. It can be more hectic for sure.
This guy's holding my belly. Thank you. How much is a bus ticket?
30 takas, so it's like 20 cents, 25, less than 25 cents for like a one-way fare.
You gotta just punch the ceiling. That's the best way. So the women sit up front in the bus and the men sit in the back for the most part. It's really interesting how it works. Use your left.
We got it. You see, I've written, guys, India's handwritten code for the mail fat thick envelopes. My friend called me. I hope Space Callish is sad. He's sad. He said his quarter ran out. Future deaf looks creative. Workers are getting punished for having educated themselves.
In Dhaka, the wealth gap is staggering. You can step off a crowded bus.
I want
and just minutes
challenges.
Later, be looking out for
There'll
the
be
luxury
challenges,
rooftop.
I promise.
It really feels like two worlds stacked on top of each other.
Standing up here on a balcony overlooking the extremely polluted river of Dhaka. It's crazy. All these huge ferries are going to neighboring cities. Like, people ride it for 6-8 hours. And they're big
Jeez.
boats, like 4 decks. And then you have all the small wooden boats that cross the river, which we're about to go down and try. It's just crazy to feel the scale of this river. So many people cross it every day, and it's extremely stinky and polluted.
My friend's calling me. Takes precedence. Jeez. You stop giving tours of your garden plants. Hence, like, yeah, no, we did a tour yesterday. We did a tour yesterday. Yeah, I mean it's 11 o'clock at night here now, so it's dark. But yeah, no, I got 12 eggs today. My 8 hens laid 12 eggs today, which is very rare. I usually don't even get 8. Implementing AI and automation tools in your workflow is the new challenge, monkey. There you go, new challenge.
Like, no matter where you go, there's an insane amount of people, and with that, like, there's a lot of noise and traffic and, you know, whatever comes with that.
I know that you grew up here, so it's normal for you.
Keir Starmer,
How
we've
does
cut
that
the rate of
impact your
small
life
boats
when you're
crossing
stuck
by
in traffic all the
20%.
time?
Okay,
Here,
dude.
it's just
That's
like,
yeah, I
you can
guess
see
it
the
did,
contrast
brother.
When you go to another city.
Except this one, I said this one. This one here, I read this one off. Unless you said, if you said something after that, it got filtered. I'm back. Calm down, people. All right. Good night, Katra. 12 friends like Jesus invited for dinner. Mostly, how would you likely meat scrambled almost all the time. Every once in a while, I'll just do a quick like runny egg where the yolk is still runny, and I'll put it on some fresh toasted, fresh baked, fresh out of my own oven sourdough bread, like that. Oh, it's so good. Yeah, but mostly scrambled in tallow. I'm gonna dream about tornadoes. Boiled the core and boil with mayo on the toast. Yeah, I either use mayo on the toast or butter, like a lot of freaking butter. We dream women and farm. I might come in your dream. Oh yeah.
If you could say any message to people in the
cow
world,
just
any
turned
words of
Capture
wisdom, what would
straight.
you tell
Yeah,
them?
that's what happens.
You feel
Get a little bit of
like
that
the
cow
world
ding-a-ling.
tries to push you
Boom,
down a lot.
fiber.
If you get through that, like if you get through that feeling, you'll find that you can achieve, honestly, a lot. Honestly, like more than you thought you could.
Yeah, just don't be in your mental prison with butter. What up, TW?
So yeah, my parents are Bangladeshi. I'm actually from England.
You're from England, and
I couldn't
what's
tell.
your experience like being in Dhaka right now?
I've tried every mode of transport. Today I went on the metro rail, which was really fun. I've also learned how to ride a motorbike, which was amazing. I managed to drive in the
Have you ever
expressway.
ate cheese?
I really
Yeah.
enjoyed it. I did.
Billions of times.
story here is about
The gay of Hormuz.
chaos
Send a
and
message on
people
Discord. No
living
clue why I got filtered.
in this insane traffic, and the
After Bangladesh, watch
You know
the
what's really nice
okay.
about the people here?
Yep.
They're very patient.
All right, we got it.
They're really
Eggs versus
They
baked with
manage to
mayo,
have
and just to
very
go eggs with butter.
situations
Yeah, I
easily and
like
quickly. They've got eyes in
eggs.
the back
I
of
like
their
eggs.
head.
Eggs with mayo, eggs with butter. Good. We make omelet with butter, onion,
We're gonna
sorts
try
of
some
spices,
fun.
adding
This is
lemon on
like
top. Take down the
First we gotta
stove.
cross the road.
Damn, brother.
Well, obviously, you need to be careful because people
That's
don't
what
care
space
about
cows known for.
spaces. You just
Out
gotta
left
show
and right.
that
Eggs is the best food. No,
Use
I
your
agree.
authority.
I love them.
I do actually. When
How
I'm
do you
here.
deal with all like the stares on the street and like maybe
I
harassment?
stare back at them.
I stand back at them.
Is this approved by
Yeah. Mana bin আমার জন্য, please. Huh. So I said the sweet bun
Okay.
because I quite like that one.
Okay,
So,
cool.
do you want one too? Go on.
Eggs
I'll
are
try
a
for a
thing with
second,
no
but I won't
fuss,
be able to,
spicy
like-
variety you can do.
handle it. Come
Eggs
on,
are a
let's
good
go.
thing. Fuzzy.
Let's
Yeah,
do it
no, I don't do
together.
it. Yeah,
Let's do
I mean, I don't. When I feed myself, I'm doing it as utility. Like I don't. When I want to make a meal, I'll do something and I'll add spices and whatnot. But I usually eat when I eat eggs like throughout the day. It's eggs with a little bit of salt and a touch of pepper. That's it. I'm not worried about anything wackadoodle. I just get it in me and keep going. But when I make a meal, I'll go further. Eggs and mayo. Haven't tried. It's very good. It's very good. Yeah, just light mayo on on white bread, not toasted, is really good. Then put a fried egg on there. Like if you don't like the yolks runny, then salad, and then boom, it's so good. Just salt and mayo is really good. One more thing, his videos of Doom explains what I'm talking about. No, what an omelet. Get yourself a couple eggs, boil them, break them, and mix pieces of mayo, paprika over toast. That's good too. Yeah, we call that egg salad. Okay, let's see. Let's finish this up, Catcher. Hold on.
Because you grew up in the UK, but you're Bangladeshi, do you have like an identity crisis a little bit?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Because you're always fighting both sides, aren't you? You know, the
Aren't you?
societal attitudes here are very
Aren't
different.
you? Egg
Conservative
masala.
in some ways,
Ruma
liberal
roti.
in some ways.
Rumali
I mean, over there, Bangladeshis are also conservative in other ways.
Cheers. It's like 1,000 different flavors in one.
Lovely.
You like that?
Yeah, I do.
You like that?
That makes your
You like
teeth
that? What up,
red.
Fiona? Ain't seen you in a while. How you been?
I
Right, egg salads we call it, but it's German. Gotcha. Good, doing good, doing good.
I'm doing it more.
When the juice starts to go, oh wow, it's nice.
It's nice, but I'm gonna have diarrhea for like 3 days.
No, you don't wish for things like that.
You don't wish for things like that. Fiona ain't sitting. All right, let's see. Boom. Ba-da-da-da. All right, let's see. Let's do this here. We'll go back here. I broke something. Let's see. Catra.
Lately, we've been hearing a lot about a super El Nino that could take shape.
I know it's
this
refined
summer.
flour.
And history shows
The
us
thing that
that
visits
it's
the whole
gonna
length of
get
the arm.
really bad.
I still want to go sometime this year. I mean, but this time it'll probably, if I can get there, it'll probably be November. But I would really like to make it earlier, but it's not going to happen, and probably until November. But we'll see. Deviled egg recipe: just smash egg with mayo and eggs. Yeah. I just take the hard boiled eggs. You just take a fork, smash it down a couple times. Some people cut them up. Depends how you like it. Like, there's a really quick way to do it. You break the egg into a coffee mug, put it in the microwave for 30 seconds. Then when you pull it out, you take a spoonful, like a small spoonful of mayo, and you just stick it in the cup and stir like that. If you like it warm, I like it cold. So I like my eggs to cool down, and then you can dice them or smash them. Just mix in mayo, and then that's it. You got a little bit of paprika or pepper.
And possibly the strongest El Nino
It's in
ever
Japan.
recorded.
Brazil.
And it led to the deaths
I want to plan it out.
50 million people. And for perspective, that's more than 3% of everyone on Earth at that time. So how is that even possible?
How are your eyebrows
first,
possible?
the basics.
Am I right?
When surface water in Central and Eastern Pacific become
Plus, it's
unusually
crazy.
warm. Essentially,
What
once
do you got
this
us
region,
watching?
which is called Nino
3.4
is at least
Japanese mayo tastes good. Probably tastes better than American mayo.
That's when we're officially in El Nino territory. But in 1877, some scientists believe that warming may have reached around 3.5 degrees.
Yeah, some scientists say. Some scientists say that. Can you tell the dish? If I can tell you the dish. What's the dish, brother?
Ever recorded. And something called
Eyebrows are going hard. Taco things are made of rice flour. Those are called so either called oh my goodness, tortillas. There's flour and corn. Yellow ones are corn and the white ones are flour.
across continents, and the death toll was almost beyond comprehension. 12 to 29 million people in India, 20 to 30 million people in China, and around 2 million in Brazil. In total, the famine
I need to go delete the farm to stop global warming. The cow farts are going to kill us all. Right. We got to get started.
It would mean nearly 300 million people. So, did El Nino really kill 50 million people? Well, it definitely triggered and exacerbated droughts around the world, but colonialism...
Oh, shut up. I'm so tired of that bullshit. Colonialism. They talk about colonialism in Africa. Colonialism stopped murder in Africa. The African tribes were killing each other off all the time. And there's actually songs from Africans saying thanks the colonists for stopping us, for protecting us from our brothers. It's absolutely crazy. It's all freaking wackadoo. The child is real. second, brother.
I started writing letters to serial killers.
Subsist off of bug bars and Bill Gates slop water vial of eternity for the planet. Rise, Rudy.
I heard from Son of Sam. I heard from Tex Watson from the Manson family. And the last one I got was from BTK. I told them I was a former CIA officer. I told them that I was an author of 9 books at the time. And I had some questions. I, listed the questions.
Is it true some Africans are? Yes, that's what happened. That's what happened. Listen, the lie that's gone on was that that people went to Africa and rounded up and stole the Africans from their families. No, that's not what happened. The truth is African tribes have been at war for 1,000 or thousands of years, and the tribe that would win over the other one would take the men, women, and children as slaves and then sell them. Africa never built a boat, so they would let it be known when travelers came through that this is where you could buy the slaves. And then when it became big money to sell slaves in Africa, then they would go hunt for more people. So the Africans are who sold the other Africans. The movie like Roots and stuff like that, that was all crap. That was all cinema. But yeah, absolutely. And it's still happening today. They're still doing it today. It hasn't stopped.
They were like, oh, I found Jesus.
She's giving reasons why the drought might have been worse than colonialism, have a negative effect on the family. She's saying out. She's ready to be out.
I was like, what the heck?
Yeah, but colonialism, she's wrong. Colonialism didn't kill people. Colonialism saved people's lives. The reason Africa has what it has now, the reason they have buildings and they have roads and trains and power lines is because of colonialism. The colonists came in and built all that stuff. And then when they were kicked out, it just started to rot because they never rebuilt it. They didn't know how to manage it and maintain it. It might be as bad as the time around if we were prepared. Anyone want to drink soy milk and listen to Drake and cry with me? Kirikou seems like the spookiest of all sports. What's up, Buffalo Weasel Wings? I could buy more crusty, consume it with friends. She's chatting in her dreams. Fiona, that's what I literally respected history, even with liberalization. It's exactly what I learned from U.S. school in the early 2000s, that the African warlords sold their own people, right? It's exactly what happened. My history teacher from high school taught us that one textbook, the textbook is wrong. Yeah, she was right. That's absolutely wrong because they're trying. They were. She's not saying it killed people. She's saying it might have had an effect. It didn't have an effect on El Nino. Liberty is strange when it comes to slavery. I just hate. Why do people always have to put politics into stuff like that? Why did she have to inject her politics into El Nino? I hate it. I hate when people do that because they do it all the time, and then people think, "Oh wow, okay, El Nino bad, colonialism bad." Okay, but what about it's crazy. It's just everything's politicized these days. But he got fired after I graduated for telling the truth. Who decided Africans actually needed savior colonization? Nobody, but they were welcomed. This is the thing is the warlords didn't want the colonization, but the people being killed did. So half the Africans liked it and half the Africans didn't. The half that were getting killed by the other half welcomed it. But the half that were doing the killing are the ones that are in power, basically. So they're the ones that actually get the microphones and the television cameras. It's hard to say without context what the textbook was teaching. Colonization was forced development. No, wasn't forced development. It wasn't forced development. They asked for it. They asked for schools to be built. Now they say it was the problem. Now they're saying we would have got here as Africans without them, and they slowed us down. But then when the colonists got kicked out and left, everything just went to hell. They didn't continue along and build anything. Everything is rotting, and they're too prideful to say we need help. Please come and help us. And they won't do it. And they're letting everything rot. All these people, look, you have to have colonists come in and dig water wells for their own people. If we can do it, they can do it. Why aren't they doing it? Because they don't like each other. The ones that have power want to see the other ones dying. They don't like them. They're back in the tribal war mindset. They want to see that they were like, we rule you and you'll die. That's the way it is. Anyway, you did teach me something. I am slavery. Thanks, bro. It does make sense. History is very nuanced in schools. I have to pretend like it's not. They absolutely do. Plato knew what the Troy people said. Plato was wrong, but Troy exists. He also knew where Atlantis was, the Eye of Myrtania. Oh goodness, we have the exact same hairstyle. Bam. What are you saying? To be fair, she probably did a quick Google search. Ain't do too deep for it. That's all right. That's just not true. What are you talking about? What's not true, Wowie? You tell me what part isn't true. Welcome, Satan, and just send me a link. Send me a link proving me wrong. Welcome to Satan. My own house. It slowly takes over, kicks me out, and then I ask Jesus to save me. I welcome Satan to my own house. No, you're completely wrong. You're taught the wrong way too. Who? What half? What half? Half of the people enjoyed it and wanted it. The half in power didn't, because they didn't want to lose power. So they made deals with the devil to stay in power. And then when the colonists left, they couldn't support it. So they started narratives saying it's the colonists' fault that everything's going to hell because they couldn't manage it and maintain it. No, it's absolutely bullcrap. There's negative and there's positive things. Let's see the thing in the wholesome rather than the right side. They didn't want schools. They wanted alms, the charitable apartments on behalf of the Lord Chancellor or the Exquisitor of the Privy Cabinet. Peak manipulation. Please go back to Mars, Ziggy. I don't know what you're talking about. Who didn't want schools? Yes, they absolutely did. They absolutely did. And the people in power still want the schools, and they're still sending their kids to those schools that use the Cambrian system. They said, please give us schools with the Cambrian system so we can teach our children to create like your children. You go back to freaking Mars, Ziggy. But we should talk about El Nino. It's a shame that African societies have a lot of problems and seem to not be able to maintain society. It's the weather. I love it. Let's see. What up, Hippocrates? A big reason for Africa not being able to regrow is because of its geography. Then why was it able to grow once? Yeah, I don't know who you're talking. We can watch something on that right now. They absolutely did. What part of Africa are you talking about? And the problem is the people that when they failed 47 years ago, when they said, here, I'll just show you. Let me see. Bam. Yes, it was absolutely able to sustainably grow. Yes, it absolutely was. It did. And then they kicked everybody out. What do you mean? How was anything there if it wasn't able to sustainably grow? They didn't know how to build dams in order to save the water, to allow the water that flowed as it changed throughout the years, throughout the cycle. They weren't able to build dams in order to keep the water storage. Absolutely. They were able to do it because it was done. It was absolutely developed and in the areas that they were allowed to develop in, and then the rest were not. The problem for the lack of development is the lack of having words and theories of maintenance, because they don't see the future the same way, because there's no winter, so they never had to prepare for frozen water or frozen land, and there was always crops growing and whatnot, so they never thought about going to the future. All right, let's see. Schools, public schools, I don't think you're right on the continent, Mr. Z. Stardust. They had almshouses and monastery where they could say, yes, they absolutely did. Are you talking about before or after during colonization? They absolutely had the Cambrian system is what they here, hold on. When was the Cambrian education system brought to Africa? When was the there you go. All right, let's see. Okay, the Cambridge education system was introduced into Africa primarily in the 19th and 20th centuries. British colonial administrations established these curricula in minor UK education systems. For example, in many British colonies, termination of secondary education. Okay, following independence of 50s, 60s, and 70s, several African nations eventually localized their national examinations, establishing a West African Examination for Council, the Kenyan National Exam Council. The Cambridge system remained highly sought after of the continent as a premier globally recognized alternative to the schooling system. So they continue to make their higher versions of education, the Cambrian system, Cambridge system. Okay. The American military was left all over American citizens, effectively split up genocide. Let's say British come, of course, to gone. What up, Notorious? Never let another man tell you what to do. Believe in Jesus, brother. During the colonial legislation, they released on bonds through the escort and Spanish Dutch trade systems. Post-colonialism. Yes, what are you talking about? When the colonialists came, they set up their education system, and then when it was leaving, they said, please set up more schools, and then they set them up themselves. Search Jalawala. That's what I said. Makes many atrocities. Okay, what are we looking at? Let's finish watching this.
There's all these dudes trying to get us to ride their boat. There's so many wooden boats here.
And they're still doing it today.
50 to 100,000 people cross this river every single day. That's more than some airports. It's funny that this is the most peace and calmness we've had on this whole trip so far. If you ever visit Dhaka, you have to take this boat ride. It's totally worth it.
Let's watch something about South Africa, really like before and after.
Now, how much is this boat ride?
40 cents.
10 taka per person,
8 cents.
which is like 8 cents.
That's the most enjoyable 8 cents I think I've spent in my entire life. We are floating in a sea of diesel, fish, and lots of people.
That's fascism. It is.
Hi. Jonathan, how are you?
So they just finished their exams for school. Like it's like a Thursday, weekend. So they're just going out for like a family trip. Just going out chilling in the river.
It's really nice right now. The call to prayer.
We're watching YouTube now because they're so much better than the American education system. Hey, I'm a part of the American education system. That's why I got my own class here. It's not about the America. It's about the British Empire. I don't know why you weren't searching that. Who, me?
It's a lot.
Fascism was born against communism.
Somehow peaceful.
What is it?
Yeah. We're just finishing up the video we were watching, Edward.
What is it?
Thank you.
All right, let me let my cat in.
Just gave us some bread. It's like a donut. Try it, yeah.
As we float down the river, I can't help but think about how insane the last 24 hours have been, taking trains, rickshaws, buses, cars, and boats across Dhaka. It's loud, it's crowded, it's unpredictable, but it's also full of life. That's the beauty of Bangladesh. Beneath all the honking and the hustle, there's this unstoppable rhythm that keeps everything flowing. So while the roads might be dangerous, the spirit of the Bangladeshi people is what truly drives this city forward. Thanks again to MyHeritage for sponsoring this video. Scan the QR code or click the link below and use code BINSKI to get MyHeritage for $25. Okay. I'll see you guys next week.
Is it true Americans put butter in your popcorn after popping? Yeah, but we put oil in the pan to pop the popcorn, and then we put butter on the popcorn after it's done. Now, the Africans say, I think Bangladesh would be all right. Fair enough. Also, like I said before, I love the hairstyle. It's 4:10 a.m., so I'm going to bed. You're a subscriber. Poorly put back into bed. Yeah, I love it. I love it. Absolutely. I like to see you again. Thank you, Wowie. And Joe, you completely realized I was completely joking. All right. Our very first debate, bro. Yeah, well, absolutely. I'm all about it. I love it. Have a good night. Where are you at, by the way? 4:10 in UK? Well, I'll let you probably went. All right. All right, let's see. I bet he's Orthodox Christian. All right, what were we looking up? I forgot what it was. I got excited. Have a good night. Dang it. What were we doing next? Fascism. UK is falling. Who said? What did Fiona say? Okay, South Africa before and after. South Africa before and after. All right, let's see. A cultural comparison. South Africa now and it's only 12 seconds long, 25 seconds, 42 seconds. 1 minute, 30 minutes, I think. I don't know. Apartheid era now in the essential. Chasa Nuwaru. Oh, freaking Facebook. Conor McGregor. UK is India 2.0. Throwing petrol bombs. This is 1985. So this is at the end of apartheid. I requested something too. Yeah. Sorry. Right. That's what I was trying to remember. That's what I was trying to remember. Boy, that went to hell too. All right, we'll do that tomorrow. We'll finish this today. We'll do this today. The Africans eating.
Okay, most of the boys have gone to the mosque, but there's still a few here left chewing.
Apartheid for breakfast. We're probably around noontime tomorrow. We'll start. I got at 10 o'clock. I gotta go to my neighbor's house and cut some walls down. It'll take me about an hour, and then I'll come back. I'm gonna start streaming early tomorrow.
Guys, like this. We've left the Omo Valley for the city of Harar in Ethiopia, also known as the City of Peace. We're here to do two things. One, feeding hyenas the worst way possible.
Jeez.
And to try chat. Chat contains the alkaloid cathinone, a stimulant which is said to cause excitement and euphoria.
He's just passing it out.
Classifies it as a drug of abuse and can cause psychological dependence, but it's everywhere here. Let's learn more. Hey, welcome to the streets of Harar in Ethiopia. Hey man, how's it going? We are on the
You ever tried that? Never had it.
Right now, and we're coming here to do something a little bit crazy. You'll see tonight when it gets dark. But on the way in, we saw all these people holding these big bags of green leaves.
I wonder if it's super cheap.
We're gonna find some.
It's a blend of India 2.0, Super Islam 2.0, at least in the big cities. Give me a ton.
This is it.
South Africa before and after.
They say it gives you pleasurable excitement. That's what they say. Look at the leaves; they're like very glossy.
Chew on it.
500 beer for this.
$10 for that whole thing. I had a rebite in
500, right?
Catherine Iones. Do you know why they serve popcorn at the cinema?
A week. This is for.
There was a guy. I know the whole story behind it. Actually, yeah, the guy that actually started selling popcorn out front of theaters just to start making a little bit of extra money, and then they ended up moving. I forgot his name though. Cutting down walls sounds like a serious project. Yeah. She had a small flood, and she had her bathroom redone in like luxury vinyl stuff, like it's waterproof, but the closet wasn't. The closet was kept carpet. Well, the toilet valve broke, so it flooded for like a weekend. And the hardwood in the house is all warped, and then that room soaked with the carpet in the closet soaked up. So I pulled that up, and the cushioning up and everything, and we put a dehumidifier in there a couple of days ago, but it's still wet. So I just took the hammer and slammed it through the wall, and it was just like. So I was like, all right, because I spackled everything, and it's still mushy. Like, so there's still so much humidity in the wall. So we're ripping out all of the drywall and putting in new drywall. And Monday, but tomorrow I'll be removing it and measuring it. It's ridiculously cheap. It grows like a weed. I told you it went on it for 3 days. I think I remember you telling me that. I'm goodness, I'm back. Hey, welcome back. I crave plant freedom in America. There's no reason we should prevent our citizens from growing whatever they want. Now, I'm absolutely listen. If you want to grow your own medicines, pleasurable herbs and plants, absolutely. I think people should be allowed to grow their own tobacco. I think they should be able to grow their own weed and whatever. But we have to get the profitability away from the cartels. That's the biggest freaking problem. Absolutely. Like, you look at California, it's such a disgusting hellscape, but it's so profitable for the cartels and the mob because the people still get money to feed themselves. They get food stamp cards that they sell a lot of times, and ultimately they're addicted to a lot of drugs. Well, how are they doing them? How are they affording them? They're buying them somehow, whether it's off selling their benefits or stealing or whatever. So, but regardless, all of these people, 45,000 people in Los Angeles, all buying drugs from the cartels, and it's like. So that should absolutely be removed. But the people in the rest of the United States, we should be able to grow whatever we want to grow. I think it's heading that way with what happened in whatever happened with Joe Rogan and Trump the other day, or a couple months, 2 months ago, where he signed about Ibogaine, allowing people to start doing that, move that to classify that, and the marijuana got classified differently. So I absolutely think people should. It's just history. Yes, I've got a lot of sleeping advice. So first of all, if you haven't been checked for a B12 deficiency, absolutely make sure you're topped up on B12. That's something I take every single day. But if you've got, let me see if I've got a couple vials around here somewhere. I'll show you real quick. Hold on. Now, if you're having problems sleeping tonight, Monk can tell you some breathing exercises, but two really good things here. You can't see it. Here, I'll do it this way. Natural. This is GABA, G-A-B-A's GABA Sleep and Restore. This is valerian root. This is what Valium has been synthesized after. So 6 or 8 of these will put you to sleep in a half hour. But if you want to get your sleep schedule back on schedule, stuff like GABA, like this stuff really, really, really works. But like, it's not like it like just knocks you out. You can take it in the middle of the day. It's absolutely one of the best things. But if your body's not making melatonin, taking melatonin is not the best idea. You want to say, why is my body not making melatonin? And usually it's from like a vitamin B12, D3, methylfolate deficiency. So that absolutely, like that got me back on. Like, I'd stay up till 4 o'clock in the morning. When I was a kid, if I went to bed at like 9, it would be like 2 o'clock in the morning before I fell asleep. 10, 11 o'clock, it would be till like 4 o'clock in the morning. And it took me until I took care of my vitamin deficiency that I finally started to fall asleep, and actually sleep and dream like normal. Synthetic multi-kindness. Oh, I went way behind here. Man, bro. Do you think vegan is propaganda? Veganism is absolutely propaganda in America. The vegetables and fruits are picked right, underripe, so they don't develop their full vitamin mineral profile, nutrition profile, and a lot of them are artificially ripened, so they haven't been ripened on the vine connected to the ground, so they do not contain what they should. We got a lot of wackadoo foods that mess up our gut and like our intrinsic factor and our gut flora, our mucosal lining, so we can't absorb proper nutrition from our food. Yeah, all that goes wackadoodle. So veganism, and when you eat vegan, you're eating nothing. You absolutely need to supplement unless you're growing your own food. Doing drywall is tough. I do any trades drywall, get up my dead drywall cabin, fall apart. I ate coca. Month's synthetic version of cat. Try laying down melatonin. Right, but you don't want to do that. If you take melatonin, your body will say, okay, like the days after, will say, I don't need to make my own because it's getting in me somewhere else. The same thing with like opioids. Your body makes its own opioids, but if you take street drugs or pharmaceuticals, your body stops making its own, and then you have to wait after a couple of days to a week after that before you find your body restarts. That's part of the withdrawal period. So vitamin B12 is what's required and methylfolate to make neurotransmitters like melatonin, serotonin, dopamine, and whatnot. Who made potato chips? I heard it was an African American man. I believe it wasn't. I believe it was a guy in. I want to say it was in. He was a chef, and the rich guy that came in was. Oh, let's see. Who's credited with making the potato chip? Okay, it's a black guy, George Crumb. Yeah, I was thinking of the guy that came in. The rich guy that came in was like, I want thinner fries. And then he was like, and then he cut them super, super thin and fried them. Yeah, I've been laying down for, it's been like 18 hours. Yeah. If that's a regular issue, absolutely. Like if you don't eat a lot of like red meat and stuff like that, and if you don't get a lot of sunlight, D3, B12, that's two of the biggest things that I tell everyone that they should look into. Yeah, and then once I got my B12 deficiency taken care of, sleep's not a problem for me. I'm talking about 10 minutes, maybe less, when I lay down, I'm asleep. And I've got energy now. It's 11:30 at night. I woke up at 9 o'clock in the morning, and I still got like energy. And I had a cup of coffee at like 9:30 in the morning. Okay, I think I have melatonin and B12. You're welcome. You're absolutely welcome. You are well. Homeless guys getting disability checks, $1,200 a month. They spend it all on drugs in Mexico. Jeez, by the way, B12 is for your small intestine, does nothing for melatonin. Whatever. Good day. No. Absolutely. You doing this on purpose? B12 and melatonin. Melatonin and vitamin B12 play important roles in regulating your sleep-wake cycle and circadian rhythm. Combining the two, but yes, it's a B12 for melatonin production. For melatonin production. Vitamin B12 significantly influences your sleep by supporting your body's conversion of serotonin to melatonin. I think you're just trying to rage bait me. What up, Robert, brother? I sleep like a baby without taking anything anymore. Happy 12 hours. Usually take melatonin. I went up earlier. What am I, dream? I traveled from an urban case of sleep. God guide I go. Well, you may not get these 3 meds. I love my bacon. I told my friends, thank you, brother. Thank you. Apparently, George Crumb's a total apocryphy. That's why melatonin supplements are really only good for resetting your circadian rhythm after Jeff. Like, yeah. But if you have problems sleeping normally, if your B12 levels are low, you can't convert serotonin to melatonin, and B12 is required for the synthesis of serotonin and dopamine. I think I got a new debater. Okay, cool. All right, great. All right, let's see what we're doing. I forgot what we were doing. Here was Cat. There we go.
Hey, all right. Our local contact said besides the chat, we need to get some peanuts.
Melatonin works best for
long term. Really well together. As we're dodging traffic through these hectic streets in Harar, all these Ethiopian men are like, brother, woo! And I look over and they're giving me a thumbs up because I'm carrying a big bag of the green stuff. We gonna get high.
Chicken wings gotta poop.
This is Ben, who's helping me film the Ethiopia trip. He's
having
my
a good
B12
is on normal because eggs. There you go.
Local contact Abby had the
enjoy your dope, brother.
The locals and chew. So we dive into the back alley markets of Harar, where I'm a hit.
Excuse me.
I didn't even know I'm vegetarian.
I just took a little piece. It's really bitter. Oh, tastes almost like a really strong
pepper,
basil, or like a dandelion leaf. This wasn't where Abby had in mind, but the locals see my cat and call me in. They've never really seen a white guy with a bag of it before. So we go say hi.
Okay, I'm coming in. Look at all this chat, man. Chat. Everyone's got a bag of chat.
Cat. That's why your cat with baking soda. So these guys, I think they take it with lime. So he's responsible for obesity in the United States. Yes. Yeah. It sounds like it, Fiona, because he brought the potato chip love in. Everybody getting fat. I'm sure cat stuff numbs your mouth absolutely. I'll have to chew it for a bit. Well, so when they eat it with lime will give you chemical burns, and so, yeah, so if it doesn't do some sort of numbing effect, I can't imagine just having your gums burning like hell, your mouth burning like hell. Lime is potassium hydroxide. That's what they eat. Well, no, it's Lyme disease. A cat with Lyme. It's converted it from KHAT. Chewing cat with Lyme is not the traditional way to consume cat plant, but cultural practice and if. Why cat is leafy shrub, peninsula, chewed and held in the cheek to avoid the alkaloids. I could have swore they took it with Lyme. I could have swore. Most obese people of America, so yeah, absolutely. Bad teeth, I'm sure.
If I'm not careful, I might lose mine before I get the tray.
I could have swore they took this with powdered lime. And it's the cat is so acidic you need some lime or baking soda to neutralize it. Yeah, lime. Yeah, lime's calcium carbonate, not potassium. It's going to be some base.
It's good chat. How do you know?
Good gut.
This color?
Yes.
It's good?
Yes.
Yeah, very good.
So they're just sitting around getting buzzed. Calcium carbonate is Tums. Yes, yeah. Calcium carbonate. Calcium carbonate is oh damn it. I can't remember what it's called. Makes sense. Yeah, it's got to tear your gums up. Yeah, that's what it's supposed to do. So and listen, I don't know why, unless it's some other African chewing amphetamine herb. Dude, they used to be able to buy them with like a big ass leaf. I'm thinking beetle nut. Beetle nut. That's what I was thinking of. Sorry. Beetle nut. Beetle nuts with lime, and a leaf. So he's saying baking soda. I was thinking of beetle nut. That's my fault. You seen beetle?
But do I swallow?
Yeah.
I do swallow. Like, all right. There's too many sources. Some say swallow, some say don't. I got some peanuts. I'm supposed to cut the bitter taste.
So they're just sitting around catching a buzz. Lime and tobacco is supposed to be used together. Baking soda is sodium bicarbonate. Yeah, baking soda is sodium bicarbonate. Yeah, like cuts the skin, make it easier for tooth.
But everyone's very interested in my fresh stack of chat. I broke one of the golden rules of cat. Keep it in the bag and keep it off the ground. Oh, okay. Doesn't go on the ground because some people have their stinky feet on the ground too. Like this, on the plastic. Part of traveling the world is making terrible mistakes and getting reprimanded.
For the kick. Imagine the tax money you can get out of this, right? That's calcium. No, not cal. It's a calcium. No, not carb. Yeah, calcium carbonate. Yeah, calcium carbonate is what you make. Yeah, when you add water to calcium carbonate. Acetylene. Acetylene gas. Acetylene gas. Calcium carbide. Yeah, calcium carbide, right. Lime acts as a catalyst for cancer more than tobacco. Jeez, that's sodium chloride. That's all I got. Pescatarianism. Listen, if you're not getting red meat, you better figure out a way to get vitamin B12 in you. Absolutely. Like if you're supplementing your vitamins and minerals, eat whatever to get your fats and whatnot. Pescatarian's great for a lot of things, a lot of brain health and whatnot, but you can definitely get into issues from B12 deficiency can drive you into psychosis. Lime is calcium oxide. There we go. I win. Quick lime. Right. That's quick lime. I see food and I eat it. My friend's dad actually addicted to it. His mouth bloody red. He wraps something in a green leaf and has powder in his mouth. Yeah, that's the beetle nut. Right. Yeah, beetle nut. Acacia nut is what it's called. But yeah, beetle nut and lime. Chewing betel nut with lime is an ancient cultural practice in Southeast Asia and involves the seed of the acacia plant. What did I say? Acacia plant, betel nut, chewed alongside betel leaves and slaked lime. Calcium hydroxide. Calcium hydroxide. This combination releases the stimulants, provide a mild euphoric rush, alertness, and sense of well-being. Sense of well-being. Maybe that's why they're always getting electrocuted and shit and diving into shallow puddles. Like they don't have that sense of danger, of like life ending. I watch a lot of these survival shows. After a week or two, they'll do anything for red meat. Rats are like delicacy. Jeez. Like white paste rubbed in the mouth to make tobacco absorb faster. Yeah, it's calcium hydroxide. Yeah, hydroxyl, right. Yeah, I could have thought about that for a minute.
Vamos a llenarlo. Boom. Boom. Bye. Bye. Ooh. Okay. I'd like to stay, but we've got a date. You want a bite? Everyone wants a bite. Finally, we get to where we're supposed to be. This is one way cat is commonly consumed, and there are rooms dedicated specifically for it.
Wow, yeah, definitely. Whoever said taxing about it absolutely it would be, yeah. I'm surprised they're not taxing it. I'm surprised. Well, you know why? Because it's Muslim, so they can't do it. It's not legal. You can't take any mind-altering substances. You can't drink, and that's probably why this is so widely used, because you can't drink. And then so you can't sell it to make the money off of it. The tax money, greenhouse structure, greenhouse's structure, condensation of the environment for plants to grow creates better humidity. Yep. It's just chewing tobacco. This ain't tobacco. I bet Rat Burger from Demolition Man would be really good. Oh, geez, seriously, I know a lot of these shows are fake, but I've watched them eat rats several times. Dude. I mean, dog doesn't know his poop. It's pull till it steps in the tarp. What? I never learned the name for it. I was like, here we go. Got some meat. Muslims eat a lot of pond beetle leaf. Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense. You're not in the right environment for no cod or cocoa. You can use a greenhouse. Yeah, I got 2 greenhouses, Brother Hoover. I got 2 greenhouses. Yeah, but yeah. All right. Taxation of the United States. What's up, Martian? Anything influences Ram? Yeah. Yeah, no mind-altering substances. I trust a building wrapped in silica in some sort. I'll take a look. These journals probably use different squirrels run away. Yeah, I've got 2 greenhouses here. The off-grid rats.
This is a tea made from the coffee husk.
So they're making tea? It's just everywhere.
I get called out for sitting too upright.
Like this.
I, obviously, was not relaxed enough to be here.
So like this is good. So one like this. Ben's being swapped out for Gato. Okay, Gato. Oh, man.
Yeah, they're all high. That's why there are goats. The goats eating the leaves. So is she making it into tea?
Yeah, amazing. I'm a second.
That's coffee.
What's your name, my friend? Mustafa?
Jeez.
Mustafa. Nice to meet you, Mustafa. So we do coffee. We do double stimulants. We do cat and coffee together.
The boys show me how it's done.
Okay.
Molly. I know what you mean, brother. Adding nicotine to it, right? Yep. Goats with no end. After it,
Honestly,
yep.
though, Ethiopian coffee is like...
That ain't good. All right, we'll see you in 1 minute.
Coffee is basically espresso, and you always get a triple. Yeah, so you go... You actually pick off a bunch, and you roll. Roll, and then in. Okay. Oosh. Oh, I'm a second on.
One of the guys
His eyes are
wants to
pinned
see the
open.
camera.
Mouth cancer must be high. They're
I hand it
guaranteed. Greenhouse is a barn with a transparent wall so you know his belly plants. Yeah. Mutton curry, kamari, Mughal food. They're all hide up.
I mean, this is a pretty chilled way to spend an afternoon, right? I've got to say, this is a much more chilled video to film. We've gone from hunting baboons with the Hadza, sprinting for our lives for
10 hours a pop. So having a cigarette, a coffee.
He's got his
some
nicotine.
chat, chilling with the boys. This is our local guide Abdul, and he's going to explain something.
We are in the house where the people gathering to have their chats, what we call barcha. Locally we call barcha when we are gathering everywhere.
That should be a red house, not a greenhouse, since it makes my car hot.
When we begin to get high from chats, we have a prayer that we mention the name of the prophets, and that prayer will help to everybody that good healthy and good work and good life.
اللهم يا ربنا يا ربنا تقبل عنك آمين.
Jeez, buzzed out. Hard cocktail stimulus. Why are you gay?
حبيبنا محمد وعلى آل محمد صلى الله
That's so crazy.
وسلم تسليما سيدنا محمد وعلى آل محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم تسليما.
All right, Ben. So we've chased baboons, got some scars, seen some shit, and now we're chewing leaves with the boys. Kat, what's your experience?
I mean, it was definitely positive. I enjoyed it. I felt a high. It was at points it was difficult to tell what was the coffee, what was
Right. So the crack houses Martin Luther King said the CIA used to make black people actually came from Africa with them. Dun, 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 dun. No, absolutely not. This is no. He said he couldn't even really tell the difference from this and coffee. It's pronounced chat, but spelled cat. Yeah, that's what they said at least. The accent.
positive. I'd like to try about 4 times as much.
Wish granted.
It's like they're mind readers. So maybe we'll take some back.
No, pull some more out.
Yeah.
For me, I didn't smoke a cigarette. I'm more of a cigar guy. I did have 2 cups of coffee. That does the job as well. I've probably chewed like a condensed fistful of Kat so far. And I gotta say, hold on, hold. There we go. I still got a big load in my cheek here. I gotta say, I feel super awake.
Super awake.
Not out of control.
Yeah, it's extremely mild
I mean,
form.
you feel like 9 cups of coffee.
It might be a bit like Coca Plant.
Explode. I don't feel jittery. You?
I definitely don't understand why it's illegal in America, Canada, UK.
It's a controlled substance. Here, it's totally legal, by the way.
Wow.
But around the world,
but Cat gets mixed with Coke, so imagine drinking coffee all day.
Punch a dude in the street like alcohol. You don't really get high. I feel happy. It's supposed to be like pleasantly excited.
Yeah.
Do you feel pleasantly excited?
It's a nice natural high with a natural substance. I enjoyed it. Kind of makes me want to kiss you, actually.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Makes me pleasurably excited.
It's more adrenogenic rather than dopaminergic.
Abby, our local guide, had some insight along the way.
There's a problem with Chad because Chad has taken over the good land that's for agriculture.
Right. So the reason that they're starving, the reason that they have problems with hunger is because they're growing cat in the farmland instead of growing crops for food. And that happens in a lot of Africa too. 2 whites and adventures in the toxic land. Much of Euphoria, the Dryland Cat, American Cat, and Coca Farms, Texas, and what a fantasy, right? Nice. So it's a coffee and a cigarette. Yeah, that's basically what he was saying.
All kind of stuff.
Chat.
All that stuff is being taken over. In some of the areas in the south,
there's a problem with the chat.
People are growing chat instead of coffee.
Yeah, people are growing chat instead of coffee, chat instead of food. That's absolutely crazy. A precursor is going to make Cokes make you feel going up for a buzz.
The north, which has never seen plantation of chat, is growing chat to near the Blue Nile. Well, of course, everybody needs money, and it's a cash crop. But at the same token, chat is addictive. And it's taken the life of entire generation away because these people, after lunchtime, they sit down and chew just like goats. And it's a waste
Chew
of
like
time.
goats. Do you recall your last tall task? I do not.
It's not good for the environment. It's not good for the society. That's my opinion. A lot of my friends might disagree because they say, hey, people have changed their lives because they have become wealthy. Yes, it's a cash generating crop, but consequences.
I wonder why
Justice
Japan doesn't have
society
cat.
is very
Probably because the cartels that work with your government want to supply people with coke rather than a cheap cat that they can then grow themselves. They absolutely. Cause listen, if you probably understand as well as I do that the cartels have worked their way into most of the main governments of the world. And I mean, the reason that you can get all the drugs in America that you can get is because our government lets them here. So if they don't want something easy, cocaine, you have to produce, you have to mix with gasoline or diesel fuel and whatnot and grind up and make extracts and blah, blah, blah. But like this, you just pull it off the plant and chew it. So you could grow all of your own. And if you were happy with doing this, then the cartels and the Yakuza wouldn't be making all the money that they'd be making. And they want to make sure that whatever people are using for a buzz, they can get a piece of that financial action. Why not just hungry? Why not just eat cat? And then you wouldn't be hungry anymore. I wish my government sponsors me when we go on a world tour and try native drugs. Talk to them about it. Are you a stimulant guy? We're doing the same thing. We're cutting down our citrus and other orchards, putting up house tracks. Facts. Who's the government bans all kinds of stuff because of big pharma. That's right. It's not a stimulant euphoric plant. All right, let's finish this up, and I'll check out your thing here.
Okay, most of the boys have gone to the mosque, but there's still a few here left chewing. Like these guys.
The goat's eating it
Right
too.
here. Also enjoying some cop. How was it, guys? A little bit jittery, a little bit jumpy. That's a side effect, don't worry. You? A little friendly. So an important part of chat, relaxing.
Laying down in the goat poop. Yeah, absolutely the biggest dealers.
There's something that happens here at night that involves hyenas. You can Lady and the Tramp style feed a hyena with meat at the end. So
That's so
picture
crazy, dude. That Yakuza
Hyena,
guy in your channel might know a
human.
thing or two about drugs, so you don't
That's
remember his
what we're doing
name.
next.
Yeah. Hitoshi. Hiroshi, yeah.
Gumbo for being my
40
after
CBD,
the guy.
yeah, prefer less than
And
3%
I love
really
you
from
guys.
the danger.
Like, subscribe, and I'll see you.
Let's see. Okay, let's see what you got here. Fiona posted some video a second ago, a couple minutes ago, actually. There it is. Let's see what this says. If it's not too long.
Hundreds of miners work
Okay, hold on real quick, Fiona. Let's watch his short real quick. I love driving. Okay, let's watch this one from Monk real quick. It's a short, I believe. I wonder how goat milk. It's probably goat meat and goat milk probably catch a buzz off of it. Maybe their kidneys filter it out.
Australians are turning to cocaine to self-treat ADHD as shortages and long wait times hit prescription medication.
Yeah, this is all on purpose.
Treatment for cocaine use has hit a 10-year.
This is all on purpose. All on purpose. There's no way there's a pharmaceutical shortage for Adderall and stuff. Absolutely. They're making money to the cartels. They're absolutely doing it. Stims have Call of Duty thing, I guess.
High, with the illicit drug now being used as a substitute for regulated stimulants. Specialists say the trend is fueling a concerning surge in addiction.
Yeah, then why don't you freaking get your stuff taken care of? Why don't you make sure that the country has what it needs? Well, they said, yeah, they can make a couple billion COVID shots in a month, but they can't make a couple billion amphetamine tablets in a month. Yeah, right. Yeah, you can't bullshit anybody anymore.
To volcano.
Mary
Here
Jane.
in Indonesia.
The transgender
Toxic
agenda.
fumes all day long.
Women, bro. Oh.
They're mining sulfur, which locals call devil's gold.
So this sulfur is not needed at all. This right here, this is only done for a tourist trap. This is only done because tourists want to see these guys slave in a volcano. The 99% of all sulfur comes from crude oil manufacture, crude oil production and whatnot. So this doesn't need to be done at all. They only do it in order. I can't keep watching this, Fiona, because they'll shut me off. But they only do this in order to show for the Let me see if I can find something about it. Let me see if we got something.
Dampingilah, dikasihanilah dengan yang jaga di sini.
My coworker said Australian she loves coke, and apparently her parents would casually do it with their neighbors over there. Jeez. Those synthetic drugs and more organic, very only
And he
alcohol.
works near one of the world's most toxic volcanoes.
All right, let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Let me see. I don't feel like going through the whole thing. Yeah, I'm not going through the whole thing. But yeah. So but these guys, the whole reason they do it, why they do it. Here you go. Let's find this real quick.
And it's left natural mines and volcanoes unnecessary.
Oh, here you go.
To keep
Here you go. Here you go.
To process its
Here you go.
sugar works and
Here you go.
They have to remove any contaminants. Worker company also owns this weighing station.
All right,
and
the Coke factory in South America will operate at 110% capacity. Right. They don't have a problem. They've got no problem giving everybody as much blow as they want. No problem. But they can't get ADHD pills to Australia. Yeah, it's bullcrap. I'm a doctor. Doesn't suit me. If I die at many D2, I just party responsibly and don't mind. It's cheap here. It's not even a rich man's drug. And I chose to be a doctor helping bridge the need. There you go, bridge the need.
Series of filters. They have to remove any contaminants like sand or dirt. Then they pour it out onto the factory floor to cool. The sulfur is loaded into sacks and sent to sugar factories nearby. It's processed into sulfuric acid, the world's most commonly used chemical.
Governor
It's used in everything
Torre.
from matches, fireworks, and gunpowder to detergent, paper, and batteries. It's what makes sugar white, and it's an essential ingredient in rubber products and even winemaking. But 98%
Here
of
you
the
go,
world's
98.
sulfur comes from oil and gas refining. It's a byproduct of refining, and oil companies are required by law to process it safely. What's created is a lot of pure sulfur, a purity that's necessary for making products like fertilizer.
Okay, so why do you guys
Today,
do it?
the sulfur industry from oil and gas is worth almost $13 billion.
So they're
and is
making
expected to
$13
keep
billion
growing.
on just the sulfur. You paid too much for ours. Imagine the smell. Liquid sulfur and dried out on the floor. All right.
And it's left natural mines and
Here you go.
volcanoes unnecessary.
Right.
Especially since mine
So
sulfur
why do they
isn't as
have 'em?
pure. It can be acidic or contain sand. Yet Egen is one of the only places left in the world where people still mine sulfur this way.
Why?
So why do they do it?
Yeah, tell me.
Despite the danger.
Tell me.
For the mining company, it's easier and cheaper to get sulfur from Egen.
Right.
For the sulfur miners, the pay is a lot more than other jobs on the island.
Okay, why are they doing
such
it?
as farming.
Misalnya kerja di bangunan, di perkebunan, pun kendalanya banyak, berbahaya juga.
If they make more money on tips, they make more money on taking pictures with tourists than they do on the sulfur. I would pay too. I worked the sulfur ass. You did? Jeez.
The mining company pays on the weight of their loads. They get about 9 cents per kilo. With
9
2
cents.
loads, Mistard can make $17 a day. The mining company did not respond to our request for comment on why the miners are paid so little for what's considered one of the most dangerous jobs in the world. Another possible reason this mine is
Here
still
you go.
open,
Here you go.
tourism.
There you go. Sulfuric acid is kind of agua regia. There's a kid in front of
At
aqua
night,
regia. Yeah,
visitors
aqua
flock
regia.
here
Yeah.
To see the blue flame from the sulfur
Yeah,
gas.
see that blue flame? That's the sulfur burning at night. They have
During
multiple
the day,
pools.
tourists hike up to take in the vistas. Protected with their gas masks, they watch miners work without masks of their own. Some miners are now becoming tour guides or making sulfur souvenirs. The most keep working, as they always have.
Right, so that's what it's all about. They're making more money. Cool side, Kieran's officer. It's kind of cool, actually. Kieran stages, different stages. Sulfur looks nasty as feet. Yeah, dude, it's all coming out of a volcano. It could just blow out at any minute. But yeah, they make more money off of tourism than they do off of selling their sulfur. It's super healthy. I mean, yeah, sulfur drugs. But the purity that you need to make sulfur drugs is not what they've got. There's old antibiotics made of sulfur. Sure, absolutely. Yeah. Union 76 refinery. Boom. Didn't that blow up? Let's see. Boom, boom. You want to take a bite of the sulfur? All right, let's see what's up next. Here. A lot of sulfur in the wells where I'm at. It stinks, but helps get rid of my acne. Yeah, what up, McMisfit? Yeah, it'll do that. It'll do that. Sulfonamides. Gold fever. Eye candy. African man living with his 7 wives. All right, all right, hold on. Let's just make sure we ain't got no copyrighted music in here real quick. Doesn't look like it. Okay. Hey, welcome back. Milking the goats. Jerry cans. Are you in a health crisis? Woken by whom? Archaeologists? Man, that looks good, boy. That look good. Another melatonin just expired a few years ago. Yeah, I don't know if you saw this before you left. So B12 is required to convert serotonin to melatonin, and B12 is required to synthesize serotonin. B12 supports the body's production of melatonin and regulate conversion of serotonin into melatonin. So you need to have proper B12 levels so your B12 can help synthesize the serotonin and then convert the serotonin into melatonin, not just your guts. Have you seen the Africa live streams of African children cycling lines? Yes, they seem to do that a lot, and they get a lot, like freaking thousands of viewers at once. It seems like, yeah, and they have like the ones where they have a bunch of different color balls on like some like slopes. They like pull them out and move them over to like make a color thing. Yeah, looks like diarrhea to me. Just ew. Yeah, so there's something in your gut called intrinsic factor, which a lot of people don't have at all. And without intrinsic factor, B12 will not absorb through your intestines. So people that do eat a lot of meat, a lot of people that have ADHD-like symptoms, they can either have ADHD or they could be B12 deficient, and because the symptoms are the same. B12 deficiency and ADHD have the same symptoms. So it's called a mimic. B12 deficiency mimics ADHD. So some people don't actually have ADHD, even though they have ADHD symptoms. They have something called, they have lack of an intrinsic factor, so they cannot absorb B12, even methylated B12, through the intestines. They have to absorb it through the mouth, just like sublingually or whatnot. They're doing it in China. They're giving people methylfolate and B12 and for ADHD, depression, and anxiety, because B12 deficiency causes all of those things also. It's pretty interesting. What's up, Shiva, brother? You got to go to work in a half hour. All right, Edward, brother, see you tomorrow. Our body chemistry is wild, absolutely. When I go to sleep, I get my B12 from chugging 5 Red Bulls. Oh, jeez. Uh-oh, let's see. Good morning. What's up, goats? Man, everything looks dead and dry. Except for the... I wonder if they have data out there. Like, I wonder if this is live streamed or if it's just recorded and edited later. Good day, Edward. Jeez, that must take a long time. My hands would cramp. What's he juggling? That's a goat. That's a goat teat. Bye, monkey. There we go. Someone's not having a good day. Definitely recorded and post edited. Yeah, I have to be. Yeah, he's gone. He's gone. Yeah. Brushing the teeth. I wonder where the beads come from. Like where do they acquire the bead? Oh, I wonder if it's from the plastic from the jerry cans. I mean, 'cause it's like the same like yellow orange colors that like this orange can and this yellow can that makes the beads up. These dudes trained juggling goat's milk bags. You got to get it done. I mean, possibly, but green like that bright. I mean, maybe. I think it's those plastics. I think that's the green, the yellow, and the orange. I honestly, that's a good question though. Probably making butter and fresh milk and what they need. So any extra milk would probably be turned into butter so the butter doesn't spoil. Beads are probably rare commodity in society. Yeah. I mean, but where do they come from originally? Like, who's manufacturing them? Like the big wooden beads. Oh, yeah, she's making butter. That's what she's doing. She's churning butter. Green peas. Yeah, she's churning butter. Yeah, so what they used to do before plastic bottles, they would fill a goat bladder with it, and you would just keep rolling the goat bladder back and forth. Makes sense. The colors of the beads matching. Yeah. Oh, maybe they're making it. Fish? Yeah, those are fish. Really? No, dried like hell. Jeez. Yeah, I'm dumbfounded.
What if there is this Lamaha?
Lamaha? $5 each. Any footage of the Waki people live in Afghanistan? I believe there is. Yes, I'm almost positive we watched a video on that. They have their churches or their temples and stuff cut into the sides too. Making fish whistles. Yes, compelling footage of the Waki people.
Hey guys, last week has been absolutely amazing. I spent
a bunch of donkeys and the plastic waste off the shore. Survival process making butter. They could also melt plastics to make some. I doubt it's definitely a world wonder. Yeah. Yeah, definitely milking the donkeys.
In northern Pakistan. And not only that, I spent it living with a Wahi family. The Wahi people are an ethnic group with their own language and their own distinctive culture. And I have to say, by living with them and following their lifestyle, I have learned so many valuable life lessons. Let me give you 5 of them in this video. Let's go. Lesson number 1. Your life can be simple, yet still extremely wealthy and rewarding. Let me take you inside of a Wahi home to show you what I actually mean.
Hunter, guide, elder in the community. More than enough. We should take that donkey back. He deserves better. Now he's using inches. More beads. What are the chances you think the beads are fully cured? They're coming from the West. Listen, they could absolutely come from China. Absolutely. I mean, because they don't have really any manufacturing like that in Africa. Yeah, I mean, so it would have to come from China, India, some of the manufacturing places. Fish whistles really do work according to the web. You should Google it someday. Fish whistles. Glass beads. Yeah, I know. Glass, sure, absolutely. But those are like a lot of plastic beads. I mean, maybe they were glass and I couldn't see them close enough. Yeah, glass beads probably a 14th century BC. Like beads have been traded for a long time. Clay, yeah, like the clay beads. Yeah, absolutely. I'm just that stuff's wacko. Fish whistles can mean a few different things. A slang term for smoking a pipe. And you know, fish lures, gag gifts, actual noise. The slang, the fish whistle, a trolling lure. Fish whistle. You can get them on Amazon. Kitchen. Why would China want to supply their?
This room is not.
Brother, I don't know. Maybe to trade land area, like China knows that this area is good for oil and says, "Hey, we'll give you $1 billion worth of beads if you let us." Who knows? Who knows? I mean, how else did they get them? Obviously, there's someone there with a camera, but they've probably been using those beads as to show a hierarchy. Both through the belt ring. Yeah, I don't know. I have 4 wives. If only they look good, to be honest. If you would have 4 wives, if they look good.
Bedroom. You may have also noticed that there is barely any furniture in the entire house. In a typical Wahi household, the focus is less on owning and more on sharing. Sharing your time and space and whatever little you may have with your loved ones.
And they're like, why aren't you? Probably traders, people fully crafted head scratch. What up, user brother?
The family gathers together every morning, lunchtime, and evening around a central stove right here in the kitchen. The fire, Rachni, which is staged in the stove. The
Tuesday for South Peeps. That's how we got Manhattan. That's right, possum. It was a joke. I was not going to marry.
Family members to a single spot in the house, which of course means that people get to spend much more time together. Lesson number 3, the food. Everything in this village, everything in this house is made locally. Let me show you, for example, how this pot of milk made its very short journey from the cow to the kitchen. For many years, these Wahi communities were pretty much cut off from the large urban centers of Pakistan, which means that they've had to rely only on themselves to provide food. Let me show you some of the local products that the Wahi people store for all seasons.
Root cellar. Homemaker in the Waka community. Oh, go on. I'm sure you can be childless, polygamous, and get your own appearance from reality TV show. Right? Yeah, why not? Right? Why not? Call the casting director.
I'm just about to try one of these dried apricots straight from the box right here. Let's see.
Sweet. I don't care what 99% of the population decide. I'm going to do,
no chemicals whatsoever.
I'm going to have to do like they want me to do. What up, Tony, brother? How you feeling? How you been feeling, brother?
Even the flour that you see here, this also comes straight from the land.
One to cook, one to clean, one to hunt fish, one with a nice pair of ears.
That much meat. Instead, the people here rely on beans, grains, and vegetables for much of their sustenance. The Wahi cuisine is hefty and rich in dairy, just perfect for these harsh mountain climates. Even for seasoning, it relies on ingredients that are readily available in these parts, such as apricot oil, which is a staple across many of the local dishes. Lesson number 4. Acknowledging the fact that other people exist and greeting them like you mean it. This is the traditional Wahi handshake. Assalamu alaikum.
Tomorrow is my surgery at 4:15. All right, brother. Good luck. Good luck, my friend.
This
4:15 in the morning.
One of the highest signs of respect. From young to old, everyone here shakes hands, even if you're from the same family, even if you've already met that day. The handshake is simply a sign of acknowledgement and respect.
While you can have multiple wives, you must
Lesson
treat
number
them the
5.
same by
If you
one
work
cow. You
together,
have to buy
you
them
also
all
gain
one.
together.
Wow.
And the Wahi people know this really well.
Peace be
So let me
upon
show
ya.
How this works by just
Oh, why are they so often with people until they come to our culture?
See, there are so many sheep and goats in this village that it simply wouldn't make sense for every individual owner to take his or her animals out to the pastures every day. So what happens is that all the villagers pitch
Best of
in
luck,
for
yeah.
a single shepherd
God be
to
with
do
you,
exactly
Tony.
that with all the animals from the village. And in the afternoon, everybody from the village gets together to find their own animals and bring them back into their individual houses. It's a pretty good system, isn't it? Well, that's it. The 5 small lessons I picked up.
Yeah, shake hands, eat food, live somewhere, don't be rich. Alright, let's see. Let's see if there's anything interesting in here. Man, it looks like it's a bunch of the same. Bunch of the same. Okay, let's see. Alright, let's wind it down. Let's wind it down. The naturally blonde black people of the Solomon Islands. Well, they're all naturally, I guess the mom's not. That's weird. Maybe we should watch that. God bless you, brother. I don't understand. 7 whites is unnatural. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Very unnatural. Okay, let's see. Extreme talents. I went for, yeah. Okay. The family that changes faces in a weird way. All right, we'll watch something like this. Let's see. Let's look fun singing. All right, let's see. Hold on, let's find something different. One wife, Christ said that from the beginning. He meant, I agree. What's up? Who's a fail, brother? Happy Tuesday. Mosquito laser scam. Old world favorites. Tokyo sucks. The protein fingerprint. I married a Maasai woman. A Maasai moved 24 hours, the oldest tribe. 7 days in the coldest place on earth. That looks miserable. All right, let's check that out.
Right now I'm in a place where temperatures can drop as low as minus 71.2 degrees Celsius. And it's so cold here that your lips can freeze through your
Be asleep
food
in 10
within
minutes
a
without
few
single
seconds.
substance. Hello, brother. Yeah, I only took them because I was showing that I take it, but now I don't have to take any substances anymore.
Inside. Frostbite here can set in within minutes. And if you don't move for a couple of hours, you will freeze to death. How many minutes outside, naked, without clothes, can you survive?
Your limbs, most likely, the best they can handle in this cold. It's probably 20 minutes before you will have to get them amputated.
Yes, that's absolutely necessary in this cold, because in my previous video about Yakutsk, I got frostbite on my nose 4 times within just a few minutes. And that made me wonder, how do people survive in these extreme cold conditions with more basic lifestyles? So first I'm taking a car ride of about 18 hours to a very remote village without modern facilities. And the end goal of this, meeting a man who has been living alone for 40 years in the most remote part of this region. It's okay. Is it all okay? The car is not any damage? No. What would happen if the car breaks down right here?
We'd not survive.
Did you know that many people have died simply because their car broke down during the journey? So if your car has even a small issue and the engine won't start, eventually the engine oil can freeze within 20 minutes. And if the engine oil freezes, the car becomes completely unusable. And you also can't heat it anymore because the battery will fill too. And if you're on a remote road, which happens very quickly in Russia because it's so fast, you simply freeze to death.
What's the name?
It's completely frozen, like you cannot... Well, this is what hypothetically happens to a person when you sit in the cold for several hours without warmth or movement.
Why
We
does the
just
thing
arrived in a
translate?
small town called Sunta,
It's
and the
freaking
very first
wackadoodle.
thing we had to do was
It's all it's just YouTube's, I guess, auto translation. YouTube, heck, if God forbid it should outlive this one or she leaves me, I do not want to break another one. That's what I mean if I don't make $1 million before I'm 35. Thoughts on monarchy? Listen, if it was a good monarchy, I'm not anti-monarchy. I'm anti-evil. If we had a monarchy that cared for the people, I wouldn't be against it. It just says the Suntar region of Yakutia, Siberia, Russia. I always never saw a frozen husky. Mine first, but yeah, not Charles III. No. Yeah, also a trader. I agree.
Otherwise,
Yeah, but no, I'm not against it either.
Because right now it's already minus 48 degrees. And I can tell you this, it's only going to get colder and colder.
So it's a double system because it's too cold right now. It's electricity plus the wood.
In Suntar, the town relies on a central
Jeez,
coal-fired
superior,
heating
not
system.
bad.
The
Way
heat
of
produced is
overthinker,
carried to
leader,
the homes through
personality,
above-ground pipes, ensuring that the residents at least have a basic level of warmth.
C,
Right
96F.
now, I'm with a farmer who
Negative
keeps his
there,
own horses.
he's speaking in Celsius, but it's negative 71C, negative 96F. Yeah, wackadoodle coals.
And those horses can survive temperatures as low as minus 70 degrees. And they are actually the only species in Yakutsk that can live independently without human help. Unlike cows, over hundreds of thousands of years, these horses have perfectly adapted to the extreme Siberian climate. Their shorter legs and compact bodies help minimize heat
yeah,
loss,
it's very
keeping
crazy,
warmth
brother.
close to their core.
This is a tribe, and a tribe has only one male. All the others are female. They're
Wow.
used to give birth. Right, one father, 8 mothers.
The mares regularly give birth to foals, and during especially harsh winters,
Yeah,
some
they're
of
living
these
their
young
best
horses
life.
are traditionally used as a source of food by farming families in Yakutsk.
So this is horse meat, and it's like deeply frozen. That's how they preserve it and kill the parasites. From a cow?
Horse.
Holy moly.
It's pretty crazy to think that this is their only meat source for the whole winter, and their freezer for food is outside instead of inside, what we're normally used to.
It shows macro. Yeah, macro. The only good king is the King Lord Jesus Christ. Agreed, brother.
Oh, I get the
I had not eaten it, but I've worked with it. When I worked at the Maryland Zoo, we would feed the animals horse meat. I'm a king of kings. Right, with me other kings. Right, I agree. As long as they were good.
Take a close look at these hands. When I first saw it, I thought there was something wrong with it, so I asked about it.
Oh, he got lost actually when he was in first grade in school in the winter.
Wow.
A random hunter found him at night, and his hand was frozen. Like he had frostbites. Only now his hand is.
Yeah, why?
So he left home at 9 in the morning. He was only found deep at night. So he spent almost an entire clock outside.
The longer I look at this man, the more it becomes clear that his body as a local has been shaped to survive the brutal cold. Also, his nose barely pops out compared to my nose, which prevents, of course, frostbite hitting his nose.
First
and the
Clement,
wind making it
an
even
early
colder.
Christian
In this
writer, said
region,
the Iron
sunlight is
King
constantly reflecting off the snow and ice, and his eyes have been adapted to it. If you look closely, you can see they are less round, with an extra fold of skin that helps filter the harsh light and prevents snow blindness.
And Jesus says to give Caesar what's due him.
53.
That's fucked up.
I almost lost my brother while IP, you know?
Why? What happened?
You don't understand me, it's joke.
Alright, we're now heading to an even more remote village, which means that there won't be a supermarket anymore. So we stopped by this local store to stock up on food for the coming week. And one thing that stood out to me immediately is that almost all food is heavily processed, because crops of course can hardly grow here. So nearly everything has to be imported.
So Russia has some kind of sanctions about brands?
All the brands have left Russia officially. So
You had an
we have
OBS
now
hoodie? I didn't even see it.
imported from our Asian friends. Coca-Cola.
Since 2022, all the European brands have left Russia because of the war.
I completely missed it.
remote.
Oh yeah, dude! I didn't even see that. I was looking at his face. Yeah, he's got an OBS hoodie.
Why?
That's crazy. A class of C's 8th floor, where in the world king is their power, and who may say unto him, what dost thou?
Village, which means that there won't be a supermarket.
Imported.
Some of my family adopted kids in Russia, and they got there. They had a huge feast prepared for them, and included horse meat. My aunt has horses. It didn't eat it. My uncle had to bit the bullet. Yeah.
So in the evening, when they leave, they put some of the wood that later turns into coal. That's enough to sustain the heat till the next day.
Suntar is generally connected to a central heating system that keeps most of the village warm, except for a few buildings like the supermarket. And here they rely on a more manual system. Every hour a significant amount of wood has to be fed into a furnace to generate heat, which is then channeled above ground and directed into the store.
God's final authority on this verse is authorized King James Bible.
So we are going to two
Saturday,
very
that sells some
remote
in the
villages. One
middle
village
under the
of
boat
boat
now.
has 58 people. They don't have a store.
We're about to drive for 5 hours to an even more remote village, where modern facilities are almost non-existent. And to reach that village, we actually had to bring a large can of gasoline with us, simply because there are no gas stations out there. And it really shows just how remote and isolated the place is. And for a Dutch traveler, going there is something pretty special. And that's also why I ended up meeting one of the regional leaders from Suntar. He praised me, shook my hand, and wanted to meet me purely because I had done something so unusual, traveling to a place that remote.
The translator, okay, I didn't think it was the only translation. So
Alright, this is the final outfit. I'm wearing like 25 layers, I don't know, I don't even know. I'm in a really remote place, so I had to make sure I didn't get any frostbite because there is no hospital nearby here. And it's crazy to think that many years ago, people had to dress like this and hunt for themselves just to survive in these extreme conditions. And what's even more fascinating is that here in this remote village, they still practice some of those ancient techniques to get by and live a normal life. And I am about to show you some of those processes. Alright, we're right now going to like the place where they get their water. They chop ice cubes out of the lake and they melt it, therefore they can drink it when they warm it up in their homes.
Down the cold. Yeah,
they live
dude,
like in a really simple way.
I tell you what, dude. I mean, I would definitely check it out. That right? How did our ancestors survive? Right? Good question. The measure of temperature is BTU. The measure of the Earth time is based on the prime meridian. The prime language is enemy times is English. God bless our ancestors. Absolutely. This is Siberia, coldest place on Earth. I know there's gold mines, diamond mines, and other like rare businesses, but I think most of the people are miners. I believe. Like, I thought they already had those giant power silos and frost bomb. Siberia's close. Yeah, right across from it.
It's pretty insane for me
How
to
you
see
doing?
how much effort
Lord
people have to
Alcatraz,
put
brother?
in just to get some water. Because in the Netherlands, where I live, you simply turn on the tap and that's it. But here you have to saw some blocks of ice out of a frozen river, break them loose, and just like that, you end up with a few chunks of ice that you can later melt at home for water. How many times a week do you need to do this?
Күн биттеген ут.
Күн биттеген бәді харап фото бута хатту. Фото урванна жебитер баруже. Икки гылга. Икки.
Normally, the residents devote an entire day to cutting and loosening blocks of ice from the river, and then they pile them up in large quantities in their backyard.
And in the backyard we have what is called an ice bed. And on an ice bed you have like
Yeah.
a full
No, I
huge
don't.
pile of ice.
Over a
And
certain
normally you would
cold,
bring
looks
in
like it'll be
3-4
different.
blocks of ice every
Definitely
day
feel
for
different.
it to melt in the
Yeah, it looks like it.
The
Yeah.
local quickly made a hole in the ice so that the water returns to the river level and the gap is filled.
Oh no, look at your lens.
Oh, it's completely frozen. It is crazy to see that every single drop of water turns into ice within a couple of seconds.
Jeez, dude, that looks, if it's negative 20 or negative 4, your body can't define. It's too cold to survive. Negative 40, yeah, makes sense. If you pee, if you pee, would it freeze? Asking the serious questions over here. It would probably, if you peed off of like the top of a building, it would be frozen before it hit the ground. But just standing, probably not. I had some Star Chicken nuggets that didn't match the shit on the bag. Disgusting. They have ice reserves on top of wood reserves. They got what they need. He's using that's a egg or an onion.
It doesn't move. It will not
That's
move.
freaking cold.
3, 2, 1.
No. It's body temperature. Urine's body temperature. So 98.6 when it leaves the body. Jeez.
So this is what happens when you lay your fruits outside in -50. That's also the reason why no fruits
Oh,
or
it was an
vegetables
apple.
grows here in the wild.
They have
in
different kind of
the
ice agents. Dun, 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 dun.
This one actually hurts.
You're dumb, dude.
Yo, help!
Help, let's go.
Help, is it painful?
Inside. No. Go inside. Don't touch it.
Dumbass. Jeez. Rip the younger. If the earth was flat, chili somebody would fall off the edge.
With this cold, it's extremely dangerous to press your tongue against a deeply frozen object because it can easily stick to it, and if you're not careful enough, you can really damage yourself.
Dumbass. No, dude, negative 40 C, your piss will be frozen the second after it left your penis if you throw a couple boiling water. I don't know, brother. I don't know. I'm thinking about it. If you're talking about a drop of piss, but a stream of piss, the piss that's coming out of your body is warming the droplets ahead of it. Maybe he'll mention it, but we'll see. Yeah, like if it was a drop of piss, I would say that. But remember, it's got to lose its heat. It's got to transfer the thermal from that thermal mass. It's got to transfer out to the air, and then I mean, it would be interesting to see if like somebody like stood over top of like a drum cymbal and like peed on it and heard like the ice crystals going. Shh. Bus lost my mother. I'm absolutely devastated with my father 2 years ago. Damn, Rahendra. Jeez. He lost both parents in 2 years. Oh, that sucks to hear, Rahendra, brother. Man. I hope you're... brother. I hope you get through this grief quick, brother. When I was a kid, I went and grabbed an ice cube from the freezer and had when I panicked, I pulled up, ripped the skin tongue. I would cry too. We're debating piss right now. These people even get a cold? Probably not. That's why I eat my food fast while it's still hot. Otherwise, it'll turn into a popsicle. Miles. I seen it happen here. It's Minnesota. Man, a full-blown cup of hot water fully vaporized when it's into the air if it's that low. Yeah, like I can understand that because you're throwing it up and it's going up into the air and it's spreading out. The droplets are spreading out from each other, so you have a lot of area to move in. But a stream is going to work a little differently. I'd be interested to see how it works. I promise it would be instantly vaporized. All right, I'll take your word for it then. Christmas story: the tongue on the flagpole seam. Damage your tongue is many. Yeah, at least your mouth is the fastest healing part of your body.
Makes sense since there are only 58 people living in this small village.
That's school.
This is a graduation photo of just 3 people from 2024. How are the teachers getting paid if only 3 students exist here?
So the salary here is calculated.
She got lung cancer, immunotherapy, her body not supported it. Jeez, brother. Oh. Negative 40, it does not freeze in an arch. Until you have a negative 20 in the freezer, puke a couple minutes outside out. Best reservoir the limb professors guaranteed. Don't hurt me. Damn, Rahendra, brother. Lung cancer.
Because like it was like many children, many opportunities, many things to do. But while studying here, like there was no many complaints.
How many years do you live here?
72 years he's been living in this.
72 years. That's like your lifetime. This man has lived here his entire life and he works as a farmer, managing a large number of cows. Do you shower?
Eye is actually the fastest healing tissue. The mouth is like, oh, there you go, close enough. 72.
Like, there are no showers. There are only saunas.
How do you clean?
In a sauna.
Yeah, people here shower in a sauna simply because it's about minus 50 degrees outside and running water is just not possible. Pipes, for example, would immediately freeze. And that's why households in these remote
For
villages
72.
don't have a regular shower and instead they use a banya. And now let's take a look at the toilet situation. How do they poop here in this cult? So first, most of the toilets are outside of the house because there's no pumping
Outhouses.
system to flush waste away from your home. So everything goes into a
Burn.
pit like this. They dig a hole about 2 meters deep and throughout the winter,
Oh.
everyone uses it. And over time, the waste can build up to nearly a meter high.
Ew.
Because everything is completely frozen, it doesn't smell. And you know what else doesn't smell? The local people.
The Yakutians don't sweat.
Yeah.
They don't sweat. They don't smell or sweat. Negative 40 is a bit colder. The conditions where it was hot water vaporizing as it was thrown way colder. These logarithmic scales, I think we'd all be surprised if we could test it right now. Oh, yeah, you definitely don't want to get diarrhea. I'm surprised she never took any form of tobacco and she still gets it. She's a devotee of their Krishna. Through the pain she died from. Oh, man, brother. Yeah, listen, there's a lot. Well, I guess you don't want to talk about it. Yeah, man, it doesn't. There's a lot of stuff in the air there, brother. A lot of stuff in the air. Just breathing in a lot of those areas is as bad or as smoking cigarettes. It's not just the tobacco smoke that causes cancer. It's the damage. It's the burnt particulates in the air. That sucks. That sucks to hear, my friend. They definitely sweat. Fun fact, negative. Yeah, 40 degrees Fahrenheit and Celsius. They meet. They're the same point. North Dakota, zigzag.
I wear this t-shirt for almost 1 week. You can smell. It don't have smell.
You don't smell.
Yeah.
I only smell the shirt.
All Yakutian people don't have smell.
He ain't got no armpit hair either. I forgot. I even remember a word called
Most people
igloo.
in Siberia naturally don't have body odor.
1.8.
This is because their sweat contains less fat, which means
It's like
bacteria
8/9 plus 1.8 C, right? Put sharded in the whole new perspective. Plus ultra.
can't produce strong smells. This trait developed thousands of years ago
Oh, so it's
in cold
genetic.
environments where sweating less and having cleaner skin was an advantage for survival. In wintertime, every resident gathers firewood and burns it inside their home to stay warm. It acts as a kind of
Jeez,
central
dude.
heating system. The heat circulates through the house
No, because
before
you don't
escaping
smell
through the
means
chimney,
it's clean.
warming the entire space. To keep it comfortable, this process needs to be repeated around 5 or 6 times a day, making it possible to live well in a simple village like here.
Jeez, dude. I wonder how many times people burn their hands on that.
So right now
And
they
with
are
an
making
lineage of
growth
mixed breed, we'll have mutants living in
into this
tropical
lake,
countries.
so the cows can drink later on.
All depends on me.
Over to
I
the
go to
cows
hibernation
farm.
sea
And I'm
tomorrow
genuinely
breakfast.
curious
Bye
how
bye.
anyone
All right, brother.
manages to keep
Mountain
the
causes
oak
eyes to
temperatures
shrink
as low
since
as
mountain sun is
-50.
right.
So every
Mountain
morning
sun
the
is
cows leave
too
the barn and
bright.
make their way to the river, where the farmer has cut a hole in the ice for them to drink. And they have to keep moving because cows struggle to cope with such extreme cold. In fact, these animals are completely dependent on humans to survive. They wouldn't last in the wild under these conditions. And so within about 5 minutes, they are already heading back inside.
Jeez. The degree Celsius is 8/10 larger than a degree F, so 0.8 larger if you have that one.
You take
Oh, you.
the poop of the cows.
Okay, gotcha. Oh, you're talking about 1.8 times it. Gotcha.
And as you can see,
Evolution. Father died from cardiac arrest. Death rate is the same. Jeez. Date of death is the
For just
same.
3 months of the year,
Wow.
they eat grass outside that naturally grows here. But for the remaining 9 months, they rely entirely on the hay the farmer has prepared for them. And believe me, it takes a huge amount of effort to gather and store enough hay to feed this many cows.
You have to
through those months.
understand. You have to understand that it's not evolution. their body, genetically, their bodies will still have the genetic code for the ability to sweat. There's just the way their body deals with proteins. That part of the genetic code is not activated. So it's not changing their DNA. Their DNA has not been rewritten to not be able to sweat. If they had kids or have kids with somebody that sweat or whatnot, or if you check their DNA, the DNA to say, hey, sweat would be there. It just would not be activated. Sweat is from heat. Just because something changes, like the eyes might shrink in extreme bright areas and whatnot, that's not evolution because it's not changing the genetic code. No hit next week. My friend on YouTube channels really edits. He said the Dodge Rams are very reliable. That's what he tells me too.
During the Second World War, the biggest loss in terms of like humans was on Soviet Union, like insanely a lot. Because so many people were sent to the war, all the food supplies were sent to the war zone, right?
It's not expressed. That's what it is. They still have the ability to sweat, right? So also, like the same types of things. The reason it confused Darwin is because he didn't check the genes. He didn't check the DNA. He didn't even know DNA was a thing. He just saw that beak shapes changed when they started living in other areas. Right. But the thing is, if they change the areas over time, the beak shapes would go back. The DNA is still there. It's just not being expressed. Adaptation. There you go. An adaptation. Sweat is not what up, y'all. Freaking Yogi. Sweat is not from the heat. It's from the stress of the cells. Death is a certain way to have so much attachment. It's changed certain kind of kid, young or old, except God's existence is certain. Yeah, brother. I'm sorry you're going through that, Rahendra. Life is short. Death is short. Sin is the curse. Christ is the cure. That's right. I put them in Florida. They will sweat. Sweat is the body's reaction to heat, so the body will cool down. Oh, jeez.
And because it was during the war times, 7 of them died out of starvation. The only way to get some food was like fishing, right? And they would listen like if he's carrying any fish or something, and they were like, no fish, no fish, no fish. So 7 of them died out of starvation. 2 of them died in the war zone.
You let a domestic pig,
and only one
it will become a boar. That's right. I'm headed out. I'll see you tomorrow, Raid brother.
In the past, food scarcity combined with extreme cold created a deadly reality. And out of pure necessity, people began preparing unusual dishes. Things most people wouldn't normally think of eating.
That nose? That's nose?
This is actually the nose of a moose. And in a culture
they say birds don't sweat, but my brother forgot to let chickens out of closed box. Takes forever to do when he took the lid off there. It's soaking wet. Cell stress. Gee. I wouldn't be able to do it.
I don't want to insult him, but it's like 3. Like, I prefer to eat like just a normal meal. And as if this wasn't enough, I even ended up trying a piece of bone, specifically bone marrow, which is found inside the bone and is said to be highly nutritious.
It is
People
very
really make
nutritious.
use of every part of the animal, wasting absolutely nothing. It doesn't taste like anything. It's just nothing. Right now we're going to the
think his
guy
taste buds
who
are
lives
frozen.
40 years alone in this cold. We've brought 30 liters of extra fuel and we are gonna drive on a frozen lake. We've covered around 1800 kilometers from our starting point. And trust me, after sitting that long, you really start to feel it in your ass. And just 15 minutes into the drive,
That's
we
definitely
spot
the
something
Scots guy I've
unusual in the
learned.
middle of the lake. Around the
I looked
ice,
it up.
open
He
water
causes
formed
sweat.
by
Also,
intense
my
pressure
friend
from
said your
below.
mic looks like a
Temperatures
lightsaber,
around
and I just
minus
looked. He started
50
laughing. Then it
degrees.
fell
These
downstairs.
openings are known as
I'm sorry. That's
The water
funny,
doesn't
guard.
freeze
I
in,
heard a
and
moose
because of
knuckle
the
dish
extreme
like camel
temperature,
down.
the
Dun, dun,
water
dun, dun.
starts to steam. But as remarkable as it looks, it's extremely dangerous. We're driving for hours across this frozen surface, and if you get too close to one of these openings, the ice can break and you'll fall straight through.
Jeez, sweat is your body's natural way of cooling. If heat causes sweat, they display the sweat produced by integration.
Just read the signs. We do have the last name of the guy, but the rest of the initials does not match. But everything else matches. The guy said there will be a difficult slope.
Mama.
He said I will prepare a garage. There's a garage. So everything else matches, except there's no guy.
Okay, so you have to keep this in mind. We're stranded in the middle of nowhere and the car needs to be turned on 24/7. So right now, we're feeling the pressure. We're deep out here in this remote
When you're
area
stressed,
with
you
a
sweat.
limited amount of fuel.
You could use my
It's slowly
lightsaber,
starting
brother.
to get dark. And if we don't find this man tonight, things could quickly become really dangerous for us. So we even sent up the drone, scanning for small plumes of smoke, which is of course a sign of heat and life. I don't think there is a chimney, like you cannot see the cloud. And just to put things into perspective, it's minus 50 degrees out here. So cold that even my drone eventually stopped working. So we drove back as far as we had to until we could
Jeez,
just
isn't that so? We can sweat. But yeah, it could be in both cases. I'm a competitive swimmer. I can tell you, I've never sweat in the water. Genius.
Oh, yes, Oh, it's a abandoned village here. You see, it's very big, and here live this person
Water's in liquid.
alone. Here.
How would you know? Sweating, it's hypothalamus regulating core temperature by inducing sweat acts exopalative cold, but it doesn't get the stress causes. Stress leads to temperature rise.
What is it?
So he's been out here
Before
20
we could
years
go
on his
inside,
own?
we first had to
40
park
years.
the car in the heated garage. Otherwise, it simply wouldn't survive the cold.
Holy.
Jeez.
You were on local TV.
Me?
Yeah.
I was on local TV?
On the TV of this region.
Why?
I saw it on the TV.
Really?
Yeah, like TV.
What? I'm just a guy from the Netherlands.
He said it was similar to
Damn, you should add a green and blue light. I'm thinking about doing that, garden, brother. If you wear a rubber hat, you swim, you will sweat. I want a deodorant made from a woman, strong enough for a man.
his entire life here.
Strong enough for a man, but made for a woman.
He was born here, yeah, and he's building it. But for the past 40 years, he's the only one who's been spending winters here.
Damn. Oh, he spends winters here. What's he doing this summer? If your cells stop becoming stressed, it won't produce the
Whenever
water.
he goes to like Sontar or somewhere,
The rubber
stay
traps
there,
the heat.
he cannot be there for long because every night he has dreams of his relatives saying to him,
You guys
"Go
are
back
going
home,
overboard
come
with the
here."
sweating thing.
And like that's why he keeps coming. He cannot live there.
Then you should add green and blue lightsabers. All right. I gotta buy some. I'll start a super chat donation for lightsabers.
Oh, where's she?
Yeah, but she doesn't want to live isolated. She lives in the village. She has 10 grandsons, more than that.
AK-47.
In your gun and how you shoot with it and stuff. Like which gun do you use and which like bullet?
He will let
Oh,
you shoot
jeez.
with a gun tomorrow morning.
Yeah, let's stop debating sweat.
Yeah, so tomorrow we're heading out on a hunt with him, and I might even get the chance to shoot with his rifles. But for now, we're preparing the snowmobile in his garage to make sure everything
only got one
runs
front
smoothly
ski?
tomorrow. We start by adjusting the fuel, mixing in a bit of oil so it performs better in minus 50 degrees and helps prevent starting issues. Then we seal off the front with insulation foil so the inside of the snowmobile doesn't freeze and get damaged.
But he says, not even like experienced hunters want
It's
to
not
come
a
to this
debate.
place at this time of the year, at this season. He said, and a random guy from the Netherlands decided to do that, which is thank you for, and that's why he shook your hand.
Oh, you're really brave.
Well, I just sat in the car and just waited. But okay.
But it's a lot of sitting in the car and a lot of waiting. Yeah, he says,
Buddy, I've been in the snowy mountains of wild
because
childhood.
tomorrow is a cold day. Yeah.
He's
And
sweating.
don't worry.
How cold?
Negative 45 at least.
Alright, we're gonna hunt in like 1 or 2 hours in minus 50, as you can see behind
Let's
me.
jump through here.
What am I gonna do with my life?
Setting authority. Stress causes. I didn't see it. Stress causes sweat because the excess adrenaline causes vasodilation, which feels like heat and induces sweat. Sweating is also biased. Yeah, two things can be true.
Minus 100
Two things can be true.
purely because of the wind.
Oops.
Feeling of the temperature double.
Let's get through here.
Yes. Using trap has caught something. Maybe even a wolf.
It's a big old wolf.
Tomorrowland is constantly freezily take. Then he covers it with a little bit of snow, making it look like nothing was ever done.
Oh, he's making a
Here,
trap.
don't use these traps without a reason, because hunting in the wintertime is extremely dangerous. Because if you get lost or your snowmobile breaks down, you could
Anglican, they
easily
don't care about
freeze
being
to
right or
death.
not.
So instead, they set
Surprised the
traps
gun
around
don't
their
work.
area. A more
Clearly,
passive, safer
spicy
way
food doesn't
to
increase your
secure
temperature,
food.
but it makes you sweat. I only
They
care
use
about
this
the
weapon
reason.
for hunting mooses,
Yeah.
bears, wolves.
XQC's
for really
dad.
big, dangerous animals where you cannot fuck up. That's why you need a fucking rifle for it and not like a handgun or...
Bam.
Faster, faster!
Hold the button down. The button.
For a moment, I honestly thought I had gone deaf. That's how loud a military-grade weapon is. We're now standing in one of the 20 abandoned houses in this village, a place where members of his family once lived.
It was a brother of his dad. So his uncle.
His uncle.
And of course the ones who
AK,
keep
brother.
screaming about,
AK.
making him live here for 40 years alone already. How many people have died because of the cold that he knows personally in this village?
His mother's brother had a child. When he returned from the army, there wasn't a connection, so they didn't know he was coming that day. So he came and the door was locked. And he died out of cold right in front of that door.
That's fucked up. Holy shit. That's like reality here. If you cannot go inside and warm, you're dead.
Yeah,
It's
you see,
over.
in a big city, it wouldn't be a problem. And in the modern world, it wouldn't be a problem.
And I guess this is how the journey ends. With one clear realization. Just how unforgiving the cold truly
Jeez, Nerf gun is clearly the best. All right, everybody. Spicy food makes you sweat. Off the top of my head. Baby. Yeah. Jeez. All right, everybody. I love y'all. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm going to get some sleep here. I got to be with my neighbor to rip down some walls in the morning. Nerf gun is lit. All right, everybody. I'll see you guys in the morning. Love you.